Jasper was standing outside the enormous octagon. His tiny body was like an ant in front of this gigantic spaceship the size of an elephant. Even though David was facing such a massive object, he was not scared. Instead, he acted without a second thought. Bang! He punched the outside of the octagon. The octagon's hard exterior was slightly dented, but not much damage was sustained. Despite this, the giant spaceship shook slightly. One could see how strong David's punch was. He was a peak planet ranker. Hence, he was considered extremely powerful in the Stella Civilization galaxy. David looked at the dent on the octagon that he created and frowned. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the damage. This thing had a solid defense indeed. The seemingly casual punch was no joke. It was a punch from a peak planet ranker, so if this punch landed on Dark Cape would be smashed into pieces. However, he only caused a dent to the octagon. If one punch could not work, then he would punch it again. Bang bang. Then, David punched the same spot on the octagon repeatedly. The dent on the octagon started spreading and became more prominent. It seemed that it would be broken soon. At the same time, his strength also pushed this big object around. However, the octagon started to accelerate and rise at this moment. David, stop wasting your energy. As long as you haven't reached stellar rank, you will never be able to breach the defense of the octagon in a short time. Goodbye. When I see you next time, I will show you the difference between an indigenous planet and the Stella Civilization galaxy. When this happens, you will regret not agreeing to my requests. Pavan's voice could be heard from the octagon. You want to run? You must be dreaming. David stopped punching. He also felt he might need more time breaking this stupid ship. Clearly, Pavan was trying to escape. He had killed so many people on Earth. However, not only did he want to flee, but he also wanted to come back for revenge. How could David let that happen? He teleported thousands of meters above the octagon and charged down at lightning speed. Master Pavan, what should we do? David is blocking our path. Ignore him. Use full force and just crash into him. The octagon is a military tactical weapon created by the Milky Way Empire so it could stop the attack of a planet ranker. Even though David is a peak planet ranker, he is still in that realm. Therefore, he can't break the octagon for the time being, Pavan said furiously, waving his hand and pointing at David on the screen, who was charging at them. Yes, Master Pavan. The octagon accelerated and charged at David, who himself was charging down at them. Boom. The two smashed into each other, emitting a deafening sound. However, it did not look like either side had the upper hand. David did not destroy the octagon, and the octagon did not send David flying like Pavan and the others expected. The two sides were in a stalemate, and David's goal was achieved. His goal was to stop Pavan from leaving. Hence, the flying octagon was stopped by David. Due to the inertia, the inside of the octagon was a mess. Most of the people were toppling all over the place. Thankfully, the people Pavan brought along were not weak, so they could still endure this. And Master Pavan, we've been blocked. Someone yelled in terror. Why are you panicking? Continue to accelerate. Let's leave at the fastest speed possible, Pavan said with a gloomy face. This is the furthest it can go. Activate our attack and destroy Earth. I don't believe David will ignore all the lives on Earth, Pavan said sternly. Yes, Master Pavan. The octagon started gathering power. David looked at the spaceship that he had blocked, and a cold smirk appeared on the corner of his lips. You really want to try that? Then try this. After that, David teleported away. Then, he dived down and smashed onto the giant body of the octagon again. Boom. Another loud sound. The octagon started shaking violently. The power that it just gathered dispersed immediately. That was the octagon's weakness. Even though it had a strong attack, and it could even destroy a planet if it started its strongest attack, it still needed time to gather power. How would David give them this chance? Bang bang. David crashed into the octagon again and again, using his full might like he was a hammer. He had reached sublight speed, and was even faster than the comet that almost crashed into Earth the last time. The strong crash caused the giant octagon to sink rapidly. David could push the octagon by himself, while the octagon was using its full force. The strength of a peak planet ranker was horrifying. Master Pavan. The attack was interrupted, and we had no time to gather power. Plus, the octagon is rapidly sinking, and David keeps attacking the same spot. We can't endure this any longer. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? How the F***ck would I know? Am I controlling the octagon? Or are you? Hurry up and think of a solution. Once the ship's defense is breached, we'll all die. You're the one who attacked the city and Earthlings just now. Pavan pointed at the commander of the octagon and yelled. He was also panicking. They were not David's opponent if the octagon was breached. After all, David was a peak planet ranker. Master Pavan, I think it will be hard to leave. Let's just pass this message back to the family. We might have the capital to negotiate with David if we do that. After all, you're the son of the Tuffen family. As long as you let David know the power of the Tuffen family, he would not dare to do anything to you for the sake of the earth. If not, we might be met with unexpected defeat, an elder said. When Pavan heard that, he felt that it made sense. As long as he sent a message back to the family and asked the family to send more powerful people over, David would not dare to do anything to him. If not, his family would destroy the earth. Pavan said quickly, right? Send a message now. Right now. Send the message back to the family as soon as possible. Ask them to send someone here. Remember, you have to give them the accurate location. Yes, Master Pavan. David was still attacking the octagon. Boom. Soon, a loud rumble could be heard. David has pressed the octagon to the ground. This was also the first time the octagon had touched the ground. David was still attacking the same part of the octagon. The dent was very deep now. Moreover, with David's continuous attack, cracks had started to appear around the dent. Soon, David would have broken through the exterior of the ship. Mason and other Earthlings were stunned by this. David forcefully stopped such a tough alien spaceship all by himself. His strength had reached an unimaginable realm. As for the Earthlings watching the broadcast, they could only watch via the satellite since the broadcasting tool in Darkcape was damaged after the laser cannon exploded. Therefore, they could not see anything clearly. They could not see how David beat the aliens stupid like a god descending from heaven. The octagon fell to the ground. David did not stop attacking. He was going to break this turtle shell that was the octagon so he could pull out Pavan and the others. Master Pavan, the octagon only has 30% defensive shields left before it'll be breached. Since we have passed the news back to the family elders, let's take the initiative to leave. We can't let David continue to attack, or the octagon will really be destroyed, Pavan said after tidying his clothes. Now that things had escalated to this point, he could only go out and talk to David. Yes, Master Pavan, the four elders said together. While David continued to attack the octagon, the spot at the upper center of the octagon opened suddenly. Pavan came out with four elders and his group of servants. David stopped attacking and looked inexplicably at Pavan and others. He had not broken the turtle shell yet, but they came out on their own. David, let's talk, Pavan said. What is there to talk about? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You killed so many Earthlings, so I can only use your life to pay respect to the spirit of our Earth's compatriots in heaven, David said coldly. David, you already have the power of a peak planet ranker. You'll even be one of the strongest beings in the heart of the Milky Way. These are just ordinary people. Do you really want to fight against the Tuffen family for their sake? The strength of the Tuffen family is not something you can resist. If you let us go, can take you to the most prosperous place in the Milky Way, where it will be your stage. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely prosper. I'm not interested. I only want to avenge my fellow Earthlings. After David finished speaking, his body disappeared from its place and rushed towards Pavan. Elders! Pavan shouted nervously when he saw David taking action. The four elders appeared in front of Pavan at the same time. However, could four mid-planet rankers resist the strength of the peak planet ranker? Besides, David also had the assistance of his materialized mind power, so he was almost unbeatable. The gap between the two was too great. Just a moment later, David killed the four elders. David did not have the slightest sympathy for the aliens. Hence, he would not go easy on them. After dealing with the four elders, David approached Pavan. Pavan's legs went weak with fright as he faced an invincible David. He could only say in a loud and shaky voice, "David, I've already notified the family of Earth's location. They will send even stronger people over soon. If you kill me, the Tuffin family will directly destroy the Earth. When that happens, all the lives on Earth will turn to dust. This is because I am Master Pavan Tuffin." David's hand stopped in front of Pavan's chest and did not touch Pavan. "What did you say? Say that again." Pavan was elated when he saw David stopping. Indeed, the Earth was David's weak spot. These aboriginals were so hard to understand. They were already strong, yet they still cared about the ordinary folk. If Pavan were David and as strong as him, he would have left Earth for somewhere even more prosperous. Pavan would not bat an eyelid or the lives and deaths of the Earthlings. However, Pavan wanted to see how David cared for the Earth. "I said I've sent the Earth's location back to the Tuffin family. They will send someone here soon. When that happens, they won't just send an octagon. Instead, they will send a Milky Way battleship. One strike from it will be enough to destroy the Earth. If you want to kill me, all lives on Earth will serve to be my burial offering not long after. You have to think this through. Your family and friends are all here. You've sent a message and news of the Earth back to your family? How long will it take for your family to arrive?" David asked, frowning. Judging from the speed of the Milky Way battleship, as long as the exact location of the Earth can be pinpointed, it will take up to 3 months to get here. If they discover I am dead, they will destroy the Earth in a fit of rage. None of the living beings here will be able to escape by then, Pavan replied quickly. What he said was not the entire truth. He did send the message back, but Pavan was nothing compared to the value of the Earth, an indigenous living planet. Thus, the Tuffin family would not directly destroy the Earth after finding out where he was. Pavan's status was not that high yet. He was indeed the eldest son of the Tuffin family. However, he was not the most talented person in this generation of the Tuffin family. Otherwise, he would not take the risk to travel around the edge of the Milky Way, looking for an indigenous living planet to plant a slave mark on. Pavan only came out to take risks because he could not win against the others in his family. If Pavan could find an indigenous living planet and planted his slave mark, he would prosper. Even if he was not as talented as others, he could still compete for the position of the Tuffin family's head, or even the position of the master of the Milky Way. He did not expect that a peak planet ranker would be living on the first indigenous living planet he encountered in his life. He was extremely unlucky. Quite a few people took risks like Pavan in the heart of the Milky Way, and they would often come out to try their luck. Although very few people actually found indigenous living planets, the ones lucky enough to find them would successfully plant their slave marks. In the end, more than 90% of these successful people became big shots without a hiccup. However, when it came to Pavan's turn, something unexpected happened, and he could only be considered a precedent. This was because no one in the history of the Milky Way had ever been lucky enough to find an indigenous living planet only to get killed by the beings living on it. Pavan was definitely the first. After David heard what Pavan said, he was lost in thought. Will the Tuffin family reach Earth in 3 months? Then I can't kill Pavan right away. Although David did not know how strong the Tuffin family was, judging from these guys that Pavan brought, the Tuffin family was definitely a behemoth. The Earth could really be destroyed if he was not careful. He should just take Pavan back and imprison him. After that, he would discuss with everyone how to deal with Pavan. Even if David was now the strongest on Earth, he could not call the shots for tens of billions of human beings. After all, this concerned everyone's life. He had no right to take this away from them. David smacked Pavan lightly on the neck, knocking him unconscious. Then he looked at the octagon staff and the dozens of beautiful women behind Pavan and asked, "Do you want me to knock you unconscious before taking you away? Or do you want to go with me? We are willing to follow you, Master David, and I only ask for you to spare our lives. We are all Pavan's servants, so we can only execute his orders. Otherwise, he would kill us. So, please be magnanimous, Master David." A middle-aged man stood forward and knelt in front of David. He was the commander of the octagon. Immediately afterward, all the staff knelt. The dozens of beautiful women also knelt and said, "So do we. Master David, please be magnanimous and spare us. We are willing to serve you as slaves and maids for life." David ignored these people. He would not soften from just a few words. They just killed nearly 100,000 of his compatriots on Earth. After that, David called Mason and other masters on Earth to take all of them away. At the heart of the Stellar Civilization galaxy, if you looked at it from the void of the universe, you would see a beautiful scene. Countless dazzling planets were gathered here. Unlike the empty, quiet, and rare living planets on the edge of the Milky Way, countless living planets were present here. It was also the most prosperous and lively area in the Milky Way. The solar system where the Earth was located was like a grain of sand in the desert compared to this place. The Milky Way Empire was the most powerful force in the galaxy. It governed all the planets in the Milky Way. All other forces had to live under the jurisdiction of the Milky Way Empire. Living planets like Earth, which were on the edge of the Milky Way, were theoretically under the jurisdiction of the Milky Way Empire as well. However, since the Milky Way Empire had not registered Earth, it was like people on Earth lived without an identity card. Hence, it was not registered nor recognized by the Milky Way Empire. Therefore, almost all forces rushed to find unregistered planets to conquer them for themselves. The value of a planet of indigenous life like Earth was very great, and a force might be brought to power because of the discovery of such a planet. The most important reason was that they could plant slave marks without being restricted by the Milky Way Empire because the Milky Way Empire forbade slave marks in the heart of the Milky Way. If discovered, the Milky Way Empire might destroy the entire family of the culprit. Therefore, everyone could only look for the indigenous living planets that had not been registered on the galaxy's edge. The slave mark was a special bloodline curse. After being planted, it would invade the bloodline of life on a planet and could not be eliminated. Its most prominent role was to slowly absorb the talents of the entire race. Ultimately, it would be passed on to the person who planted the mark so that the person would prosper and flourish. This was the most terrifying and cruel thing about it, as once the slave mark was planted, none of the beings living planet would not be able to emancipate themselves. They could only become the slaves of the mark planter. They would be discriminated against no matter where they went until they died out. At this point, in the Stellar Civilization galaxy at the center of the Milky Way, on a gorgeous giant living planet, there were peaks tens of thousands of meters high. A huge signal receiver was built on top of the mountain. This was where the Tuffen family received ultra-long-range signals. If the message were sent back from a short distance, it would be sent directly to the Tuffen family. However, once the distance reached a certain figure, the family could no longer receive it. By then, it could only be sent here for transit before being passed to the Tuffen family. As a big family, the Tuffen family had countless clansmen training outside, so the family would receive many signals from outsiders daily. Some would ask for help, while others reported newly discovered resources. Passing. However, the ultra-long-distance signal tower had not received anything for a long time. Very few would leave the known confines of the Milky Way to venture the barren edge as it was too dangerous to do so. If they were not careful, they might die. Today, however, the Tuffen family's ultra-long-distance signal tower suddenly lit up. I have news. The ultra-long-distance signal tower received a message from 30,000 light-years away. 30,000 light-years away? That far? From whom? Master Pavan. Quick. Send it back to the family immediately.
Yes.
Inside a luxurious building in Planet Tuffen, a meeting was being held. This was Pavan's family, the Tuffen family. The Tuffen family was also one of the 8 major families of the Milky Way. They were very powerful, and many people looked up to them. Even on the scale of the entire Milky Way, the Tuffen family was among the top forces. The reason I called everyone here is to discuss something. According to the news I just received, Pav discovered an indigenous living planet called Earth on the edge of the Milky Way. There are tens of billions of human beings living on it. The head of the Tuffen family, Orson Tuffen, said, "What?" When Orson said this, it immediately shocked the core members of the Tuffen family who were in the room. He found an indigenous living planet on the edge of the Milky Way with tens of billions of humans. Everyone knew how beneficial this was. However, at the same time, they also had a question in their hearts. Since he encountered an indigenous living planet, why did Pavan send this news back? This was obviously unreasonable. In such cases, Pavan should have planted a slave mark on the Earth as soon as possible. Then, He would use genetic drugs to stimulate the potential of human beings on Earth and bring back the ones with great potential to the family. Pavan's position in the family would change immediately if this were the case. Even if he was not very talented, he could still overtake the others and become the most respected person in the family. In the history of the Milky Way, many people with mediocre talents had flourished because of the slave mark they planted on the indigenous living planet. Wasn't Pavan searching for this opportunity after leaving the family for so many years? Before everyone could speak, Orson immediately changed the subject and continued. But this indigenous living planet called Earth is a bit special. According to the news from Pav, there is a peak planet ranker on Earth, and he has imprisoned Pav. So Pav needs us to send someone to rescue him. What does everyone think? Indeed, they knew it was not that simple. It turned out that he had encountered an obstacle and had sent the message to ask for help. If Pavan could handle it, he would not have sent a message back. He would have already planted his slave mark. It was impossible for him not to know how valuable an indigenous living planet was. Once he needed his family's help, that planet would no longer belong to him. However, the Tuffin family would also give Pavan the corresponding compensation. Even the compensation alone would make many people jealous. After all, the value of an indigenous living planet was too great. Orson, is the news reliable? An indigenous living planet with a peak planet ranker? It has never happened before, an old man said. He was the deputy head of the Tuffin family and the current head's younger brother, Adon Tuffin. A super family like the Tuffin family had a lot of children. Before the next head was elected, everyone could compete fairly with various means. Once the head was determined, everyone would stop fighting internally and help each other. If not, they would be punished by the family and get kicked out. Otherwise, a family would only decline if internal fighting continued, and it would be impossible to continue its glory. The news was sent back by Pav's ship. Plus, such an incident is not impossible just because there has been no precedent. The Milky Way is so big, and there are still many unknown areas, so anything can happen. I think it's reliable. So I'm discussing with everyone how we will deal with this. If it's true, then the value of this planet is too great. An indigenous planet with an actual peak planet ranker means that the human talent on it is terrifyingly powerful. If we plant the slave mark on it, the feedback for the planter would be unprecedented. This might further empower our family, Adon said with some excitement. All the cores of the Tuffin family who were sitting lit up. This was indeed the case. The higher the talent of the people with slave marks, the greater the feedback would be to the planter. If it was really like what Pavan said, the possibility of the Tuffin family furthering itself in the future was very high. Lord Orson, if the news is true, what else is there to discuss? We should send people immediately to plant a slave mark on Earth. Things might change if we're too late. Yes, I agree to send someone to Earth immediately. Everyone expressed their opinions. The whole hall was chaotic and noisy. It was exhilarating to hear the news from Pavan, as this was related to the heights the Tuffin family would reach in the future. Currently, the Tuffin family looked glamorous, and they were one of the 8 major families of the Milky Way, but they had been the last of 8 major families for many years. Many families that were not inferior to the Tuffin family were eyeing their position. Now, the Tuffin family was in dire need of change, but they needed to secure their position in the 8 major families first. Pavan's news could be regarded as the long-awaited reign for the Tuffin family. When everyone in the Tuffin family saw these rays of hope, Orson waved his hand, and everyone fell silent. I didn't invite you here to discuss whether we should send people to Earth, because there's no need to discuss that. Everyone knows that the value of the Earth is huge, so how can we not take it for ourselves? I called everyone here to discuss who should go to Earth to plant the slave mark. Once the candidate is confirmed, this person will undoubtedly be the next head of the Tuffin family. Although it is a bit early and the family's training is not over yet, we have no other choice. Since there is an unexpected situation, and there should be special treatment. What does everyone think? Orson said, I agree. Earth had such huge value, so no one opposed the idea of asking the next head of the Tuffin family to plant the slave mark. However, determining the next head of the Tuffin family might be a fierce battle. It was just that Pavan had been left out. Although he was the eldest son of the Tuffin family, He was not even among the top 5 most talented people in the Tuffin family. Since they needed to choose the younger head of the family, he had to be the best person among the younger generation of the Tuffin family. Very well, issue a family summoning order to all the direct descendants of the Tuffin family who have been trained abroad, and ask them to come back within a month for the election of the next head of the Tuffin family. If they're late, they'll be disqualified. We'll go to the Earth immediately after the election, Orson decided. Earth. David locked Pavin and the rest in Dark Cape, and they were interrogated separately. The final information they gathered infuriated David and the gang and taught them more about the slave mark. Luckily, Pavin had failed. If not, everyone on Earth would be doomed, as they would never escape from Pavin's control forever. They would still be trapped until the Earth went extinct. David also posted the explanation of the slave mark on the internet and instantly ignited the anger of human beings worldwide. At the same time, David also gave them some information about the Stella Civilization Galaxy, the Milky Way Empire, and the Tuffin family. The Tuffin family that Pavin belonged to was one of the 8 major families of the Milky Way, and they were very powerful. In other words, the Tuffin family would send a stronger team to Earth after 3 months. David felt that his current strength was not enough, and that he needed to continue to improve. Unfortunately, the system was still updating. This made him a little helpless, since this had never happened before. It had been 3 days, and it was still updating. David could not do anything either. He could only continue to use the system after it was updated. Nighttime. David was sleeping. Suddenly, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He thought he was dreaming, but David felt something was wrong after a while. A dream would not feel so real. Just as he was about to look around, a figure slowly appeared in front of him. The figure slowly looked more authentic. It was an old man with long bangs that completely covered his forehead. David looked at the old man and felt that this man looked familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this man before. It was such a strange feeling. He had obviously never met this man before, but the man felt very familiar to him. David calmed himself down. Before he could start asking, the old man spoke. "Hi, David. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Why do you feel so familiar to me, even though I'm sure I haven't met you before?" David asked. "Ha ha ha. Is that so? I also feel that you are very familiar," the old man said with a loud laugh. David frowned and asked again, "Who the hell are you?" However, what the old man said next surprised David. "I am you." "What? Impossible?" David asked with wide eyes. "Nothing is impossible. To be precise, I am you 3,000 years later," the old man said again. What the hell is going on here?" David stammered. Even though his strength had significantly increased now, and he had seen people from alien planets like Pavin, he was still a little caught off guard by this news. "David, since you're here, it proves that the Earth's catastrophe has come. You have met Pavin, right? The system will now connect to the Stella Civilization Galaxy and start the second phase." "You? How do you know?" "David, I am very relieved to see you like this, because although we are the same person, we have different destinies. I have been limited in my life, and I don't even have the right to have any descendants, but you have unlimited potential. This is good. Very good. My efforts were not in vain, and God finally blessed me for once." The old man's voice started to choke up. As he listened to the old man's choked voice, David's heart felt sad for some reason. Maybe the old man was too infectious. David understood that this old man definitely had an inseparable relationship with the system. He also urgently wanted to gain some information about the system now. He had the system for so long. Aside from knowing that it was called a super lavish system and he could become stronger by spending money, he did not know anything else. The old man sobbed by himself for a few minutes. Then, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pulled apart the bangs on his forehead, exposing his forehead. David's eyes narrowed. This old man had a blood-red word that said slave on his forehead. Is he planted with a slave mark? "David, do you see this? This is the difference between us. Pavin planted a slave mark on me, and my life, including my descendants, is controlled by him. All of my hard work is for him, so I didn't dare to have any descendants. On the contrary, you've gotten away with this. With your talent, You will have endless potential and chances in the future. The Stella Civilization galaxy won't be your finish line. You should look further. More powerful civilizations are waiting for you to conquer, and your success will also be my success. Ha ha ha, the old man said excitedly. Then, he started guffawing. At this moment, David's brain was empty. He felt that this old man was a maniac. However, deep in his heart, he believed what this old man said. Sir, can you tell me what's going on? David asked respectfully. The old man looked at David and started reminiscing. David did not bother him. After a while, the old man said slowly, David, I know it's hard for you to accept this for now, but I want to tell you that we are indeed the same person. You would have turned out like me in 3,000 years if you had no system. I don't understand what you mean, David said. Then I'll ask you one last question. You should know Celia, right? What is your relationship with her? The old man asked. She's my girlfriend. I love her very much and will protect her for the rest of my life, David replied honestly. That's good. You must cherish her. Celia is a good girl, the old man said with a sigh of relief. 3,000 years ago, he let down Celia in his timeline. Now, he hoped David could make up for his regrets. The old man felt relieved when he heard David talking about being with Celia. He did not want to intervene and affect David and Celia in this timeline. I know, David said seriously. There is another woman. If you can, try to help her as much as possible. The old man thought for a while and added, Who? Selena. Her? You know her? Yes, I know her, and we're pretty close. Then have you developed into that kind of relationship? Not yet. I already have Celia. Are you and Selena? No. Selena is also very talented. When I went out to find a way to remove the slave mark, she was always by my side. We have been together for nearly 3,000 years. She can live a good life, but chose to take the road of no return with me. We all knew that under the restriction of the slave mark, there could be no descendants. So, we had never gone past that stage. Ultimately, I could only watch her die in the ruins of the God-tier civilization to give me hope in life. I owe her too much, the old man said sadly. David was taken aback. He did not expect David in that timeline to have such a relationship with Selena, or should he call it a star-crossed relationship. In the end, in order to give the old man a chance, she died in the ruins. In that moment, David felt a massive change in his impression of Selena. Even though he did not hate her before, he was starting to appreciate her a little bit now. This woman had personality, persistence, and righteousness. She was indeed a nice woman. Don't worry. I will do my best to help her. Maybe I can make up for your regrets, David replied. The old man nodded and continued, 3,000 years ago, I graduated from South River University, and then at Celia's insistence, I joined Beautylish, which belonged to her mother, Mrs. Young. Slowly, I won over Mrs. Young and Mr. Young with my hard work, and also won over many customers to become the general manager of Beautylish. When Celia and I were fantasizing about a better life in the future, the catastrophe came. After listening to the old man's narration, David could not return to his senses for a long time. It was just unbelievable. According to the old man, he genuinely was himself 3,000 years later. After being dumped by Sarah after she cheated on him with Leo during college, he still vomited blood and got sent to the university's infirmary. However, the fate of the two was completely different next. David's life changed dramatically after he got the system, while the old man was still just an ordinary person. He continued going to class. Later, Celia discovered he had broken up with Sarah, so she launched a fierce pursuit of him, and the two stayed together after graduation. After that, he joined Mindy's Beautylish. While everything was going well for him when the catastrophe arrived, a comet hit the Earth. Pavan did stop it at the last minute, but he was not so kind since he was the one who pushed the comet to Earth in the first place. If he had not accelerated the comet, it would not have reached Earth and would have been intercepted by Jupiter's strong gravitational pull. After saving the Earthlings and becoming the savior, Pavan successfully planted the slave mark on Earth. Then, he used the genetic drug on young people ages 10 and 30 on Earth to stimulate their potential. The old man happened to be one of them. He did not expect his talent to be completely activated after he used the genetic drug to stimulate his potential. His cultivation speed was shocking. The old man at that time did not know the function of the slave mark. Thus, he practiced very hard. In reality, he passed on half of his potential to Pavan. It was not until later that he realized something was wrong. It was a pity that the slave mark had penetrated into the bloodline of human beings on Earth by then. Whether it was the descendants of humans on Earth or humans born on Earth, they would all be controlled by slave marks. Since then, he had embarked on the road to remove the slave mark. This had been going for nearly 3,000 years. During this period, the old man met many people with the same fate as him. They all had unique talents, but were planted with the slave mark. However, they were not willing to accept their fate. For the continuation of the entire species, they began to search for a way to remove the slave mark. The old man organized them and searched together. However, 3,000 years had passed, but they still had not found any solution. Then what happened to this system? Were you the one who gave me the system since it chose me? David asked. The system was found in the relics of a god-tier civilization. In order to get it, we sacrificed a lot of people. In the end, I was the only one who escaped with the system. Everyone pinned their hopes on it. But because the technological level of the god-tier civilization far exceeded our imagination, I couldn't solve it at all. You can only slowly find out for yourself in the future, the old man replied. God-tier civilization? What level is that? I only know that the Milky Way is a level 3 civilization, and the Earth should be less than level 1, David asked curiously. The God-tier civilization is a civilization beyond level 9. If you have to count how many levels it is, it should be a level 10 civilization. Level 10 civilization? David asked in shock. A level 3 civilization in the Milky Way was already a behemoth to David. So what was a level 10 civilization like? Did this civilization even exist? That's right. The universe is huge, and it's unimaginable. The Milky Way is just a small corner of it. There are still a lot of high-level civilizations out there, and you need to discover them yourself in the future. After I got the system, I was badly hurt even though I survived. In the end, I opened the system before I died and gambled with my life. Just like that, the system quickly brought me back to reminisce about my life. Ultimately, we returned to the time when I was in my 3rd year of uni and got dumped by Sarah. At that point, I could not hold on anymore. I think the system should have appeared at that moment, right? Right now, I am dead, and what you're seeing is just a glimpse of my soul. David felt that the old man's words were absurd and nonsensical, but he could not find any reason to refute it. This was because if he did not have the system, no one on Earth could stop Pavan, and things might have really developed as the old man said. The human beings on Earth were planted with slave marks, and they could not get rid of the marks until the human beings on Earth became extinct. This could also be regarded as a relatively reasonable explanation for the system's appearance. Unlucky. Why did the system suddenly come to him? It turned out that he himself in another timeline had risked his life to do this for the current him. However, the system was a little too mysterious. It was a product of a level 10 civilization. Even if it was a level 9 civilization, David felt that he might struggle to understand it, let alone himself as a citizen of Earth, a civilization that was not even on level 1. If he wanted to know more about this, there was still a long way to go. Thank you, David said sincerely to the old man. This old man had paid too much for the people of Earth. However, if David were in the old man's shoes, he might have also done the same. David, you don't need to thank me because if I help you, I will also be helping myself. In that timeline, being enslaved spelled eternal pain for human beings on Earth. Wherever you go, people would look at us with discrimination. It was not only me, countless people spent their lives looking for a way to remove the slave mark. By the way, since Pavan failed to plant the slave mark on the Earth, how is he now? He didn't escape, right? The old man asked suddenly. No, I crippled him and detained him, David answered. That's good. You can't let him escape because the Octagon has something that Earthlings need. The Earthling's potential is very strong, but it's never been stimulated. Since you've detained Pavan, you can find something called a genetic drug in the Octagon, and you can stimulate the Earthling's potential with that, and there will be no side effects. Now, Without the restriction of the slave mark, what's waiting for you is the boundless universe. I've succeeded. The old man started sobbing again. I understand. No matter what, I still want to thank you. If you didn't do everything to give me the system, the Earth's fate would have been the same as what you described. Pavan would have planted his slave mark here, and we would have become his slaves forever. We wouldn't have been able to emancipate ourselves until we had gone extinct. After David finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the old man. David, without the slave mark's restriction, after your talent is stimulated, coupled with the assistance of the system, your future is limitless and may reach unprecedented heights. Therefore, I still need your help for the future, the old man said. You can tell me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse. Many of my friends who used to search for the removal of the slave mark with me died to the God-tier civilization. Without them, I could not have escaped with the system. Thus, they exchanged their lives for the system in you. Now that you have the ability, I'll tell you the location of the planet where they live. I hope you can find them and help them. The old man looked at David and said, This will be my duty. Don't worry. I will do my best to help them. Even if I'm too late, I will ensure they live good lives. I will help them remove the slave mark when I have the ability to do so in the future, David solemnly promised. He had no reason to refuse the old man's request. Without their help, David would not be here today. Good. Ha ha ha. I'm relieved now that I have your word. I was worried that you would lose your integrity because you obtained such achievements in such a short time with the system. I think my worries were excessive because you're still the person know so well. The old man laughed loudly and said. David was a little speechless. This old man was him in another timeline. So could he not know David? Next, the old man told David some names and the locations of the planets they lived on. They were all highly talented people. Ever since they were planted with the slave mark, they refused to give in and kept trying to find a solution out there. Hence, they had the same fate as the old man. They all grouped and supported each other. In the end, they found the system in the remnants of the God-tier civilization. Then, it traveled through time and space and ended with David. Although the old man described it like that, David's mind power was powerful. He would not forget anything that he saw and heard. He secretly memorized the names and addresses. As long as the problems of the Earth were completely solved, he would go to rescue the planet where these people lived. David, I'll leave the rest to you. We have done our best. Don't underestimate yourself. Even if your talent is ranked amongst the stars, it will still stand at the very top. Plus, I believe you can create miracles with the system's assistance. The old man said as his figure began to dissipate slowly. David knew that the old man was about to disappear completely. He suddenly asked, What eventually happened to Pavan in your timeline? After Pavan planted a slave mark on the Earth, he prospered. He not only became the head of the Tuffin family, but also defeated everyone who was competing for the Master of the Milky Way title, and became the Master of the Milky Way. At the time of his death, it is said that Pavan had already taken a step further. He could only achieve this by absorbing the talents of the Earthlings. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it at all because of his unremarkable talent, the old man said with a sigh. Don't worry. I won't give him this chance, David said in a deep voice. Well then, bye, David. After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared from in front of David. David woke up suddenly. He sat up from the bed at once, and he patted his face. He could not tell whether what he had just experienced was true. Even so, everything in his head was so clear. What's wrong? David, are you okay? Celia asked. When David sat up suddenly, he woke Celia, who was sleeping next to him. I'm fine. You should go back to sleep, Celia, David comforted. David, did you have a nightmare? Yeah, I did have a special dream. Don't be scared. I'll always be with you. Celia inched closer to David and held him. As David enjoyed Celia's smoothness, he could not help thinking about the old man in his dream. Celia should be with David in that time and space. However, the catastrophe destroyed everything. David did not ask about their ending. However, judging from what the old man said, this should not be ideal. Selena, too. She could spare herself from all the suffering, but she insisted on going on a path filled with many obstacles. In the end, She sacrificed her life for that sliver of hope. Due to this, David started feeling protective of that woman. After David tucked Celia in, he opened the system panel. Indeed, it had finished upgrading. The system has been upgraded and is now in Phase 2. All data will be reorganized and refreshed. Host, please use the system reasonably according to the new rules. Then, an interface appeared. Host, David Lydell. Balance, 10 quadrillion galaxy dollars. Body, Stellar Level 10, can be upgraded with 100 lavish points. Mind, Stellar Level 10, can be upgraded with 100 lavish points. Combat, Partial Cosmos Rank. Combat Skills, Void Punch, Entry Level. Air Crushing Slap, Entry Level. Evil, Splitting Sword Technique, Entry Level. Skills, Ancient Traditional Medicine, Expert. Lavish Points, 0. David looked at the reorganized and refreshed system panel. After it entered Phase 2, there were some new changes. Firstly, his balance returned to a quadrillion, and the unit turned into galaxy dollars. Then, there were additional combat and combat skills. Besides ancient traditional medicine, his driving skills, basketball skills, and so on were gone from the skills column. This also meant that the second phase did not recognize these skills. Of course, another plausible explanation was that David would not need these skills in the Stella Civilization galaxy. While David was looking at the 3 new combat skills that appeared on the combat skills column, he suddenly heard a voice in his head. The host has completed the first phase's test and has successfully entered the second phase. 3 top combat skills have been rewarded: Void Punch, Air Crushing Slap, and Evil Splitting Sword Technique. Then, information about these 3 skills surged into David's brain. After he had accepted the information about these 3 skills, David was excited. This is so powerful. It's similar to the combat skills on Earth, but there's such a huge difference in terms of power. He could smash a planet with 1 Void Punch, which was formidable. Plus, he could ignore space and distance and use air crushing. Slap to kill someone through the air. With that, he could defeat his enemies from thousands of miles away. Lastly, he could eliminate all evil and kill all demons with the Evil Splitting Sword Technique. This technique would be the enemy of all evil. David lamented about how powerful the system was. However, he felt relieved when he thought this was a product of the God-tier civilization. The Earth was not even a level 1 civilization, so he could not fathom the power of the God-tier civilization. When David first met Pavin, he was a little worried that Pavin would discover his system. After all, Pavin came from an even higher civilization, and the system was also from outer space. Now, it seemed that he was just overthinking. It would be hard to say whether someone from a level 8 or 9 civilization would discover the system, let alone a level 3 civilization. God-tier civilization. This name sounded so bad *SS, it was much stronger than the level 8 or 9 civilization. Therefore, David could use the system without worries in the future. He would not need to worry about getting exposed. Back then, David felt that the system was extraordinary, but he did not think it would be so powerful. The system panel showed David's body and mind as Stellar Level 10, while his combat was Partial Cosmos Rank. While he was attacking Pavin's Octagon, David only showed the combat power of a Peak Planet Ranker. Thus, one could see how thoroughly he was hiding. If Pavin learned about David's true strength, he might piss himself in fear. David would be on the same level as the Tuffin family senior elder with the combat power of a Partial Cosmos Ranker. Of course, David had some qualms about this. It would not be wise of him to show his trump card immediately because he did not know if Pavin and the others had trump cards back then. If he showed everything, he might be targeted. So, even if it meant failing to defeat them after a long time, he did not show his combat power that was beyond Peak Planet Rank. He would be happy just to keep Pavin around. However, if he could not keep Pavin here with his combat power as a Peak Planet Rank, David would expose his power as a Stellar Ranker. He would never let Pavin go no matter what. Now, it seemed that his strategy was correct. He only showed the power of a Peak Planet Ranker, so when Pavin passed the news back to the Tuffin family, he would tell them that David was just at Peak Planet Rank. However, he did not know that David's combat power had reached Partial Cosmos Rank. The next time the Tuffin family came to Earth, David felt he would be able to handle them. If David let Pavan know his true strength and he passed this information back to his family, then the next person from the Tuffen family would definitely be stronger than himself. Hence, David was not wrong in hiding his true power. The only problem now was that the system had been measured in any currency on Earth but galaxy dollars. In this case, did it mean that it is impossible for him to spend money to obtain lavish points on Earth? Should he go to the center of the Milky Way to continue spending money to get lavish points and then improve his strength? If so, it would be a little troublesome. David would not leave until the Earth was completely safe. Not leaving meant he would have no way to spend money to gain lavish points to improve his strength. He would be able to handle the Tuffen family when they arrived, but what about the next time after that? The people the Tuffen family sent to Earth would definitely get stronger and stronger. David did not think he could dominate outer space as a partial cosmos ranker. If he kept waiting on Earth and did not upgrade himself, his enemies would soon defeat him. He seemed to have encountered an obstacle. He could not upgrade himself if he did not leave Earth, but Earth might be attacked if he did. What should I do? David looked at the starry sky outside the window and was lost in thought. The Tuffen family might be on their way here, so he could not leave Earth. The only thing he could do was to try the genetic drug. The David from another timeline said that the current David was extremely gifted, but his talents were not stimulated. Once he did so, he would be able to cultivate even faster. To be honest, David was not very confident about his talent. However, he could only do this now. He had to try regardless of if it worked or not. At this moment, a notification popped up on the system. The system is connected to the Stella Civilization Galaxy's internet. Should I connect it to the Earth's internet? There were two choices below. Yes and no. What does this mean? Could the system connect to the Milky Way's internet from Earth? David was elated. This was great news. If he could connect to the Milky Way's internet, he could not only understand everything about the Milky Way but also spend money on the internet. He would be able to get lavish points to increase his strength this way, right? David clicked on yes without hesitation. The system opened another window. Connecting. Please wait. About a few seconds later, the system displayed, connected successfully. The Earth's internet is in sync with the Milky Way's internet. Do you want to hide the Earth's location? There were still two choices below. Yes and no. David naturally chose yes. It would be best if he could hide the Earth's location. If others found out and more Pavans came in the future, the Earth would be in danger. At this moment, all the netizens staying up late to surf the internet realized that the internet looked different. Strange news that they did not understand was popping up without any reason. Breaking news. Head of Planet Boundless, Berklicken, has broken through to Cosmos rank, and he spent a large amount of money inviting the dance fairy, Mia Concord, to dance for him on Planet Boundless. According to sources, Mia has already agreed, and she is now heading to Planet Boundless. Breaking news. The Dalarosa family announced today that they would work hard to fight for a position among the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. The Tuffen family is in danger. Once they lose this position, the Tuffen family's prestige will plummet. Breaking news. The Milky Way Battle Institution will hold a very rare battle among the 9 institutions soon. This battle will be the biggest yet. Chief of the Primo Institution, Leonidas Hinson, announced that there will be a 1 versus 8 battle, which shocked everyone. The other 8 institutions also stated that they would teach Primo Institution a proper lesson. There was more such news. While countless netizens felt confused, they were also very excited. Hence, they began to read the news earnestly. The Earth's internet world was in an uproar. David took out his phone and opened a website at random. He was also very excited as he looked at the countless news about the Milky Way. He could actually connect to the Milky Way's internet. He started searching for everything about the Milky Way on his phone. The Milky Way was just too vast. There were hundreds of billions of planets, big and small. There were at least 1 million living planets. So many things would happen daily. David searched for half the night, but realized what he understood was just the tip of the iceberg. However, David focused on the news about the Tuffen family. David already knew most of the things related to the Tuffen family. He was temporarily relieved. Although the Tuffen family was one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, they were the weakest of the bunch. Also, their position among the 8 prominent families seemed somewhat unsafe. On the surface, The strongest person in the Tuffin family was only Cosmos rank. If this were the case, it would be impossible for them to send their strongest person over. As long as it was not a Cosmos ranker, then a partial Cosmos ranker like him should be able to deal with them. This at least bought him a lot of time. As long as he continued to improve, then the Tuffin family would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that the Tuffin family was hiding even stronger people. They were a big family, so they would not display all of their strength. Therefore, David could not relax in the slightest during this short period. The sky was already slightly bright. David put down his phone. After that, he got up, washed up, and cooked. Soon, 3 bowls of fragrant buttered noodles were prepared. David took the noodles to the bedroom, woke Celia, and handed the noodles to her. Then, he pondered for a while before knocking on Selena's door. Knock, knock. Coming. A crisp voice said from the room. Creak. The door opened. At that moment, the two stared at each other. David only saw Selena wearing loose silk pajamas. 2 of the buttons on her chest were undone. Selena did not expect David to be the one at her door. Back then, it was always Celia, as David had never approached her before. Thus, she did not tidy herself up and open the door in the same state she woke up in. However, she did not care. She did not like any other man aside from David in this life anyway. She would just let him look. Even if David pushed her onto the bed right now, she would not fight back. She might even cooperate with him. When she noticed David staring at her chest, Selena purposely puffed it out. This jolted David back to his senses. David looked away in embarrassment and said, I made you a bowl of noodles. Since you were not awake yet, I brought it upstairs for you. Eat it while it's hot. Thank you, Selena thanked after she took the bowl. You're welcome. I'll leave now, bye. Bye. As she watched David leave, Selena felt a little surprised. Back then, even though David would cook noodles for her, she would always need to go downstairs to eat them. This was the first time he had brought the food to her. This was Celia's special treatment, but she got to experience it today. Plus, Selena could feel David's change of attitude toward her and the difference in the way he looked at her. How should she describe it? He was treating her much better than before. There was even adoration in his eyes. Has he accepted me? Selena's eyes lit up. She did not know it was because David discovered their ending in another timeline, leading to his change in attitude. In the afternoon, David, Celia, and Selena sat in the living room. This was not Celia's house anymore. Instead, this was a hilltop villa in Capital City. Celia's parents were back, so it would be inappropriate to continue staying with them. Thus, David changed to another accommodation, and Celia and Selena also followed him. Celia, Lena, I need to tell you some things. David looked at the two and said. Go on. We're listening, Celia answered. Selena did not say anything, but she was happy hearing how David addressed her. It had been so long, and she finally got acknowledged by David. Asterisk now that Earth's internet has connected to the internet of the Stella Civilization Galaxy, you can read the news about the Milky Way when you're bored. The Milky Way? Is that where the aliens who want to dominate Earth live? Celia asked curiously. Selena also looked at David curiously. Yes, that's the place. Earth is also a part of the Milky Way, but we're on the edge of it, so we're very far away from the center of the Milky Way, David answered. No, aliens are evil. They want to enslave all Earthlings. I won't go and read about them. Celia retorted. Clearly, she was still resentful of Pavin trying to enslave all the Earthlings. Celia, the Milky Way is like Earth that's been enlarged countless times. Not all aliens are bad. Just like on Earth, there are good people, bad people, and also law enforcement. The Milky Way Empire has not recognized Earth, so we're basically unregistered. That's why they dared to take action against us. However, if we register Earth, no one will dare to come to dominate Earth. Really? Celia asked in disbelief. Of course. Earth is just a grain of sand in the universe. You should look at the even wider world outside the Earth. You can't miss out on this chance. Let's go. Let's see what the alien world looks like, Miss Selena. Celia grabbed Celia and ran upstairs. She could not wait to go online to see the alien world. After Celia and Selena left, David immediately contacted Mason. David told him about the synchronization of the Earth's internet with the Milky Way's internet. At the same time, he hosted a global live broadcast through the system with his mobile phone. David knew that his words currently carried the most weight on Earth. Human curiosity could kill the cat. He needed to explain the synchronization of the internet to people worldwide to avoid panic. After all, what happened to Pavan still traumatized the human beings on Earth. They might think aliens were invading Earth again after seeing so many things concerning matters outside of Earth on the internet. Soon, people worldwide who were on the internet saw David's handsome face on their phones or computer. David pointed the camera at himself. First of all, he greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. I'm David." Then, he went straight to the topic, skipping the nonsense. "I believe everyone has discovered that since last night, there have been various strange news on the internet. Everyone must be wondering what is going on. Now, I am solemnly telling everyone that the news is accurate. The Earth's internet has connected to the Milky Way's internet since last night, and they're in sync now. That is to say, from now on, even if you are sitting at home, you can learn some basic information about the Milky Way via the internet. The Earth is only a drop in the ocean that is the entire universe. The world outside is vast. Our planet is at the very edge of the Milky Way, so you can also think of the Milky Way as Earth that has been enlarged countless times. In reality, aliens are also divided into good and bad beings. They also have laws and regulations, so not all aliens are hostile toward Earth. The last incident was just an accident. In the future, everyone can chat with aliens and learn more about them. In the future, when you see the news from the Milky Way, there is no need to make a fuss. The Earth is about to enter the interstellar era, and all of us will be witnesses to this. We must work hard. Martial artists are the masters of the entire universe. Some powerful martial artists can even traverse the void physically and voyage among the stars. If we want to show Earth without being bullied, we must be strong ourselves. Okay, I'll stop here. If you have any questions, you can find them directly on the internet. The internet is all-encompassing. 30 I believe it will give you a satisfactory answer. Goodbye. After David finished the brief explanation about internet synchronization, he directly turned off the live broadcast. Earth is about to enter the interstellar era? Powerful martial artists can traverse the void and voyage among the stars. In an instant, people all over the world went crazy. Now, David's prestige in the world had reached an unprecedented height. It was no exaggeration to say that he was like a god to everyone now. Hence, no one would doubt the authenticity of what David said just now. Countless people began to dive headfirst into the online world. They wanted to understand what the world beyond Earth was like. David also started looking online for sites where he could buy things. The most important thing right now was to spend money to improve his strength. The Earth would only be safer after he upgraded to Cosmos rank. It did not take long for David to find a shopping site. After he opened to take a look, David was almost blinded by what he saw. It was really amazing what was sold on this site. They had everything from small laser guns and laser cannons to large flying vessels and spaceships. The website was even selling Pavan's Octagon. However, it required customization. A 50% deposit was required first, and the buyer had to wait a year or a half to receive it. Maybe many people were ordering them, so the manufacturer could not make them in time. They're selling heavy weapons and equipment so publicly, and the Milky Way Empire doesn't care, huh? David was a little puzzled. Since the Milky Way Empire was so powerful and governed the entire scope of the Milky Way, they should forbid this, right? In truth, David had no idea. Since the humans in the heart of the Milky Way had become incredibly powerful, weapons and equipment were only supplementary. Some of the powerful ones, like David, could easily destroy a planet with their bare hands. Weapons and equipment were useless to them. Personal strength was the most important thing here. Humans were nurtured by science as soon as they were born to stimulate their potential. Even if the weakest people came to Earth, they would still be number one if you did not consider special cases like David. So, in this case, the Milky Way did not prohibit the sale of weapons. Of course, if the weapon's power exceeded a certain limit, ordinary people would not be able to purchase it, such as strategic military weapons like the Octagon. One could only buy it if their combat power of their family's combat power reached a certain level. David looked at the price and saw that the octagon was only 200 million galaxy dollars. Is it so cheap? Based on the system, he could only get one lavish point after he spent 100 million. So, he could only get 2F*King lavish points from buying the octagon. As for other basic vehicles like spaceships, they would need more than 10 million galaxy dollars. With this price, David felt like he was back on Earth decades ago. How many things do I need to buy to break through to Cosmos? Rank? 10 billion galaxy dollars. How can I spend all of that in a short time? David tried to open a link to a spaceship. The spaceship was priced at 18 million galaxy dollars. There was also a series of introductions describing the spaceship. David did not even look at it before he clicked buy. Suddenly, a window popped up, asking David to register with his real name. Otherwise, he would not be able to buy the item. F***CK. David could not hold himself back from cursing. Now, the Earth was still unregistered, so how could he register with his real name? If that was the case, did it mean he would not be able to buy anything? David felt that this was getting serious. He tried other shopping websites, and the result was still the same. He could not buy anything. He even tried to randomly register, but it still did not work. He could not get past the authentication stage at all. Oh no, if I can't buy anything, then I can't earn lavish points. If I don't get lavish points, how will I upgrade to another realm? I am back at the same spot again. What should I do now? David collapsed on the chair. He thought he could buy the items from the Milky Way online to squander money. The Earth's address was hidden by the system anyway, and the system was a remnant of a god-tier civilization. Hence, David was not worried about exposing the Earth's location. He would not be worried no matter how much money he spent. He even thought that he could quickly upgrade a few ranks. That way, he would not need to be afraid of anyone anymore. Just great. He could not buy anything without registering with his real name. He had money, but he could not spend it. David was depressed for a while. Then, he started searching online again. This time, he was looking for information on the Milky Way Empire. David browsed for a while after he went to the official website for the Milky Way Empire. Suddenly, he found an online customer service. He hurriedly clicked on it, and a window popped up. David tried typing something and sent it over. Hello. Then, he waited anxiously. Soon, the other party replied. Hello. Do you need any help? David typed another sentence. Are you a government staff member of the Milky Way Empire? Yes, this is the online customer service of the Stella Civilization Galaxy of the Milky Way Empire. David was excited. Finally, he managed to get in touch with an official staff member of the Milky Way Empire. I have a question to ask. Go ahead. How can a living planet on the edge of the Milky Way that has not been registered by the Milky Way Empire be recognized by the Milky Way Empire? You mean an indigenous living planet? David hated the name, but he still replied, yes, an indigenous living planet. How can the Milky Way Empire recognize it? Have you discovered an indigenous living planet, or are you someone from that planet? I am from this planet. In this case, you need to tell us the planet's location and wait for our empire's official personnel to acknowledge it. If everything checks out, there are two options. The first choice is we will add the planet into the empire. You don't need to do anything, and you'll become the low-class citizen planet of the empire. You get to enjoy the lowest rights and benefits of the empire, and the empire will also protect you. However, the empire will send someone to live on this planet to govern it. On the other hand, for the second choice, since you're from this planet, you can propose buying this planet from the empire. That way, you'll become a high-class citizen planet. Moreover, you'll be the head of that planet, and the empire will not interfere with any operations concerning the planet. Plus, you only need to pay the empire some money every year to enjoy the highest rights and benefits of the empire. David's eyes lit up after the explanation. I can even buy Earth? Even God is helping me. I was just wondering how I should spend money. I will need about tens or hundreds of billions to buy Earth, right? Those are all lavish points. David quickly replied. Can I buy it without waiting for your people to come to check it? We're at the edge of the Milky Way, and it's a bit far. I can't wait that long. If we don't send our people over, we won't be able to confirm if you're telling the truth, and we can't determine the price. We need to appraise the planet according to its value. David felt that it might take too long for the Milky Way Empire's staff to come over to confirm their status. An accident might occur while he was waiting for this to take place. After he thought about it, he replied, "Whether or not it is legitimate doesn't matter, right? Can you just value it with the highest appraisal value? I've worked outside for so many years. While I worked hard to raise my strength and ability, I also saved some money to protect my homeland. I know it's dangerous for a planet that has not been recognized if people with bad intentions were to ever discover us. If that's the case, I need to report this to my higher-ups because I can't make decisions on this. Can I ask what rank you're at now?" David replied, "Peak stellar rank." At this moment, he felt that he should not hide it anymore. After all, the stronger he was, the more respected he would be in this world that valued strength. Besides, if he could buy Earth, not only would Earth become a high-class citizen planet in the Milky Way Empire, he could break through again and reach Cosmos rank. He was already holding back when he said he was at peak stellar rank. On a huge planet in the middle of the Milky Way on the other side of the distant sky, a young girl was staring in a daze at the screen in front of her. Her name was Hyacinth Astor, and she was an ordinary staff member of the Milky Way Empire's online service station. Just now, when she answered a question from a person who claimed to be on the indigenous living planet, she asked what combat power the person was as out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, the other party's answer stunned her. "Peak stellar rank? My eyes are not deceiving me, right? This person from an indigenous living planet is actually a peak stellar ranker? This must be a fantasy." She had been working in the Milky Way Empire for all these years and had never heard of such a thing. The Milky Way was so vast, and quite a few indigenous living planets had been discovered. However, the people on those planets were not even at satellite rank. It was very rare for them to be able to reach satellite rank. Hence, a peak stellar ranker was even more unheard of. Moreover, a peak stellar ranker could be regarded as one of the strong beings in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Who would dare to attack this planet when someone like this was on it? When Hyacinth returned to her senses, she quickly replied to David before contacting her superior. David did not get a reply from the other party for a long time, so he started to worry again. However, his worries were obviously superfluous. A person from an indigenous living planet revealed he had the power of a peak stellar ranker. Therefore, he would deserve the attention of the Milky Way Empire, whether it was true or not. Hyacinth reported the news to her superiors, and her superiors immediately reported the information to higher-ups of the Milky Way Empire. David received a reply soon after. "Please wait. I'll report your situation to the higher-ups." David did not notice that Hyacinth's reply had become more polite. To her, a peak stellar ranker was already considered a big shot. Even though many powerful people existed in the Milky Way Empire, Hyacinth was just an average staff member. Her higher-ups had just entered planet rank, so she changed the way she replied to David. The strong would be respected no matter where they went. David waited for a while before he got a reply. "Hello, do you want to buy your own planet?" David replied with great joy. "Yes. Are you the one who can call the shots in the Milky Way Empire?" "Yes, I am. If you want to buy your planet according to the information you just gave, you will need 30 billion galaxy dollars, and you need to tell us the exact location of the planet. We need to mark the newly registered planet on the galaxy map. Only then can it be recognized by the Empire." David did not want to reveal the location of the Earth as he felt that the Earth would be endangered if he did. However, it seemed that he had to reveal it no matter what now. He had no choice but to reply. "All right, we've already connected to the Milky Way's internet, so you should be able to directly confirm my location, right?" "You've already connected to the Milky Way's internet? How is this possible?" "Usually, after the registry show people to build the base before you can connect to the Milky Way's internet. It's a secret. Can I not answer?" "Of course. It'll be easier this way. We just need to determine your location, extract your basic information via your internet, and then you can transfer the money to the Empire's account." "All right." After David replied, he turned on the system and stopped hiding Earth's location. "Lastly, may I be so presumptuous as to ask if you have really reached the peak stellar rank?" Yes, it's true. Very well. I'll finish the formalities for you soon. After David deactivated the hide function of the system, the Milky Way Empire Network Supervision Department quickly confirmed Earth's location. They were also surprised to see on the galaxy map how far Earth was from the heart of the Milky Way. They now somewhat believed that David was a peak stellar ranker. After all, it was impossible for him to connect to such a distant network without enormous financial and material resources. The Milky Way Empire Network Supervision Department would monitor the entire Milky Way network, but they did not find out when David connected the two. That was kind of scary. They were eager to learn the secrets of Earth. They wanted to find out how the Earth connected to the Milky Way network from Earth, and they also wanted to know whether David was a peak stellar ranker. After all, a person from an indigenous living planet that could rise to peak stellar rank was very valuable. The Milky Way Empire would definitely not let this talent go. However, they only obtained some superficial information that David intentionally released. He did not want the Milky Way Empire to thoroughly understand everything about Earth, especially the news about Pavan's arrival and detainment on Earth, as well as everything about himself. Hence, the system blocked the news surrounding him and Pavan. The product of a god-tier civilization was beyond the imagination of a Level 3 civilization. The Milky Way Empire Network Supervision Department could not find any clues about this at all. However, the more mysterious David was, the more attention the Milky Way Empire would pay to him. Soon, Earth was registered and listed on the Milky Way Empire's galaxy map. It was now a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire. David also transferred 30 billion galaxy dollars directly to the account of the Milky Way Empire. Transaction complete. From now on, David was the head of Earth, and Earth was under the protection of the Milky Way Empire. Even if the Tuffin family arrived here, they would not dare to do anything to Earth since it was now a high-class citizen planet. The status of an indigenous living planet and a higher-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire was completely different. There were plus buttons on his body, mind, combat skills, and skills column, which meant he could upgrade them now. If he added lavish points to body, he would have another breakthrough and rise straight to Cosmos rank. David would be unbeatable even in the heart of the Milky Way when he reached this stage. He immediately clicked the plus button behind body. A window popped out. Are you sure you want to upgrade body? This upgrade will cost 100 lavish points. Of course, David confirmed. Then, David slowly felt the changes in his body. Half an hour later, David looked at the system again. Host, David Lydell. Balance, 9,999,997 galaxy dollars. Body, Cosmos Level 1, plus. Mind, Stellar Level 10, plus. Combat, Beginner Cosmos rank. Combat skills, Void Punch, Entry Level plus. Air Crushing Slap, Entry Level plus. Evil, Splitting Sword Technique, Entry Level plus. Skills, Ancient Traditional Medicine, Expert plus. Lavish points remained. David spent 90 lavish points to raise his body to Cosmos Level 10. Then, he used another 100 lavish points to upgrade his mind power to Cosmos Level 1. After that, he continued to spend the last 10 lavish points spent on his mind power. David's body soon reached Cosmos Level 10, and his mind power reached Cosmos Level 2. Moreover, his combat also reached peak Cosmos rank. However, he would need 1,000 lavish points for the next breakthrough. This was a bit of a hassle. The best way to do this was to buy all the planets that the old man mentioned. After this, he would get another massive surge of lavish points. He could only look for them after the Earth was safe. A peak Cosmos ranker could easily defeat the Tuffin family. If they dared to come, David would teach them a memorable lesson. He would not hold back against anyone who dared to have any ideas about Earth. Since he was not worried about the Tuffin family's reinforcements, then there was no need to keep Pavan around. David clearly remembered what the old man said. Pavan from that timeline prospered after planting a slave mark on the Earth. In addition, he even won the position of Master of the Milky Way and became the #1 powerhouse in the Milky Way. Also, when the old man forcibly opened the system when he was on the brink of death, Pavan had gone a step further. Pavan was the main character of that timeline, but it was all built on the eternal pain of the Earthlings. Thus, David figured it would be better to take care of Pavan as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected incidences. In any case, the relationship between the two parties could not be repaired anymore. 3 days later, David got everyone on the planet to participate in a vote, with the content of the vote being a decision on what to do with Pavan. The final result was that 100% of the people agreed that Pavan should become a burial offering to the nearly 100,000 people who died on Earth. No one would risk universal condemnation and choose to let Pavan live in the face of this kind of righteousness that concerned every human being on Earth. If anyone found out about this, the person would be drowned by everyone's condemnation. This result was exactly what David intended. Therefore, David no longer hesitated. David took a panicking Pavan to the ruins of the city destroyed by the laser cannon. David felt a little sad as he looked at the once bustling city that had now become a ruin. Nearly 100,000 people had been wiped out here, leaving nothing behind. Ordinary humans were truly vulnerable in the face of advanced civilization. Either they were planted with slave marks, forcing their children and grandchildren to be controlled forever while never being able to free themselves from it, or were directly destroyed, leaving no traces behind. These aliens had no regard for human lives, so they deserved to be killed. Pavan knelt on the ruins. He had a bad feeling after David brought him here, because he was the one who destroyed this place. However, he did not believe that David would kill him. He had passed the message about Earth back to the family, and rescue was coming. Unless David did not care about his planet, he would not kill Pavan. Was David someone like that? Of course not. If not, he would not bring Pavan here. Maybe David wanted him to kowtow and apologize to the dead. Pavan would kowtow and apologize for the sake of his life. Nothing was more important than that. When his family arrived, he would make tens of billions of Earthlings on Earth kneel in front of him to wash him of his shame. As Pavan thought about this, his anxious heart felt much better. Pavan, look at this place. This is the place you destroyed. Nearly 100,000 people turned into ashes in an instant. You pretentious punks, do you think that only your life is important while other people's lives are not? David asked in a low voice. David, these are just ordinary folks. You have reached peak stellar rank and are no longer one of them. Look forward. Only when you get out of here will you realize how big the outside world is, Pavan persuaded. No matter how strong I am, no matter how big the outside world is, it will not change my identity as a human on Earth. You just want me to let you go, but you know what? I just had a vote on how to deal with you. Do you want to know the result? You want to make me a burial offering to these ordinary people. I can guess that easily, but you won't really do it, will you? David, you must know that I am the eldest son of the Tuffen family, and the people from my family are on their way here. If I die, the Earth will cease to exist. By then, instead of 100,000 dead, tens of billions of human beings on Earth, including you and your family, will also die. Pavan, you are brilliant and know how to exploit my weaknesses, but unfortunately, you miscalculated something. What? My strength. Your strength? What do you mean? David did not answer. He stood next to Pavan and looked up at the sky. Immediately after, boom, 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 fierce energy emitted from David's small body and swept across the Earth, making everyone on Earth feel inexplicably fearful. They felt as if their breathing was slowed down. At this moment, David looked like a king towering over his kingdom. Anyone who saw him would want to bow down at his feet. After a short while, David stopped emitting his energy. Next to him, the kneeling Pavan was stunned. He looked as if his soul had left his body. When he returned to his senses, he looked at David in terror. You. He could not form a sentence after stammering for a long time. The energy David was emitting just now was too strong. It was so strong that Pavan had only felt this kind of pressure from his grandfather Orson, who was also the head of the Tuffen family. David was already at this level. Then, the people from the Tuffen family coming to rescue Pavan would only be met with one fate. They would be wiped out just like him. So, Master Pavan of the Tuffen family, am I worthy of being seen as your rival now? David asked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. David, how could you reach Cosmos rank? You have only lived for just over 20 years, and achieving this kind of power is impossible. No one in the heart of the Milky Way can do it, let alone a resource, poor indigenous living planet like Earth. You are lying to me. Pavan immediately yelled in a panic. There are always people better than you in this world. Pavan, your vision was too narrow. Have fun on your way to hell as you become the burial offering for the 100,000 people you killed. Don't worry, someone will go down to accompany you soon. I will kill everyone that the Tuffin family sends here. No, no, you can't kill me. I am the eldest son of the Tuffin family, and I am the chosen one. I am the man who will become the master of the Milky Way. Pavan started screaming in horror. At the same time, he started struggling and squirming on the ground. David ignored Pavan's shouting and directly killed him on the ruins. According to the other timeline, Pavan was indeed the master of the Milky Way and might have achieved even greater feats. However, he did not have the chance to do so in this timeline. His life stopped here. However, David did not kill the people who came with Pavan. These people were useful to David. He did not know how to operate the octagon and could not find the way to the center of the Milky Way. Hence, he needed these people to help him. However, David permeated his mind power into their brains and left a backup plan for himself. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he could kill these people immediately. This was also the use of his newly developed mind power. However, there were limitations to it as well. The other party must have their guard down and consent to David's mind power permeating their brain. If not, David's mind power could not enter their bodies. This was an excellent way to control his captive. If they dared to rebel, then David would kill them at once. When Pavan was killed just now, the alarm in the Tuffin ancestral residence on planet Tuffin far away in the heart of the Milky Way blared. Oh no, a direct descendant of the family has died. Go find out who it was and report it to the head of the family. Roger. A super large family like the Tuffin family would have a lot of direct descendants. When they became adults, they would leave the family to train, and accidents would sometimes happen. So, after every direct descendant was born, the family would use their umbilical cord blood to create a life plaque. These plaques would then be placed in the Tuffin ancestral residence to be watched by special staff. Once a direct descendant died, their life plaque would break into pieces, and the ancestral residence's alarm would ring. After that, the people watching the plaques would know which descendant died, so they could report to the head of the family immediately. Soon, the death of Master Pavan of the Tuffin family was reported to Orson, the head of the Tuffin family. Smash! Orson was having tea with his brother Adon. Immediately, he smashed the expensive teacup in his hand into fine powder. What's going on, Orson? Adon, who was sitting opposite him, asked. It had been a long time since his brother Orson was so mad. The teacup he smashed just now was very expensive. I just got the news from the ancestral residence. Pavan's plaque broke, Orson said with a dark face. Even if Pavan was not the most outstanding among the direct descendants of the Tuffin family, he was the eldest of this generation of the family. In addition, he was the face of the Tuffin family. Orson would not be so mad if another average direct descendant died. After all, there were too many direct descendants in their family. Many went to train outside, so some were expected to die from accidents. The Tuffin family would encounter such incidents every year. However, the eldest son Pavan died, and he even died on an indigenous living planet. This was equivalent to slapping the Tuffin family on the face. What? Pav's dead? Wasn't he detained on an indigenous living planet? How did he die? Adon asked in shock. No matter how he died, this was clearly a bold slap to our family's face. Don't spread news of this yet. If not, the Dalarosa family will start making untrue claims about this. Our family is in a dangerous position right now, Orson said. I understand. Also, tell them to come back soon to elect the next head of the family. Then, we should head to Earth at once. To avoid more accidents, you should lead the team. You must not make a single mistake. This mission is critical as it will determine whether we can keep our position among the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. All right, Orson, I got it. After Adon said that, he turned to leave. He had to arrange this matter quickly. Their family was indeed in dire straits now. David did not know that Pavan's death had caught the Tuffin family's attention. Pavan's death directly made Adon, the second head of the Tuffin family, lead a team to Earth. Adon was at the same level as Orson, the head of the Tuffin family. Although he lost the position as the head, one should not underestimate Aiden's strength as he was a main representative of the Tuffin family. He even assisted Orson in managing the entire Tuffin family. However, even if David knew this, he would not care. With his current strength as a peak Cosmos ranker, he was unbeatable even in the heart of the Milky Way. They would have proceeded with caution if the Tuffin family knew of David's true strength. After killing Pavin, David entered the Octagon under the leadership of the ship's commander and took out the genetic drug that could stimulate human potential. However, the number puzzled David a little. According to the old man, Pavin had used genetic drugs on people between the ages of 10 and 30 around the world, so there should be many of them. Despite this, David only found a little over 10,000 of them. After he asked, he found out that genetic drugs were expensive and could be diluted. Pavin accumulated 10,000 plus drugs over many years. He wanted to use them after he found an indigenous living planet and planted his slave mark on them. However, the more you diluted the drug, the less effective it would be. Furthermore, the genetic drugs originally had no side effects, but after a lot of dilution, some side effects might occur. Even if Pavin successfully planted the slave mark, he would not be so generous and immediately use them. He would definitely dilute them to be able to use them on all the Earthlings. In this way, although the effect would be greatly reduced, it would not have much of an effect on people who were rather average. On the other hand, it could still stimulate the ones who were very talented. As for whether there were side effects, Pavin did not care. What he needed was someone with outstanding talent. David was very talented in the other timeline, so he was stimulated by the diluted genetic drug and made rapid progress. Unfortunately, he was limited by the slave mark. In the end, Pavin succeeded and prospered. After David brought the genetic drugs back, he was happy and thought about how to arrange for everyone to use these drugs. Since there were certain side effects after dilution, he would definitely not dilute it. In this case, only a little over 10,000 people could get the drugs. As for who, David planned to keep some for the people around him. Then, he would distribute the rest of them according to the ratio of each force. Once someone reached satellite rank, their life expectancy would increase. Naturally, David did not want to see the people around him die. However, when he reached the center of the Milky Way, he would buy more genetic drug to bring them back if he had the chance. He just needed to spend some money. Right now, he had nothing but money. Besides, those expenditures would lead to lavish points. First, David gathered the forces in Summerland and hosted a meeting. Since David was the #1 on Earth, as long as he said something, everyone who got the notice would immediately drop what they were doing and rush over no matter what. The next day, all the heads of various forces gathered in capital city. David had gathered everyone from all the various forces. I called everyone here today to discuss some things. During this time, I believe that everyone has learned about the situation in the Milky Way from the internet. The Earth is about to enter the interstellar era, but everyone can rest assured that the Earth will be very safe as long as I am here. No one will dare to do anything to the Earth, but I hope everyone can manage their own people and maintain order within the Earth. David looked at the heads of the forces in Summerland and said, "Don't worry, Mr. David. We will do our best to maintain the order of the Earth, and we will never cause any trouble for you. You can deal with the aliens without worries." "Yes, Mr. David, don't worry. We won't cause any trouble for you." All heads of forces immediately expressed their opinions. "That's good. There's another reason why I called you here. I got something called genetic drugs from the alien spaceship. They're produced by the Stella Civilization Galaxy. As for the effect, you can search that up on the internet, so I believe you will understand what it does soon enough. I will wait for you to do so." After David finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and signaled that everyone could use their phones to log on to the internet to look this up. When everyone heard that, they took out their phones and started searching. Gradually, everyone's eyes became brighter, and their expressions became more and more excited. They quickly learned the power of genetic drugs. After a few minutes, David saw everything putting their phones down before looking at him in surprise. He opened his mouth again and said, "Have you read everything? You should all understand the function of genetic drugs now, so I don't need to explain it anymore." I asked you to come today because I will distribute some genetic drugs to everyone. You can take them back and pick some talented people to consume them. Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you, Mr. David. Everyone present stood up and bowed to David. David had completely won them over with what he did. He was sharing such precious things with them. No wonder David had achieved so much. None of them could compare to David's generosity. If they had such precious genetic drugs, they would hide them and use them secretly to improve their strength. They would never take them out and share them with others. I can distribute genetic drugs to you, and I won't interfere with how you use them, but I hope that when you choose who to give the drugs to, you will first consider their character. If their character is not good enough, you can't give them the drugs no matter how strong they are. If not, the stronger these people are, the more detrimental they will become to the earth. We understand. Please rest assured, Mr. David, we will do as you ordered, someone answered. Others followed suit, indicating that they would obey David's orders. Since this is the case, then I won't say anything anymore. The distribution of genetic drugs is based on the contribution of each force. I hope that everyone will agree to this. The more you contribute, the more you get, and the more you work, the more you get. This is the rule. As soon as David said this, some were happy while others were glum. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not dare to raise objections. Of course, they would also not dare to harbor any resentment. They could only secretly regret not doing their best in the first place. Then, David took out a piece of paper. The paper recorded the number of genetic drugs assigned to each family, which Julia allocated based on each family's contributions. 100 for the King family. Delmont stood up happily and said, "Thank you, Mr. David." 50 for the Crumbs. Ted also stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. David." The ones who were called first got more, while the ones who were called last got less. However, even the last one got 10. After the last name was read, more than 100 forces in Summerland, big or small, got their allocation of drugs. More than 4,000 genetic drugs were thus distributed. Mason's courtyard. David came here just after giving out genetic drugs to the major forces in Summerland. He put 3 bags of genetic drugs on the table and said to Mason, "Old Master Stefani, these are 3,000 genetic drugs. You can give them to the elites of Summerland. Summerland won't be where it is today without them shedding their blood." David, thank you. Mason did not reject them. Countless elites who had given everything for Summerland would have the hope of continuing to improve if they had these drugs. You're welcome. This is what I should do, and they deserve it. Old Master Stefani, you should take one too. Although genetic drugs are most effective for people aged between 10 and 30, they might not necessarily be ineffective for older people. If you can stimulate some of your potential again, you might be able to go further. That way, you can continue increasing your strength and lifespan. Your life is more important than others. I will leave Earth soon, and this planet needs your protection. You're leaving Earth? Mason asked in shock. Yes. We can't stick to Earth forever. We might be able to handle the people who come this time, but what about the next time? What about the time after that? We can't guarantee that the people who come will be so weak every time. The outside world is too big, and there are too many strong people. If we don't go out, we will not improve. Sooner or later, Earth will encounter danger that it cannot resist, David replied. I understand. David, don't worry. If someone wants to destroy Earth, they have do it over my dead body. But no matter where you go, I want you to remember that you are from Earth, Mason earnestly said. Old Master Stefani, don't worry. Earth is my root, my relatives and friends are all here, so no matter how far I go, I will come back. That's good. When are you going to leave? I'll wait a little longer. I'll leave after I've arranged everything on Earth. At that time, please pay more attention to the matters on Earth. I'll contact you all when I arrive at the heart of the Milky Way. Everything is more convenient now that our internet is connected. If there's anything, you can just talk to me directly. Very well. Have a drink with me today. I don't know if there will be a chance to do this again in the future. Sure. After leaving Mason's place, David returned home. Celia and Selena were also at home. During this period, David seemed to have slowly accepted Selena. He was treating her much better than he did before. David gave Celia 3 genetic drugs. He asked her to take one and give the rest to her parents. Tests had been done on the genetic drugs, and there were indeed no side effects. If the person had potential, then it would be stimulated. Even if they did not have potential, they would not cause any discomfort to the human body. That was why David dared to distribute them. After he thought about it, he gave another 50 to Selena. He asked her to take one and bring the rest home. 100 genetic drugs might not be enough for a big family like the King family. Hence, he gave more to Selena. After all, Selena from the other timeline sacrificed herself so that the current David could get the system. Next, David distributed the drugs to everyone close to him. Everyone he knew and had a close relationship with all got the drugs. Moreover, David would give each of them 10 vials. He also gave 200 to Red Flame mercenaries in Dark Cape. Those people were the ones who followed him the longest, so naturally, he would not forget about them. As for the foreign forces, David also distributed some of the drugs to them. After all, they were all Earthlings. All grudges were gone like smoke after Pavan arrived on Earth. Now, everyone on Earth was one unit. They would prosper and fall together. David was not stingy. From now on, he needed everyone on Earth to work hard together. After he was done with all this, David started getting busy. After Celia took the drugs, she showed some potential. Albeit weak, she might be a pretty talented martial artist if she trained every day. David did not need Celia to be very strong. He just wanted her to break through to satellite rank and stay by his side at all times. Selena was still the same as herself in the other timeline. She was highly talented. After taking the genetic drug, her strength skyrocketed. Since Selena was mentoring Celia, David set his focus on Pearl. David did not want this woman to leave him either. Fortunately, Pearl's potential was not bad, so at least there was hope if she put in the effort. What surprised David most was that Sandy's potential was very high, and even Amelia's potential was impressive. As for Aunt Sally and Aunt Diana's families, it seemed that all the potential was concentrated in David, resulting in almost no potential for these two families. He initially thought that since his talent in the other timeline was terrifyingly strong, then Aunt Sally and Aunt Diana should also have extreme talent since they were related to him by blood. Who would have expected the two of them not to have any potential? There was nothing David could do about this. At least for now, he had no choice. He could only wait until he entered the center of the Milky Way to see if there was any way to prolong their lifespan. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The people around David made great strides in strength. Meanwhile, Selena's progress was the greatest. Now, she had reached the state of partial super god. Her speed was simply staggering. Aside from David, Selena definitely had the fastest cultivation speed. Mason also managed to break through to super god rank. If he took one step further, he could reach satellite rank. His life expectancy had also increased to thousands of years. Since Mason was just more than 100 years old, he still had plenty of time to live. Celia also managed to enter dragon rank, so her body had greatly improved. David finally released his sexual frustrations on her. They were both drenched in sweat, but they were happy. This was the first time David felt elated and giddy like his soul had left his body. However, David was not focused on this because it had been 3 months since the invasion, but the people of the Tuffen family that Pavan mentioned had not yet appeared. Even half a month later, they did not arrive. To be honest, Pavan neglected something when he estimated the time. Planting a slave mark was a huge issue, so the Tuffen family would choose the next head before deciding who would plant it. They would not randomly select just anyone. Pavan only considered the distance needed to come here, but did not calculate the time for the family to elect another head. That was why there was a delay. David did not dare to leave since the Tuffen family was not here yet. Hence, he could only wait. In the void about 3,000 light years away from Earth, a Milky Way battleship with the word Tuffen engraved on it was speeding towards Earth. This was the Milky Way battleship of the Tuffen family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. The Milky Way battleship was a more advanced military strategic weapon than the Octagon. Its size, speed, defense, and attack were a few levels greater than the Octagon. The most important thing was that the Milky Way battleship was not something money could buy. One needed a lot of money and also a lot of contribution points to buy the Milky Way battleship. Contribution points were obtained by making corresponding contributions to the Milky Way Empire. As one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, the Tuffin family only had 3 Milky Way battleships. Due to this, one could see how rare a Milky Way battleship was. At this time, an effeminate man was sitting in a room on the Tuffin family's Milky Way battleship with H's eyes closed. He was 9 Tuffin, the 9th son who won the position of head of the younger generation of the Tuffin family this time. He was also the most talented direct descendant among the younger generation of the Tuffin family. No one expected him to win the position of head of the younger generation of the Tuffin family this time. Even though the talent that 9 had shown in the past was not bad, it was as stunning as it was not. This time, he suddenly soared and emerged as a new force to be reckoned with. He had disrupted a lot of people's plans. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. What? 9 only said one word. Master 9, it's time to eat. Lord Adon asked you to head over now, the person outside the door said. I got it. All right, I'll leave now, Master 9. Lord Adon is waiting for you in the dining room. The person outside left after saying that. 9 opened his eyes at this moment, and a cold light shone from his eyes. If other people saw it, they would shiver from fright. Then, he got up, walked out of the room, and went to the living room. An old man and a beautiful young woman were waiting for him at the dining table. Lord Adon, Ione. 9 sat down after greeting the two. 9, you're here. 9. Adon and Lone greeted at the same time. The 3 ate together. There was only one dish on the table. There were hundreds of kilograms of meat inside a huge pot, and the meat was sparkling. It was a never-before-seen dish. Adon took some meat that weighed about 5 kilograms before putting into 9's bowl. He said, 9, try this. This is an injured star python that I ran into back then. After I killed it, there was. Lone also took some for 9. 9, you've never tried it before, right? Have more. It's delicious. You'll feel your body turning warm aft greatly. Thanks, 9 said. He was a man of few words. After he said that, he focused on his food. Even though the stay python smelled a little fishy, it was very tender, and the meat would melt in 9's mouth. It would be best to cook this gigantic ingredient with the most primitive cooking technique. One should just put some spices and then stew it slowly until it was cooked. A complicated cooking technique would drop the star python meat's value. 9 ate a lot. He would never miss out on any chance to increase his combat ability. Adon and Lone were pleased watching 9 wolfing down his food. After the meal, 9 ate at least 2/3 of the hundreds of kilograms of star python meat. Although 9 was also the direct descendant of the Fuffin family, he was not in the same family as Pavin, Ione, and others. He was in another family. However, 9's family encountered some accidents and had long since declined, so he was the only one left now. Initially, everyone in the Tuffin family thought that this family would die out, but unexpectedly, a talent like 9 had appeared. Therefore, although 9 also belonged to the Tuffin family's direct descendants, his status was much lower than the others. He had never eaten such high-quality food. The reason why 9 was able to win the position of head of the younger generation of the Tuffin family was because 9 was too talented and was miles ahead of the rest of the Tuffin family. Secondly, it was because there was still an elder in the family. Although this elder had stopped asking about the family long ago, he used to set the rules. Any capable direct descendants could be the head of the Tuffin family. Anyone who dared to violate this rule would be expelled from the family. Since the elder was not dead, who would dare to violate this rule? Even if Orson was the head, the elder held the highest prestige in the family. Hence, he could take away Orson's position with just one word. Due to this, 9 outshone and defeated everyone with his talent at the Tuffin family's meeting to select the next head, winning the position of head of the younger generation of the Tuffin family. Adon deliberately brought Lone along. His purpose was to get her and 9 to form a good relationship and then end up together. To Adon, 9's rise was unstoppable. He was already terrifyingly talented, so his future achievements would be boundless with the addition of the slave mark. Lone had fallen for 9 when she saw him trouncing the other opponents like the god of war at the family meeting and subsequently becoming the head of the younger generation. Hence, Lone did not reject the marriage arranged by her grandpa Adon. Instead, she secretly felt glad. Lord Adon, we've been out here for more than 2 months since the end of the family meeting. Can you tell me where we're doing? Nine asked. He had a lot of questions. The meeting came too suddenly. He had been hiding for so many years just for this moment. However, he did not think that Adon would bring him away from the family and travel somewhere far after he won. Until now, Nine had no idea where he was going and what he would do. The matter on Earth was critical, so no one else knew about it except the family's core. Once someone else knew that the Tuffin family found an indigenous living planet, there would surely be a lot of accidents. Naturally, the family did not want to risk this. Yeah, Grandpa, what are we doing? We've been out here for 2 months, and it's been so boring, Lone also asked. She was also curious about where her grandfather was taking her. We're going to a place called Earth, Adam replied. Earth? Where's that? Why are we going there? Lone continued asking. Lone, before that, I have to tell you something. What is it? Lone asked curiously. Your brother Pavan is dead. What? PP? Pavan is dead? Lone widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. Lone and Pavan shared the same bloodline. Pavan's grandfather was Orson, while Lone's grandfather was Adon. Orson and Adon were brothers. Therefore, the bloodlines of the two were relatively close. They had been close since childhood and shared a good relationship. When Lone heard that Pavan had died, she was stunned. On the side, Nine heard the news but did not feel much. He knew Master Pavan, but they were not close to each other. Since his lineage had deteriorated, Nine had to hide and wait until the family meeting to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. Hence, before this, the other direct descendants of the Tuffin family would never even look at him. Yes, Pavan is dead. His life plaque is broken, Adon confirmed. How did he die? Before he died, he sent a message to the family saying that he found an indigenous living planet on the edge of the Milky Way, but this planet had an inhabitant at peak planet rank. Not long after that, his life plaque broke. Found an indigenous living planet? Nine and Lone were simultaneously astounded. They naturally knew how valuable an indigenous living planet was. They just did not expect the eldest son of the Tuffin family, Pavan, to find one. Aside from the fact that he did not reap any benefits, he even lost his life there. Suddenly, Nine's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew heavy. He thought of a possibility. Were they going to the indigenous living planet Pavan found? This was the only possibility to explain why they were taking the Milky Way battleship to a destination they had not reached for more than 2 months. Lord Adon, could it be that the indigenous living planet discovered by Pavan is called Earth? Nine asked breathlessly. That's right. We're on our way to Earth now, and there are still about 10 days to go before we arrive, Adon replied. Nine was already laughing wildly in his heart. No wonder the Tuffin family suddenly held a family meeting ahead of schedule to determine the next head. It turned out they had discovered an indigenous living planet. Now that Pavan was dead, he would not be able to plant his slave mark on Earth anymore. Now, the Earth was still unowned. If he was not wrong, Adon was bringing them to Earth to plant a slave mark. He was now the head of the younger generation of the Tuffin family, so he must be the one identified to plant the mark. An indigenous living planet with a peak planet ranker must be highly talented. If he successfully planted the slave mark, the benefits he would get in the future were sure to be enormous. He would likely prosper from that moment on. Containing his excitement, Nine asked while hiding his intention, Lord Adon, we're going to Earth too? Nine, by now, you must have guessed that the reason why the Tuffin family called everyone back in advance to determine the next head is to have the new head of the younger generation go to the Earth and plant a slave mark. Since you defeated everyone during the family meeting and became the head of the younger generation, of course, you're the one who will do this. 9. With your talent, coupled with the feedback from the slave mark, your future achievements will be limitless. The Tuffin family will rise again because of you, Adon said seriously to 9. Thank you, Lord Adon. I am grateful for the cultivation of all the elders in the family. I will not let everyone down, and I will return the Tuffin family to its former glory, 9 said solemnly, standing up to bow in front of Adon. The value of an indigenous living planet with a planet ranker was too great. Since the family could give him this chance, it meant that they trusted him. His dissatisfaction with the Tuffin family's coldness toward him back when his bloodline deteriorated disappeared at this very moment. The Tuffin family was huge. Therefore, they needed to be coordinated. They would not be able to do anything if their enemies were too strong. He would avenge his parents' and relatives' death after he was strong enough. 9. I know you're unhappy with the family because we did nothing when your family was killed. However, you must know that we were not the Alaband family's opponents even in our heyday. If it weren't for the Grandmaster still being alive and scaring the Alaband family, the entire Tuffin family would have been wiped out because of your lineage. So, please don't blame the family. Even so, it's all right now. You have excellent talent, and in addition to the slave mark, you will have all the chances in the world for revenge. From now on, you have to work hard. Lord Adon, I understand. I don't blame you either. I will definitely seek revenge on the Alaband family for the blood feud between my parents and relatives. That's good. 9. I have one more thing to tell you. Ione is my favorite, and she's also the most outstanding and beautiful granddaughter I have. She was impressed by your performance at the family meeting, and she adores you. I hope you can accept her and become her partner. I believe she will help you in the future. Adon smiled and looked at the two of them. Upon hearing this, 9 looked at Lone next to him. Lone bowed her head a little shyly. Lord Adon, I also like Lone very much. It is my great honor to be her partner. I will definitely not let her down, 9 said. Although he did not want to talk about romantic relationships right now, 9 could not refuse since Adon had spoken. It was because he also had to rely on Aiden's mid-cosmos rank strength. What he wanted to do most now was to improve his combat power and settle the deep blood feud he bore. As long as he became Lone's partner, he could utilize the power backing her. Not only was Adon powerful, but he was also second only to the head of the family, Orson, in terms of authority. Now, all of them were being very helpful toward 9. Furthermore, Lone was indeed stunning. She was one of the most attractive women 9 had ever met. Thus, he had no reason to reject. Haha. All right, after we get this done and return to the family, I'll host a huge banquet for you too, Adon said while guffawing. Thank you, Lord Adon. Thank you, Grandpa. Lone and 9 said together. Advance at full speed. Adon roared. The Milky Way battleship's speed doubled as it headed to Earth. At night, Lone followed 9 to his room. The two held each other immediately. As the two approached each other, their clothes disappeared one by one. The following day, Lone left the room quietly when she saw 9 still sleeping. After she left, 9 opened his eyes and sat up. His eyebrows were furrowed together. I thought that girl was innocent and pure, but I didn't expect this not to be that to his first time. 9, the future head of the Tuffin family, was picking up someone else's used toy. Furthermore, he even had to become her partner in a grand banquet. At that moment, 9 felt a fire burning inside him. However, this was not the time to have a fallout with her. Just you wait, you be *T. 10 days passed again. The Earth was in a tense situation right now. During this period, the Earthlings learned not only about the huge size of the Milky Way from the internet, but also that some powerful aliens could physically cross the void and even blow up a small planet with one punch. There were also countless videos circulating online. At one point, it made them feel like they were watching a sci-fi movie. As they learned more about the Milky Way, the Earthlings gradually understood that the Earth was really just a low-level planet on the edge of the Milky Way. The outside world was too big. The Earth was like a grain of sand in the desert that was the universe, or a drop of water in the ocean. It was very unremarkable. Therefore, they became strongly determined to succeed and strive to improve their strength. They hoped to one day venture out of Earth and explore the vast starry world outside. At this time, the Milky Way battleship of the Tuffin family approached the solar system, heading straight for Earth. Pearl had entered Tiger rank in a short period after using genetic drugs to stimulate her potential. This was also thanks to the careful teaching of David, a peak Cosmos ranker. During this time, David had been on alert for the arrival of the Tuffin family. He dared not to be careless. Once he noticed the people from the Tuffin family, he had to stop them in time, and he could not let them land on Earth. Otherwise, countless Inocen's would be caught in the conflict if they were to engage in a battle. Earth simply could not endure the aftermath of a battle in his realm. While David was teaching Pearl, he suddenly frowned. Then, he instantly disappeared, leaving a trailing sentence echoing in place. Miss Pearl, you should practice first. I have something to deal with, and I will be back soon. Pearl hurriedly looked for David after hearing this. However, he was nowhere to be seen. Inside the control room of the Milky Way battleship, Adon and Nine looked joyfully at the blue planet not far away. Lord Adon, this should be Earth, right? Nine asked excitedly. This was where his destiny was set to change. Once he planted the mark, his talent would go up a few notches again. His strength would also grow by leaps and bounds. At that point, revenge would no longer be a luxury to him. Nine was extremely thrilled at this moment. Yes, according to the news from Pav, this is Earth, and it is also an indigenous living planet with a peak planet ranker. Thus, it is very precious, Adon replied. Then what do we do now? We'll land and immediately conquer Earth with our most powerful forces. If these aborigines dare to attack the direct descendant of the Tuffin family, they will have to pay the price. Pav is the eldest son of the Tuffin family, but he lost his life here. If we didn't come here to plant the slave mark and take advantage of the value of these aborigines, I'd have already made the entire planet a burial offering for Pav, Adon said in a deep voice. This was what Orson told Adon before he left. Not only would they plant slave marks on this indigenous living planet that dared to take action against a direct descendant of the Tuffin family, but they would also want them to fear the Tuffin family. Full speed ahead. Land on Earth. Adon roared. Yes, Lord Adon. All the operators inside the control room of the Milky Way battleship answered loudly at the same time. After entering the Earth's atmosphere, directly destroy the 10 nearest cities and make them burial offerings for Master Pavin. At the same time, let these aboriginals know the consequences of offending the Tuffin family. Yes, Lord Adon. The Milky Way battleship headed toward Earth. As it got closer, it started slowing down. Otherwise, if they hit the Earth with this speed, they would penetrate it or smash it into pieces with the ship's power. Adon and Nine watched as the Earth approached and grew bigger. Their excitement was beyond words. Suddenly, a bright spot on Earth caught the attention of everyone in the control room. What is this? While everyone was in doubt, the bright spot flickered. Then, as it approached quickly before crashing directly into the Milky Way battleship, boom! A huge crash resounded across the sky on Earth. Adon and the others felt the ship sway for a while. After that, the Milky Way battleship suddenly stopped moving forward. Although the Milky Way battleship had been slowed down, it had still been moving very fast. Thus, when it suddenly stopped, everything inside the ship lurched forward due to inertia. However, this did not affect Adon and others. With their great strength, dealing with such trivial matters was very simple. If it were an ordinary person, they might have fallen down face first. The highlight of this collision with the Milky Way battleship was naturally David, who flew out of the Earth at high speed. He had been paying attention to the void outside the Earth because he refused to let the people of the Tuffin family approach Earth. Thus, he directly collided with the Milky Way battleship to intercept the opponent. The Milky Way battleship was indeed an essential military strategic weapon of the Milky Way Empire. It suffered no damage at all after David suddenly stopped it at such high speed. One could see how great its defense was. It was much stronger than the Octagon. After stopping the Milky Way battleship, David did not even bother to lament about this ship's power. Instead, he just pushed the Milky Way battleship back. It was still very close to Earth, and he would not keep the Earth within his opponent's firing range. The farther away, the better. The sound of David's collision with the Milky Way battleship moved so slowly that it took several minutes to reach Earth. Humans all over the planet could hear a loud bang. Mason was training Julia when he heard a loud bang. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Julia, I'll go up and take a look. You should protect yourself. After Mason finished speaking, he shot directly into the sky. Great-grandpa, be careful, Julia shouted. Then, she quickly returned to the house, went online, and watched what was going on from the satellite. Celia and Selena were chatting when they also heard a loud bang. Then, the two quickly came to the villa's top floor and looked up at the sky. Since their realms were not high enough, they could not see what was going on in outer space like Mason, who was a super god. Celia, I'll go up and take a look. Wait for me here, Selena said to Celia. Okay, Selena. Be careful, Celia replied. Selena grunted a reply before her body soared into the sky. Now, she was already a partial super god. Aside from Mason and a few others who upgraded to super god rank after being stimulated by the genetic drug, Selena was one of the strongest people on Earth. At the same time, Selena took the opportunity to make swift progress and successfully overtook her grandfather Delmont to become the strongest person in the King family. The masters above partial super god rank went into space as fast as possible. However, their speed was still miles behind David's. What happened? Everyone in the Tuffin family inside the Milky Way battleship control room was stunned. The ship was now backing up after it shook for a while. Since the accident just now happened too suddenly, Adon did not even notice what that light was. What's going on? Adon asked in a deep voice. Lord Adon, we're looking for the cause, an operator replied. Hurry up. Yes. After only 10 seconds. I found it. I found it, shouted another operator. Immediately after that, a shocking scene appeared on the screens of the Milky Way battleship control room. They saw a young man below the battleship, and he was pushing the battleship back. How can that be? Adon and the others stared at the young man on the screen. He could intercept the Milky Way battleship that was flying at high speed and also resist the power of the Milky Way battleship while pushing it backward. Was this something a citizen of an indigenous living planet could do? Aside from the people in the control room, even Adon, a super powerhouse at mid-cosmos ranker, was also stunned. It was not that David's strength shocked him, as many people from prosperous areas in the heart of the Milky Way could do the same. Instead, it was because they were at the edge of the Milky Way, and this was a resource-poor area. How could such a person appear in this place? If someone wanted to do this, they needed to be at least a stellar ranker. Judging by this kid's age, he should not be too old. The news Pavin sent back to the family stated that the Earth was only a level 0.7 civilization. It was already shocking for this kind of low-level civilization to have a planet ranker. Now, this person had gone a step further and reached the combat power of a stellar ranker. It seemed that either the opponent had only broken through recently, or he had been hiding his true strength. In Aiden's opinion, this Earthling had definitely hid his strength from Pavin. If he had just broken through, he would not have fully grasped the power of stellar rank yet. Furthermore, he would most likely not be able to do this. This son of a gun actually knows how to hide his strength in the face of the enemy. Interesting. Very interesting. Adon had thought that this trip to Earth would be boring. He was a cosmos ranker, so it would be very easy for him to suppress an indigenous living planet. Adon was not bothered even though this indigenous living planet had a peak planet ranker. However, he did not expect to meet an aboriginal with a combat power that reached stellar rank. This was so much fun. Even so, this was just entertainment to him. Adon would not pay much attention to it. Even though stellar and cosmos rank were only one rank apart, the difference in combat power between the two was like heaven and earth. Stellar rank was only in the star realm, while cosmos rank had reached the universe realm. The two seemed to be of similar levels, but there was a massive gap between them. Satellite rank, planet rank, and stellar rank were in the star realm, while cosmos rank, celestial rank, and infinity rank that came after stellar rank were all in the universe realm. Further up would be the legendary eternal realm. David kept pushing the Milky Way battleship that was about to land on Earth. Lord Adon, should we stop him? Nine asked. No, it's been a long time since I met such an interesting person. It seems that he doesn't want us to go to Earth. He wants to push us farther away to protect the Earth. Let's give him a chance. I would like to see if this Earthling will choose to fight us to his death or run away after learning the strength of the Tuffin family, Adon said with a grin. Although David wondered why the Tuffin family did not respond, it was not the time to care about that now. The battleship this time was obviously more advanced than the last one Pavin came in. The farther away from Earth, the better. That way, even if the Earth were attacked, David would have enough time to stop it. He could only fight with ease once he knew the Earth was absolutely safe. He had a hunch that the people from the Tuffin family who came this time definitely did not come in peace. After 10 minutes, David glanced back at the Earth. Then, he stopped when he figured they were at a safe distance. He left the Milky Way battleship and stepped back quickly. After that, he stood in front of the Milky Way battleship. At this time, Mason and the others who were partial supergods or above rushed behind David and looked at the behemoth in front of him. The battleship that came this time was bigger, more powerful, and more shocking than the one Pavin came in 3 months ago. "David, what's this?" Mason asked. "They're from the same family as the one that came last time. They're all from the Tuffin family in the Milky Way Empire. Pavin had sent news back to his family after I stopped him." David answered. "The people from the Tuffin family?" Mason and the others were shocked. They had learned a lot about the Milky Way Empire after their internet was connected. So, they also would not forget the other forces. The Tuffin family seemed to be among the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, right? Back then, despite Pavin telling them about this, they never connected Pavin to the Tuffin family. If they could become one of the 8 prominent families in the Milky Way Empire, they would be extremely powerful. Is it the same Tuffin family that stands among the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire? Mason asked. "Yes, that's them," David answered affirmatively. What should we do?" Mason stammered. At this moment, even the old man who had experienced all kinds of turbulence on Earth felt discouraged. How would the Earth resist the behemoths of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire? The other powerhouses, including Selena, Marlin, and the others, were all looking at the Milky Way battleship with wide eyes. It's the Tuffin family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. What should we do? Can Earth survive this calamity? Soon after, they looked at David hopefully. If David could not do anything, then Earth would be doomed. "Old Master Stefani, you guys should go back first. Watch the Earth." "I can handle this," David said expressionlessly. "David, see, can you really handle this? Why don't you leave first? You can survive anywhere with your talent. When you become stronger in the future, you can just avenge all of us," Selena said, unable to hold herself back. "Yeah, David. If you can't stop this, you should flee. You don't have to worry about us," Mason added. David turned his head to look at Selena. He could see the reluctance in her eyes. When David wanted to comfort her, Aiden's voice came from the Milky Way battleship. "You're the strongest people on Earth, right? Aside from that one who's piqued my interest, the rest of you are like trash. However, I can understand. After all, you're just indigenous people on an indigenous planet on the edge of the Milky Way." David looked at the huge Milky Way battleship before him and narrowed his eyes. Indigenous people. Indigenous people again. He really hated this title. However, he could not refute them. Everyone who came from the center of the Milky Way, regardless of their strength, would call them indigenous people. This seemed to be an inherent sense of superiority. "Are you from Pavin's family?" David asked. "That's right. We are the Tuffin family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. I am Pavin's second grandfather. Since you've reached the combat power of a stellar ranker, Pav did not die in vain," Adon replied. However, he changed the subject and scolded loudly. However, Pavin was also the eldest son of the Tuffin family. Even if he committed a huge sin, he can only be dealt with by his family. Indigenous people like you do not have right to touch him. Who gave you the courage to kill the direct descendant of the Tuffin family? How did they know that Pavin was dead? David thought suspiciously. There should have been no chance for Pavin to send news back. It seemed that there should be some unknown connection between these people. After he killed Pavin, the news of Pavin's death would automatically be sent back. However, so what if they knew? Since David dared to kill Pavin, he was not afraid of them finding out. Pavin slaughtered nearly 100,000 people on Earth without batting an eyelid. Since his life is important, aren't the lives of the 100,000 Earthlings important? According to your logic, the Tuffin family are allowed to kill others, but others cannot kill you? David replied, neither obsequious nor supercilious. Haha, you are right. This is the logic of the Tuffin family. It's an honor for you indigenous people to die by the hands of a direct descendant from my family. You should be grateful for this. Prepare yourself. Since you dare to take action against my family member, then you'll receive a death sentence, Adon said with a loud laugh. This might be your logic, but I disagree with it. They are all lives. In my opinion, everyone is equal, and no one is superior nor inferior to the other. I will kill anyone who dares to kill anyone on earth, no matter who he is, how high his status, or how powerful he is, David said seriously. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This time, Adon was not the only one laughing. Everyone in the control room of the Milky Way battleship, including Nine and Lone and the operators of the ship, burst into laughter. That was definitely the funniest joke they had heard in their lives. Indigenous people were indigenous people. Even if they reached stellar rank through alternative means, it still could not change their mindset. Everyone was equal, and no one was superior nor inferior to the other. What a joke. How would people be equal in this world where the strong were respected, and a powerful person could destroy countless gnats with a wave of his hand? As long as one could reach a certain level of strength, they could even be the master of the Milky Way and would be revered by all life in it. A single sentence could determine the life and death of countless beings. The strong were superior while the weak were inferior. This was the rule of the world today. An insignificant indigenous human being was spewing nonsense about equality and how no one was more superior nor inferior to the other. What a joke. Was not David worried that he would become the laughing stock once word of this got out? You have your logic, but I also have my beliefs, and I don't think it's funny, David said again after listening to the laughter of the people from the Tuffin family inside the Milky Way battleship. As expected of an Aboriginal. You can't change your Aboriginal nature even if you're a stellar ranker. How naive. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong and the strong are respected, I have to say that you really are something else, Adon sarcastically. You can call me weird or naive, but I will only continue to follow my philosophy and persistence. So what if you have a high status? So what if you're strong? Pavan was the eldest son of your family, and his status was high, right? At the end of the day, he also has a life. He'll disappear forever after I kill him. What's the difference between him and ordinary people? No matter how powerful and awesome your family is, can you bring him back to life? David said ironically. The scene became quiet. Whether it was the powerhouses from Earth or the Tuffin family's people in the Milky Way battleship, it never occurred to them that David would dare to speak to the Tuffin family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, like this. After learning the identities of these people, Mason and the rest were scared out of their minds. David dared to speak like this in the face of this super force. Could it be that he knew he was doomed and was just throwing the handle after the blade? They looked at David and saw his expressionless face. They could not tell what David was thinking. Earthling, you are pretty bad *SS since you dare to talk to me like that. Do you know who I am? We can't resurrect Pav, but we can avenge him. Now, I declare that 10 billion people on Earth will be slaughtered and made into burial offerings from the eldest son of the Tuffin family. As for the rest, they will become slaves of my family and serve us for generations until the last human being on Earth goes extinct, Adon said indifferently. Lord Adon from the Tuffin family, a mid-cosmos ranker, was genuinely mad. Even in the heart of the Milky Way galaxy, Aiden's strength stood at the very top. Moreover, there was huge supporting force behind the Tuffin family. The Grandmaster of the Tuffin family was still alive. Just the remaining power of this Grandmaster had deterred many forces from the Milky Way Empire. At this point, no one dared to do anything to the Tuffin family. Now, Adon was ridiculed by an indigenous human being on the edge of the Milky Way. How could Adon not be angry? The consequences of his anger were severe. He initially did not want to kill so many people on Earth, but now he had changed his mind. He had to use 10 billion human lives on Earth to restore the dignity of the Tuffin family. Mason and the others immediately became tense and prepared to act at any second. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they would still fight. Slaughter 10 billion human beings on Earth to become burial offerings for Pavan? And we will be slaves of your family for generations until the last human being on Earth goes extinct? I want to ask where the Tuffin family gets the guts to do this. What a joke. You're just an indigenous living planet. Even if the Earth is completely wiped out, so what? It just so happens that it's still useful to keep you around. If not, I'd have already directly destroyed the Earth. Next, I'll show you if I dare to do this or not. Prepare the Level 3 magnetic cannon. Teach these ignorant Earthlings a profound lesson, and let them know the consequences of offending the Tuffin family. After Adon said that, a rumble could be heard. The Milky Way battleship began charging. Magnetic cannons were more powerful than laser cannons. They were also special weapons equipped on the Milky Way battleship. The Level 3 magnetic cannon was the least powerful of the bunch. If they used the Level 1 magnetic cannon, they could destroy the Earth in just one shot. Both magnetic cannons and laser cannons were powerful weapons. However, weapons of this type had one flaw. They needed time to build up energy. They could not be launched at will. Mason and the others all looked at David nervously. They hoped he had some way to stop it. Otherwise, the human population Earth would suffer heavy casualties. Just when the magnetic cannon was about to finish charging, David spoke. You must think clearly. The Earth has become a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire, and the Milky Way Empire now protects it. Do you think the Tuffin family can withstand the monstrous wrath of the Milky Way Empire after you launch the cannon? Don't sacrifice the whole Tuffin family so freely. What? When David said this, the Tuffin family in the Milky Way battleship was frightened. A magnetic cannon operator used his quaking hand to stop the magnetic cannon that was about to finish charging. A high-class citizen planet in the Milky Way Empire? This is the highest right granted by the Milky Way Empire. Anyone who dares to do anything to this kind of planet without an appropriate reason will be severely punished by the Milky Way Empire. Even the Tuffin family, one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, would have to pay a great price if they do something to this planet for no reason. The price they have to pay will be greater than the value of Earth. Everyone in the Milky Way battleship was looking at Lord Adon of the Tuffin family. Everyone here listened to him. Are King kidding me? Tell me how the hell a newly discovered indigenous living planet became a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire. Adon could not help but swear. If this were the case, then things would be difficult. His mission to plant a slave mark on Earth would fail. The Milky Way Empire would only allow someone to destroy a planet, or even a portion of their population with justifiable reason. However, they would never allow someone to plant a slave mark on the planet. This was the Milky Way Empire's bottom line. You can check on the internet to see if I'm joking or whether the Milky Way Empire has registered Earth as a high-class citizen planet, David said with a chuckle. Inside the control room of the Milky Way battleship, Adon looked at David for a while and barked, "Look it up." "Yes, Lord Adon." After a while, "I found it, Lord Adon." "What is it?" "According to the information, Earth has been registered by the Milky Way Empire 3 months ago and has become a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire." "Bastards!" Adon roared. No wonder the Earthlings dared to speak to him that way. It seemed that they had this trump card. Earth had become the Milky Way Empire's high-class citizen planet, so it was no longer unowned. Adon could not plant a slave mark on this planet anymore. If not, the Tuffin family would not be able to handle the consequences when the Milky Way Empire found out about this. The Milky Way Empire never recognized the slave mark because it was too cruel. Yet, various forces would still plant it in secret. Once a mark was planted, all lives on this planet would become the planter's slaves, and their talents would also be slowly absorbed. Furthermore, the mark would be there forever until all the living things on the planet became extinct. Most importantly, if the act of planting slave marks happened too frequently, an uncontrollable situation might develop since it could slowly absorb talents. The Milky Way Empire was also afraid that there would be external forces that could threaten them. Hence, they absolutely prohibited slave marks on the surface. However, they would turn a blind eye if it were planted on an indigenous living planet that was just discovered. If one were to plant a slave mark on Earth, a high-class citizen planet just registered by the Milky Way Empire, they would be challenging the Milky Way Empire's bottom line. No one had ever dared to do that. Even if the two forces were at war, the Milky Way Empire would never allow the winning side to plant a slave mark on the losing party. Adon could not wrap his head around this. How did an indigenous planet that's only a level 0.7 civilization do this? Becoming a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire would take a lot of money. Plus, the time frame was not right either. 3 months ago? That is when Pav's life plaque was broken. Lord Adon, what should we do now? Nine asked. Nine was pissed. He thought he could take off, but fell to the ground before even starting. This huge disparity caused the new head of the younger generation of the Tuffin family to be filled with rage. However, he did not have anywhere to vent his anger, so he could only keep everything inside. 9. There might be a change to our plan. You should know that with the current situation, it is impossible for us to plant slave marks on the earth anymore. Otherwise, the Tuffin family won't be able to bear the anger of the Milky Way Empire. Also, the Dalarosa family has been eyeing us and waiting for a chance to replace us in becoming one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. Right now, we must not give them this chance. Adon calmed down and said. But, should we just forget this? Pavan died by their hands. 9 asked unwillingly. Forget it? No way. Since we can't get them, we should just destroy them, Adon said in a deep voice. But in this case, what will we say if the Milky Way Empire investigates the matter? What will we say? A direct descendant of our family was killed. What else? As long as we don't touch the Empire's bottom line and plant the slave mark, they won't care about a war between 2 forces. The Tuffin family has lost a direct descendant, and it is only natural for us to come to take revenge, Adon said with a gloomy face. The main purpose of his visit to Earth this time was to have 9 plant a slave mark on Earth. Then, with 9's extremely high talent, he would surely lead the Tuffin family to continue to stabilize their position as one of the 8 prominent families in the future such they could reach even greater heights. However, it seemed impossible to plant a slave mark now. The Tuffin family did not dare to violate the bottom line of the Milky Way Empire. So, they could destroy Earth in the name of revenge for the eldest son of the Tuffin family, Pavan. This mission was a complete failure. David was actually been too simple-minded on this matter. He thought that the Earth would be protected once it became a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire. He thought he could make all forces who wanted to take action against Earth retreat. Although the Milky Way Empire officials said this would be the case, it was obviously inaccurate. Strictly speaking, Earth becoming a high-class citizen planet in the Milky Way Empire would only prevent other forces from planting slave marks on Earth. It would not guarantee the safety of the Earth. The Milky Way Empire governed millions of living planets in the Milky Way, but they would not stop internal forces from fighting. However, the aggressor would need to give a reasonable explanation for their actions. The eldest son of the Tuffin family, Pavan, died on Earth. Therefore, the Tuffin family sent people to destroy the Earth as an act of revenge. This explanation worked. The Milky Way Empire would not pursue the matter at all. Plus, the rules were made by the strong in this world, and it only ever applied to the weak. It was simply impossible to restrain those who stood on top of the pyramid. So, you should have found the news, right? Earth has become a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire and is protected by the Milky Way Empire. Do you dare to violate the rules of the Empire and attack us? David calmly asked. I'm curious, how did you do it? Firstly, you wouldn't have had enough time, and second, where did you get such a large sum of money? It's not cheap to turn an indigenous living planet into a high-class citizen planet. Adon suppressed the anger in his heart and asked aloud. He wanted to know what was going on here. Even if he could not plant the slave mark, he should at least recover some losses for the family. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. The process doesn't matter, does it? What's important is the result. A super family like yours has so many direct descendants, so why would you violate the rules of the Milky Way Empire for Pavan's sake? Besides, you're also in a pretty sticky situation right now, no? David said jokingly. Aiden's eyes twitched. Where did you get this news? You don't have to worry about that. The Dalarosa family has publicly challenged you. Once they find dirt on you, they will definitely use it. You must think clearly whether it's worth it to violate the rules of the Milky Way Empire and destroy Earth. The scene fell into a brief silence again. Selena and others looked happy. It did not matter how David did it. It would be fine as long as he could deter the people of the Tuffin family and make them not dare to do anything to the Earth. When everyone was feeling happy in secret, Adon said indifferently, "Earthlings, you are so naive. Do you really think you found our weakness? Can you Aborigines even imagine how the Tuffin family became one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire? Even if we do not have it easy now, it's not something you can threaten us with. Remember, Aborigines, only trash of the lowest tier, like you can be governed by the rules. If you were not a high-class citizen planet, some of you could still survive this. Even if you could only become our slaves, you could still keep your lives, right? But now, you only have one fate, to become burial offerings for Pavan Tuffin." David frowned. Mason and the others behind him felt their hearts sink. Before David could say anything, they heard Aiden's voice again. "Prepare all the Level 1 magnetic cannons. Destroy Earth and leave no one behind." Soon after, the 8 Level 1 magnetic cannons on the Milky Way battleship started charging. They were much more powerful than the Level 3 magnetic cannon just now. With one shot, it could penetrate a small planet like Earth. It was even more terrifying than a comet hitting the Earth. If all 8 cannons shot at Earth, Earth would be officially doomed. Aside from David and the others in space, no one on Earth could escape. However, the more powerful the magnetic cannons, the longer they would need to charge. David's strong mind power could feel the power of this blow. The Earth would be unable to withstand it even if it was so far away. David could not let such a powerful attack land on Earth. "David, leave now. Leave it to us. Even if we die, we want to die with the human beings on Earth. Remember to avenge us in the future," Mason shouted. "He's right, Mr. David. You should go now. We can die, but you can't because you are the hope of all humans on our planet." David turned to look at the people who were ready to face death. Human beings on Earth were the most united at this time. This was what he wanted to see the most. His eyes moved to Selena, and he noticed that the girl was looking at him stupidly. Selena also caught David's gaze. At this moment, she seemed to have made a big decision. She approached David in one step and quietly whispered into David's ear, "David, you must live well. Don't forget Celia and me, as we will always protect you from heaven. Unfortunately, you still couldn't accept me in the end, so I can only leave this world with regret. If there is a next life, I will ensure I will be the first to meet you." The Milky Way battleship was almost done charging. After Selena finished speaking, she rushed directly to the launch port of one of the Level 1 magnetic cannons without giving David a chance to react. At the same time, Mason and the others rushed out without any hesitation. Everyone understood. Once the cannons finished charging, they would no longer be able to stop it. So, they could only go and interrupt the Level 1 magnetic cannon before it was fully charged. Otherwise, they could only watch Earth being destroyed in front of their eyes. Each super gods took charge of a cannon, while 2 or 3 partial super gods like Selena would work together to take care of one cannon. Inside the Milky Way battleship's control room, Adon looked at the Earthlings rushing towards the launch port of the cannon. With a sneer, he spat out 2 words, "How naive." Magnetic cannons were not weaker than laser cannons. Not everyone could interrupt it while it was charging. These Earthlings are nothing more than aboriginal rubbish that has not even reached satellite rank. Yet, they're so delusional to think that they can interrupt the charging of Level 1 magnetic cannons charging. How naive. But since these people want to die, then I'll fulfill their wish. Mason and others were approaching the Milky Way battleship. Then, a figure appeared in front of them suddenly and stood between them and the Milky Way battleship. David had disappeared from where he was when Selena and the others charged forward and were about to reach the Milky Way battleship. Of course, he could not let the elites of the Earth die. These would be the cornerstones for Earth when they entered the interstellar era in the future. Therefore, nothing could happen to them. David instantly teleported in front of the giant Milky Way battleship. With a kick, boom, a loud sound caused Mason and the other elites' ears to buzz. Then, they looked at what happened in front of them with wide eyes and dropped jaws. David stood before them, but the Milky Way battleship had disappeared from its original position. Now, it was more than 10 kilometers away. What happened just now? Did David kick the gigantic Milky Way battleship more than 10 kilometers away? At the same time, the 8 Level 1 magnetic cannons on the ship that had finished charging were kicked sideways by David. They shot into the void and disappeared. Meanwhile, David's energy skyrocketed, and his combat power reached peak stellar rank. Even the masters from Earth that rushed toward him struggled to get close to him. They could only watch him in shock from a distance. David's energy was like something from heaven, miles apart from gods like Mason. They felt so tiny in front of the current David, and it was like they were a piece of leaf in a storm. Go back now. Leave this to me. As long as I am here, no one can hurt a blade of grass on Earth. Adon stared at David dozens of kilometers away from inside the Milky Way battleship's control room. He was shocked. David's combat power had risen again. Although the kick just now failed to break the defense of the Milky Way battleship, it could shift the Milky Way battleship dozens of kilometers away. His combat power has definitely reached peak stellar rank. He jumped to peak stellar rank from beginner stellar rank. How did this aborigine do it? Has he been hiding his strength? This time, Adon felt fortunate that Orson had sent him. Otherwise, if he sent stellar rankers to face an Earthling at peak stellar rank, there was a good chance that the Milky Way battleship would be destroyed. The rest of the Tuffin family also stared at this aborigine in the distance. David had a young face, but his power was terrifying. This really changed their understanding of the aborigines. In their opinions, the aborigines were all rubbish with low strength who had never seen the world before. However, the aborigine in front of him had reached peak stellar rank at such a young age. He was already one of the strongest beings, even in the heart of the Milky Way. There was no way he would be associated with the aborigines. David stood in the void and shielded the Earth's powerhouses behind him. David, you are the hope of our planet, so you can't die here. Leave now, Mason said. Yes, David, don't delay any longer. When the Tuffin family reacts, you won't be able to leave. Please leave now. Selena persuaded him to. Mr. David, please consider the overall situation and leave a little hope for Earth. The others chimed in. Although they were astounded by the strength David was showing, David was still too weak to face a giant force like one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. After all, David was too young. He might have a chance to avenge them all when he grows up. I said, back off. I will handle this, David said unmoved. But, no buts. As long as I am there, I will not let the enemy come near Earth unless they step over my dead body. Mason and the rest did not say anything. Now that David had said this, they could not say anything else. Therefore, they could only fight to the death. Earthling, I have to say, you surprised me. You even concealed your strength. The Tuffin family would have met with unexpected failure in this remote place if I hadn't come in person. What a pity. You shouldn't have killed Pavin. If not, Earth would have had at least a few more months to live. Frankly speaking, with your strength, you would be powerful even in the center of the Milky Way. But since you offended the Tuffin family, I can't let you stay alive and have a chance to grow. Aiden's voice traveled a distance of dozens of kilometers and clearly reached the ears of David and the others. Really? Are you surprised by that? Then there are even more surprises in store for you. Coincidentally, you don't want me alive, and I don't want you alive too, David said with a sneer. Adon was a little confused by what David said. David said he wants to kill all of us. Even if he hides his strength, can a peak stellar rank kill a mid-cosmos ranker? Isn't David insulting me? Adon asked in uncertainty. You want to kill us right here? Yes, David replied. He was not hiding what he was thinking at all. With just yourself, righteous peak stellar rank combat power? Do you think peak stellar rank is the strongest rank out there, you aborigine? Adon asked sarcastically. David stopped answering Adon. Instead, he said to the elites behind him, retreat further back. After Mason and the rest heard this, they looked at each other and backed away. They only stopped once they reached the Earth's atmosphere. When David felt it was almost enough, he looked at the spaceship more than 10 kilometers away. Just now, he used the combat power of a peak stellar rank in his kick, but it did not seem to break through this scrap metal's defense. Well, he should expose all of his power to finish this battle quickly. Boom. David's energy skyrocketed again. After breaking through the peak stellar rank barrier, he crossed the chasm and reached partial cosmos rank. Although Mason and other elites from Earth had retreated far away enough, they could still feel the terror of David's energy. Now they had no idea where David's limit lay. He never seemed to reveal his true strength and had always kept an escape plan. Adon narrowed his eyes. Has his combat power risen again? He has already crossed peak stellar rank and reached partial cosmos rank. How is this possible? Before Adon could react, David's energy exploded again. He arrived at beginner cosmos rank from partial cosmos rank. Impossible. Adon stared at David with wide eyes and shouted loudly. At this moment, Lord Adon Tuffin of the Tuffin family, who was used to traveling across the Milky Way, was genuinely shocked. How could a human living on an indigenous planet reach the combat power of cosmos rank? Most importantly, David looked so young. Adon lived for hundreds of years and had never seen or heard such talent, not even in the heart of the Milky Way Empire. The word genius was already not enough to describe David. A peerless monster. Except for this word, Adon could not think of any other word to describe David. I can't keep him. I can't keep this aborigine alive. I have to do everything to kill him right here. Otherwise, if he flees and has more time and opportunities to grow, the Tuffin family might die by the hands of this aborigine. He has such terrifying talent. David curled the corners of his lips slightly. I'll let myself go today. Feel the shock, my fellow aliens from the Milky Way. You can't afford to have any ideas on Earth. Then, he released the last energy that was hiding in his body. Boom, boom, boom. He upgraded from beginner cosmos rank and continued to rise to mid-cosmos rank, late cosmos rank, and then peak cosmos rank. Finally, David stopped at peak cosmos rank and did not rise anymore. This was the first time David exerted all of his power. He felt amazing. He clenched his fists and could feel his body flowing with explosive energy. David's momentum had pushed Mason and others 100 kilometers away. Selena stared mesmerized at the god, like man in the distance. Is this all of David's strength? Sure enough, he has no problem handling his enemies no matter how powerful they are. Adon was stunned. Peak cosmos rank? The combat power of this aborigine has reached peak cosmos rank? That's 2 realms higher than me. What's happening to the world? Why am I suddenly so clueless? A young human on an indigenous living planet has a combat power that surpasses me. Lord Adon of the Tuffin family, who has been traversing the Milky Way for hundreds of years. I must be dreaming. Slap, slap. Adon slapped himself twice. He wanted to wake himself up. However, even after the slaps, David continued to exude the power of a peak cosmos ranker dozens of kilometers away. David hovered in the air. His body exuded powerful energy, and the void surrounding him was also distorted. He moved his limbs and felt the activity of the cells in his body. They all seemed to be as excited as he was. Since he had exposed his strength, he should finish the fight as quickly as possible. Whoosh! David's body disappeared instantly. Like a flash of lightning, he charged toward the Milky Way battleship of the Tuffin family. Adon was still in shock and had not returned to his senses. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He's coming. What incredible speed. Oh no. The Milky Way battleship can't resist the attack of a peak cosmos ranker. Adon shouted, "Retreat! Now!" However, right after he said that, and before the others could do anything, David reached the massive body of the Milky Way battleship. He clenched his right fist and swung it at the Milky Way battleship. This was not an ordinary punch. Void Punch was one of the 3 major skills that the system had rewarded him with. Although it was only at entry level, one should not underestimate the power it yielded when it was used by a peak cosmos ranker like David. If one looked carefully, one could see the space cracking around David's right fist. Thus, it was evident how powerful this punch was. It would be even stronger than any of David's previous punches. Mason and others had been staring at David's figure. However, they did not notice how David disappeared. In just the blink of an eye, David had already crossed a distance of tens of kilometers and reached the Milky Way battleship. David landed a punch on the giant battleship. Boom! A deafening sound resounded throughout the void. Even the powerhouses from Earth like Mason and the others heard a buzzing in their ears when they were 200 or 300 kilometers away. Everyone covered their ears with a distressed look on their faces. David threw the Void Punch for the first time at the Tuffin family's Milky Way battleship. The Milky Way battleship, which claimed to be able to withstand attacks from peak stellar ranks, was like paper as it crumpled under the blow. It could not resist such a powerful attack. First, David's combat power had reached peak cosmos rank, which was not comparable to peak stellar rank. Second, David used a powerful combat skill, Void Punch. Combat skills were very rare even throughout the entire Milky Way. Only some major forces possessed them, and the skills would be used as a symbolic strength of the force. When the two were superimposed, David immediately punched a hole through the Milky Way battleship, a strategic military weapon of the Milky Way Empire. A large hole several hundred meters in diameter appeared on the ship. David could even see the void on the other side through the big hole. What a powerful punch! David looked at his right hand. Even he was frightened by the power of this punch. One must know that he just kicked the Milky Way battleship dozens of kilometers away, but did no substantial damage to the battleship itself. Even so, this punch created a hole straight through the ship. If he hit Earth with this power, he might punch straight through Earth as well. It's so strong. When David was still lamenting the power of his full strength attack, his mind power suddenly detected that the energy inside the battleship was continuously expanding at a very fast speed. Is it about to explode? He quickly teleported and returned to Mason and the others. The explosion of such a huge ship was no joke. David could feel the terrifying energy inside it. Even at a distance of 200 or 300 kilometers away, the aftermath could easily kill Mason and others who had not even reached satellite rank. It might even spread to Earth. Thus, David had to stand in front of them to stop the explosion's impact from spreading in that direction. He had to keep Mason, the other elites, and Earth safe. Inside the control room of the Milky Way battleship, the alarm blared when David penetrated the ship. Warning! 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 The battleship defenses and the internal programs have been completely destroyed. The battleship will explode in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Upon hearing this mechanical sound, the entire control room of the Milky Way battleship was in chaos. The Milky Way battleship was about to explode, so they would die if they continued staying here. They wanted to open the emergency passage of the ship and escape, but the program had been completely destroyed. Right now, it was impossible to operate the ship. All the control systems also failed, so they could only wait for their deaths here. Adon could not care so much at this time. He grabbed 9 and Lone beside him in each hand and exuded his power as a mid-cosmos ranker. He zoomed into the air, and his body smashed straight through the Milky Way battleship to escape from the control room. When the others saw an escape route, they immediately swarmed over to the exit. However, they were not as fast as Adon. Moreover, the exit was tiny, and there were too many of them. Before they could escape to a safe place, boom! The Milky Way battleship exploded with a deafening sound. The reverberation spread in all directions. Screams of agony could be heard. The people of the Tuffin family who could not escape were all turned into ash by the extremely high heat of the ship's explosion aftermath before they could even let out a scream. Adon watched this happen from afar, but he had no power to stop it. He was heartbroken, and his eyes turned red. Anger filled his chest, and he almost had a heart attack. The damage he suffered this time was too great. Not only did he lose so many elites of his family, but his Milky Way battleship was also destroyed. As one of the 8 prominent families in the Milky Way Empire, the Tuffin family only had 3 Milky Way battleships. The Tuffin family obtained the ships from the Milky Way Empire after years of accumulation. Now that one of them had been destroyed, how was he going to go back and explain it to his family? The Tuffin family had not suffered this kind of loss for many years. Who would have thought there would be such a huge surprise awaiting them in this straightforward mission? In the opinion of the Tuffin family, failure to land on an indigenous living planet on the edge of the Milky Way was not even being considered. Not to mention, the Tuffin family sent Lord Adon, a mid-cosmos ranker, on this mission. Failure was even more impossible. Adon was an unbeatable giant in the center of the Milky Way. However, everyone in the Tuffin family had their faces slapped by this. This time, the Tuffin family's mission could be described as a complete wipeout. This was because they were facing the peak cosmos ranker, David, who also possessed 3 combat skills. It was hard to say whether Adon, the mid-Cosmos ranker, could escape. As for Nine and Lone, they were already scared witless. Watching the Milky Way battleship explode in the distance, their minds went blank. Grandpa, Grandpa, Lord Adon, what should we do? The two asked while stammering. Adon did not answer them. This was because he also had no idea what they should do next. The shockwave of the explosion soon reached David. Mason and the others became tense. Even so far away, they could feel this explosion's terrifying power. However, they had a little sense of security with David standing before them. They knew they would be very safe as long as David was there. David had slowly become the omnipotent God in these people's hearts. Indeed, the shockwave of the Milky Way battleship's explosion disappeared once it reached David. It was as if a huge, indestructible barrier was stopping the aftermath, completely blocking it off. This resulted from David using his materialized mind power to block what was in front of him. His mind power had broken through Cosmos rank, so it would be easy for him to block the shockwave of these explosions. Adon also spotted David standing in front of Earthlings, blocking the shockwave of the Milky Way battleship's explosion. This Aborigines' methods are so unpredictable. The Milky Way battleship was an important military strategic weapon made by the Milky Way Empire. Although it could only resist the attack of peak stellar ranker, even a Cosmos ranker could not put a hole hundreds of meters in diameter in the ship with just a punch to completely destroy the Milky Way battleship. Adon himself could not do so. Even his eldest brother, Orson, the head of the Tuffen family who was also a peak Cosmos ranker, could not do so. The intensity of this attack had gone beyond the scope of a Cosmos ranker. If he was right, this Aborigine should have some top offensive combat skills and means to resist the explosion shockwave. The range of his defensive capabilities was so broad that he could even protect the Earth behind him. The shockwave of the Milky Way battleship's explosion could only pass through the void around Earth, but had no way to affect the Earth at all. This should be a top defensive combat skill. How terrifying. This Aborigine is so scary. A peak Cosmos ranker with 2 top combat skills, one attacking and one defensive, can skip realms and challenge a partial celestial ranker. Adon remembered David also had the money to buy Earth and turn it into a high-class citizen planet in the Milky Way Empire. With his strong strength, 2 top combat skills, and enormous wealth, this Aborigine from Earth definitely possesses the assets left by at least a celestial ranker or infinity ranker. Now, everything makes sense. Adon wanted to take these 2 top combat skills and all the assets left by the powerhouse as his own. Unfortunately, he did not have the power to do so. While Adon was looking at David and internally forming his assumptions, David's eyes were also fixed on him. The two's eyes met in the void. Earthling, I admit that I underestimated you. Pavan killed 100,000 people on Earth, so you killed him, and now you have also destroyed the Milky Way battleship of the Tuffen family and all our elites, causing us to suffer huge losses. I think you can regard this as a suitable revenge. From now on, we're even, and both sides will mind their business, deal? As Adon faced David, a peak Cosmos ranker with 2 top combat skills, he knew he could not win even if he showed all his trump cards. Therefore, Lord Adon of the Tuffen family, who used to run rampant in the Milky Way, had no choice but to submit. Do you think we'll be even just because you say so? You know Pavan killed 100,000 people on Earth, but how many of your people did I kill? If we are considering giving an eye for an eye, your family will have to send more than 90,000 people for me to kill, David said sarcastically. Don't go too far. Do you know the value of the Milky Way battleship? Even if the Tuffen family is one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, we only obtained 3 ships after countless years of accumulation. You've already destroyed one, so what else do you want? In your opinion, the Milky Way battleship is very valuable, but in my opinion, it is just a lifeless object. How can it be compared with a human being with blood, flesh, mind, and soul? Should the 100,000 human beings on Earth die in vain? Besides, would you still tell me this nonsense if I were not stronger than you? You would have planted your slave mark on us long ago and turned all Earthlings into your slaves, right? So, I disagree to us being even. I admit that you are stronger than me now, but don't forget, my family has had a strong foothold in the Milky Way Empire for countless years, and our strength is beyond your imagination. Even if you kill me today, you will not be able to escape. It will be detrimental for both of us if we are determined to fight to the death. The Tuffin family doesn't want to make another strong enemy for no reason. Moreover, you are not alone. There are tens of billions of human beings on Earth who need your protection. So, you have to think this through, Adon advised. He knew that he could only steer the conversation toward Earth if he wanted to survive today. This Aborigine obviously cared a lot about the Earth. Therefore, this was Aiden's only chance. Otherwise, he would really be killed here. Are you threatening me with Earth? David's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent on his body instantly spread out, filling the entire void. It's not a threat. It's a matter of fact. I, Adon Tuffin, have been wandering about the Milky Way for hundreds of years and have experienced countless lives and deaths. It's not that I'm afraid of death. I just don't want both of us to lose out. Even if you kill me today and escape, what about the Earth behind you? What? About your relatives and friends? My family will definitely destroy them, and even if you come back to seek revenge on the Tuffin family in the future, regardless of whether it is successful or not, is this result what you want? David was at a loss for words. The Earth was indeed his weakness, and Adon also pointed it out. If the Tuffin family really destroyed the Earth, so what if he killed the entire Tuffin family in the future? If what Adon said was true, David would definitely agree without hesitation. However, it was a pity that one should not believe Adon at all. He understood whether it was the small circle on Earth or the large circle in the Milky Way, they were all driven by interests. Therefore, he could trust no one. If he let Adon go back, it was possible that in a few months, more powerful people from the Tuffin family would come again. Can you represent the entire Tuffin family? David asked despite not trusting Adon. I am the second in command of the Tuffin family, that is, the younger brother of Orson, the head of the Tuffin family. My power is second only to the head of the family. Naturally, I can call the shots, Adon replied. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party asked such a question, there was still room for negotiation. If he still had a chance to get out of this mess, who would want to die? Besides, the Milky Way battleship was destroyed in one hit, and he did not have time to send a message back to the family. If he died here, he did not know how long it would take for the family to find out. If they took too long, it would be even worse if this Aborigine upgraded to celestial rank in the time it took for them to arrive. On the other hand, when it came to the decision on whether to spare the Earth, there was no room for discussion. The Tuffin family's position among the 8 prominent families was already precarious. If others learned that an indigenous living planet arbitrarily manipulated them, they would become the laughing stock of the entire galaxy. They still wanted to hold on to their position among the 8 prominent families. The Grandmaster might even come out and slap him to death. However, Adon would ensure he was fully prepared the next time he returned to Earth. He could not let this Aborigine escape. Otherwise, the Tuffin family would not have a day of peace dealing with a solitary and highly talented devil. All right, since you can call the shots for your family, you will give one of the remaining Milky Way battleships in your possession to Earth. Then, you will make a post online using your family's name stating that you will never take action against Earth again. After that, we'll be even. David thought about it and said. This was the compromise. If the Tuffin family posted online that they would never take action against Earth and gave Earth one of their ships, then David could end this here. He would also stop making things hard for the Tuffin family. After all, Adon was right. Both sides would lose if this continued. David had to think of the tens of billions of Earthlings. He did not want to be all alone like Adon said. If that happened, what would it matter even if he was the strongest in the universe? Furthermore, the Tuffin family was one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, so they should be able to keep a promise. Nowadays, the internet was so advanced. Once they posted this, the entire Milky Way would know about it. At the very least, they would not go back on their promise in the short term. As for whether they would in the future, David did not care. He had successfully bought time, so that he would not need to be scared of the Tuffin family anymore before he got another breakthrough. No way. No way in hell. I will not agree to any of your requests. The Milky Way battleship is an important military tactical weapon of the Milky Way Empire. We only have 3 after so many years of accumulation. You've already destroyed one, so how can we give you another one? As for posting that online in the name of my family name, that's even more impossible. As one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, we will never submit to an indigenous living planet, even if we're annihilated. How will we still be able to face others if we do that? Adon rejected loudly. Adon, of course, the ship and your dignity are important, but I believe a Cosmos Ranker is more important to the family. Have you thought this through? David said in a cold voice. Are you sure you want to become mortal enemies with the Tuffen family? Are you sure you want to fight until one of us dies? Are you going to turn a blind eye to those people behind you? Are you going to ignore the tens of billions of Earthlings? Adon asked nervously. He could feel David's murderous intent growing more intense. David might strike at any second. It would be tough for him to escape even if he were to fight a peak Cosmos Ranker with 2 top combat skills alone, let alone while carrying 2 burdens with him. One was the new head of the younger generation of the Tuffen family, while the other one was his granddaughter. He could not give up on either of them. I am doing this because I care about them. Think about it. After all, I can never trust what you say, Adon. You people only care about interest, so who knows if you will change your mind the moment you turn around. So, you must fulfill both requirements. If not, you will all die here. Think about it. I'll give you some time. David stopped talking after that. He was waiting for Aiden's answer. However, his body was prepared. If Adon said no, he would directly kill him. Meanwhile, Nine and Lone were shaking. This aborigine is too strong. He can even destroy the Milky Way battleship with one punch. Furthermore, he's so young. How scary. How could this person appear in a remote area of the Milky Way? This is unbelievable. Can we escape today? Nine and Lone looked at Adon. At this moment, Adon was also struggling internally. If he disagreed, he might lose his life today. Even with all the means, it would be difficult to escape. After all, the two were 2 realms apart. Aiden's opponent also had 2 top combat skills, one offensive and one defensive. As for agreeing to David's request, that was simply impossible. The Tuffen family would not allow him to do so. Who did not know that the Grandmaster of the Tuffen family valued dignity more than anything else? If Adon did what David asked, how would the Tuffen family maintain their foothold in the Milky Way? Grandmaster would be the first one to criticize him. What should I do? Adon was very anxious. When he noticed David's eyes getting increasingly impatient, he knew that the other party could not wait to strike anymore. Therefore, he said quickly, even if I want to promise you this, I have to go back first, right? You don't have to go back. You can let that woman go back, David said. No, I will make them stay here. Only when I go back can I explain the events to my eldest brother in detail. Don't worry, one of them is the head of the younger generation of the Tuffen family, and the other is my granddaughter. The family won't give up on them. After Adon finished speaking, Nine and Lone started protesting. They did not want to stay here. Lord Adon, I don't want to stay here. Grandpa, I don't want to stay here either. The two said nervously at the same time. Don't worry, I will go back and convince Orson to resolve this matter peacefully. It would be unwise for the Tuffen family to have an enemy with unlimited potential, Adon comforted. In reality, he had already sentenced the two to death in his heart by leaving them here. He had no choice. It would be better for the two to die than for him. He would just seek revenge for them in the future. However, he would not give these aborigines a chance the next time he came here. Very well. However, before that, you have to post the announcement online under your family name, David said, taking a step back. This place is so far away from the heart of the Milky Way, so how will I post it? I can only make the post after I go back, Adon replied. You can. The internet on Earth is already connected to the Milky Way's internet. If you post it here, everyone across the Milky Way will see it, including your family. Adon was shocked. It seemed that a powerhouse had undoubtedly come to Earth. They even built an internet system that could connect to the Milky Way. This was not something any ordinary folk could do. This Earthling should have gotten his inheritance from them, and that was why he was so strong. I still have to go back to discuss it with my family, After Adon said that, he looked at David guiltily. Clearly, he himself felt that he was unreliable. Indeed, David replied with a half-smile, Adon, you never wanted to accept those requests in the first place, right? Since you decided to leave them here, you've already abandoned them in your heart. As expected of a big family, I finally see with my own eyes that you are even willing to abandon the head of the younger generation and your own granddaughter. I have to admire your cruelty, and I have to concede defeat in this regard. Lone and Nine looked at Adon at the same time. They wanted to know whether David was telling the truth. Nine, Lone, don't listen to his nonsense. He wants to drive a wedge between us. Before Adon could finish, David interrupted him. What a joke. Drive a wedge between you? Your lives are in my hands, so do you think I need to do so? Adon knew it was impossible for them to escape today. If his opponent could become a strong peak cosmos rank at a young age, how would he be so easily fooled by Adon? Now, Adon started feeling calm. Why do you have to force me? Adon said with a sigh. It's not that I'm forcing you. You are the ones forcing us. We were just living our lives when Pavin came to Earth trying to enslave us. After I killed him, you came too. Then, when your family finds out something bad happens to you, they will probably send stronger people over. Say, who did we provoke to get this treatment? You didn't provoke anyone. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for still being an indigenous living planet when Pav discovered you. So we deserve to be enslaved just because of this? David gradually increased the volume of his voice. You don't have to get so emotional. You would also do the same once you reach our level. Don't worry, I won't, David said seriously. Adon laughed and did not answer. Instead, he took out a vial filled with some sort of potion. It looked similar to the genetic drug, but the liquid inside was crimson. Grandpa, don't! Lone stopped when she saw Adon take out the crimson potion. Lord Adon, you? Nine also wanted to persuade him, but when he recalled the situation the three of them were in now, he swallowed his words. Adon did not say anything more. After taking out the crimson potion, he opened it and put it in his mouth before drinking it. David watched it all from a distance. He instinctively felt that the thing in Aiden's hands was not simple. Hence, he quickly acted. He instantly crossed a distance of 200 to 300 kilometers and appeared in front of Adon. After that, he aimed his punch at the trio. Void Punch. This was a punch that could easily penetrate the Milky Way battleship. However, Adon did not show any sign of panic as he faced the punch. The energy emitting from his body kept intensifying. Then, he also punched at David. Boom. The two punches collided. The intense aftermath created a storm in the void which radiated in all four directions. David's eyes narrowed. He could feel the strong energy from Aiden's punch. Then, his body was pushed dozens of kilometers away. How is this possible? David was very shocked inside. He did not hold back at all when he threw the punch. The void punch from a peak cosmos ranker could easily destroy the Milky Way battleship. Meanwhile, he could feel that Adon was just a mid-cosmos ranker. However, when he drank the crimson potion, his combat power skyrocketed suddenly. It was just a hasty punch, but it was already on par with his. Sure enough, the people of these big families were not simple, and they all had their own trump cards. Adon was also blasted back dozens of kilometers by David's void punch. Nine and Lone were behind him, but they were not affected by the battle between Adon and David. Otherwise, the shockwave from the colliding punches just now could easily have shocked the two to death. You two stand back. If I win, immediately use the Earth's internet to notify the family and tell Orson everything that happened here. Tell them to come over as quickly as possible. If I lose, then you don't have to do anything. If you can escape, escape. If you can't, I can't do anything about it either. Do you understand? Adon said through gritted teeth. Understood, Grandpa. Understood, Lord Adon. Nine and Lone answered at the same time. David was hundreds of kilometers away as he looked at Adon in the distance. At this time, Adon was reacting after taking the crimson potion. Not only did his skin turn crimson, but even his eyes, hair, and eyebrows had turned crimson. In addition to that, his entire body was filled with violent energy. Even though David was far away, he could clearly feel it. Adon was taking Blood A burning potion, which was 100 times more precious than the genetic drug. It could instantly invade every cell in the body when the consumer took it. It would then enhance cell vitality and strength. At the same time, it would significantly increase the consumer's combat power for a short period. However, Blood A burning potion was different from the genetic drug. The genetic drug had no side effects. It would only trigger a person's talent. If the person was not gifted, taking a genetic drug would not do anything. On the contrary, the side effect of the Blood A burning potion was huge. It would directly stimulate every one of the consumer's cells. No matter who took it, their combat power would increase for a short time. Even if ordinary people took it, they would instantly become extremely powerful. If the consumer did not take a cooperative drug to get rid of the effect midway through the cycle, the cells in their body would die after glowing and heating up, after which the user would die. The sooner it was removed, the fewer side effects the consumer would experience. However, this side effect was small, and it was not very relevant. This was because even if the person drank the antidote the moment they took the blood burning potion, not only would this person's future be doomed, they would have no way of breaking through to the next realm anymore. Their lifespan would also be greatly reduced. Also, the cells in their body would fall into a semi-dormant state after being stimulated. The consumer would experience a long period of weakness. One could not say that the price of consuming it was not significant. The blood burning potion would use the consumer's lifespan to improve their strength and rescue them from their short-term crisis. If they were not desperate, no one would take the blood burning potion. Aside from being precious, it would even accelerate the death of the consumer and ruin the consumer's future. Adon also knew that he would die, so he took the blood burning potion to take a gamble. If he won, he might still live. If he lost, then there was nothing more to say. What did you just drink? Why did your combat power increase so much? David could not stop himself from asking. Adon let out a furious roar. His body disappeared from its location, and he rushed toward David. He did not have time to answer David's question now. Right now, for Adon, time was everything. If he could relieve himself from the blood burning stage 1 second earlier, it would also give him more time to live. When David saw that the other party was not answering, he did not waste his breath. He also charged at the frantic Adon. David had never been afraid of a head-on collision with someone at the same level as him. The system strengthened his body, but Adon was even less afraid. The cells in his body had been stimulated to the extreme now, so he felt like he had infinite power. Boom! The two collided and recoiled in an instant. Then, they continued to charge at each other again. Boom! Countless collisions resounded throughout the void. Every sound was deafening. The Earth's powerhouses and 9 in the distance had to cover their ears and continue to back away in pain. As the spectators, they could not see David and Adon at all, and they could only hear loud collisions in the void. Their punches were extremely hard when they landed on their opponent's body. The more David fought, the more apprehensive he felt. He was a peak Cosmos ranker, and with the addition to his top combat skill Void Punch, his power had almost reached partial Celestial rank. Adon was only a mid-Cosmos ranker, but after taking the Crimson Potion, he could fight David for so long without losing out. Adon might even be slightly better than him. This made it difficult for David to believe the power of this potion. This was the technological gap between the two. A level 3 civilization was so much more advanced than Earth's level 0.7 civilization. The side effects of the Blood A burning potion would not only stimulate cells, overdraft the vitality of body cells in advance, and reduce the lifespan of users, but it would also affect the consumer's brain. It would put the consumer in a state of rage, and they would only have one thing on their mind: to kill the enemy as fast as possible. Moreover, their sense of pain would gradually disappear. In the later stage, the consumer will even lose control, making them unable to distinguish between friend or foe. As time went by and the battle time drew on, David also noticed something was wrong. Although Adon's combat power had significantly improved and David's peak Cosmos ranker strength, alongside his Void Punch, were disadvantaged in this head-on collision, something abnormal seemed to be happening to Adon. Adon did not dodge or defend. Instead, All he knew was to charge and attack David. Thus, he could only hit David once after receiving 2 or 3 blows from David. However, that one hit was enough to cause David debilitating pain. Boom, boom, one hit after another. Then, the two were blown backward once again. After Adon stopped himself, he did not stop before charging at David once again. Blood flowed from the corner of David's lips. After fighting for so many rounds, his organs were injured by the buildup from the battle with Adon. David frowned as he looked at Adon, who was still charging at him. He could not keep doing this. His opponent seemed not to be scared of death or pain. David would suffer a massive loss if he continued to fight like this. He decided not to have any head-on collisions with Adon next. He would decide what to do after delaying Adon for some time. Aiden's enhanced strength would not last long after taking the drugs. Once the drugs had worn off, Adon was no match for David at all. Also, David would not believe this kind of item would have no side effects. Mason and the other elites from Earth in the distance were very nervous, especially after they saw blood flowing from the corner of David's mouth. Selena screamed in horror. Of course, aside from praying for David in their hearts, they could not do anything else. If they got close to this level of battle, they would be killed and injured by the collateral damage. Although Nine and Lone saw that Adon had the upper hand in the battle, they were not happy inside. Their expressions became more and more solemn. Of course, they knew the use of the blood burning potion. If he could not kill the enemy in a short time after taking the potion, then as the battle progressed, the consumer would be increasingly disadvantaged. If Adon could not kill the enemy after a while, they would flee on their own. Otherwise, they would only die after the effect of Aiden's drug wore off. The two looked at David, standing in the distance. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, so he had to be injured. However, his injury was not that serious. How did this guy reach this stage? He's at such a young age, but he has this level of combat ability. No one in the entire Milky Way galaxy can surpass him. He's like a devil. Why did Pavan provoke such a person? Wasn't he creating an enemy for the Tuffin family? If we give this aborigine more time to grow, he might destroy the entire family. When Nine first learned that he was going to plant a slave mark on the planet Pavan discovered, he thought of Pavan as his savior. He had given Nine such a huge gift even in his death. Now, he had cursed Pavan 1,000,000 times in his heart. Pavan was dead, yet he wanted them to be his burial offering. Moreover, he might implicate the entire Tuffin family. He's just an idiot who can't do anything right. He's going to get all of us in trouble. Meanwhile, David was planning to fight around Adon. He chose not to fight head-on with Adon anymore, as Adon was not weak. After the surge in combat power, he was no slower than David. David could not go very far before he had to turn around and fight Adon a few times. Then, he would take the opportunity to continue to escape, and this would extend the time. After several repetitions, the effect of this strategy was starting to show. After a long time, Adon still failed to kill David, and he was starting to become increasingly irritable. After David had escaped from him several times, a wild beast-like roar came out of his mouth, shocking everyone. Adon was dying to tear David to pieces. At this time, David felt like he was not facing a person, but a fierce beast blinded by rage. In reality, David was not wrong. The efficacy, enhancing ingredient for the blood burning potion was the blood from a galaxy beast called the Ancient T-Rex. An Ancient T-Rex was physically powerful, but violent. It was born with the body of a satellite rancor. However, once it grew up, its physical strength could reach cosmos rank. It was also a mighty race in the universe. Therefore, the blood-burning potion made by using its blood as an efficacy-enhancing ingredient was also very precious. Those who take it would also be affected by the irascible gene in the blood of Ancient T-Rex. Their emotions would slowly get out of control, which was also one side effect. David might not have had such an easy time if Adon could stay cognizant. If Adon could not do anything to David, he could have just charged at Mason and the Earthlings. After he killed all of them, he would descend on Earth and destroy it. In his current state, a few punches from him could directly blow up and destroy the Earth. David did not want this to happen, so he could only stop Adon and fight head-on with him. This would then prevent David's strategy of skirting around Adon. However, the technology level of the Level 3 civilization could not remove the irritable gene in the ancient T-Rex's blood. Unfortunately, other galaxy beasts' blood could not achieve the effect of stimulating the cells like ancient T-Rex blood. So this was price they had to pay. Boom. A loud bang could be heard. David turned around and punched Adon. After that, he backed away before immediately fleeing. Roar. A roar came out of Aiden's mouth. The crimson color of his entire body began to grow increasingly vivid. When Nine and Lone saw this happening, they looked at each other and started backing away. They were preparing to get out of here. Judging from Aiden's current state, the efficacy of the blood-burning potion had reached its late stage. At this time, he needed to vent, and it did not matter if his target was his friend or foe. He would kill everything he laid eyes on, including Nine and Lone. Besides, even if Adon could dissipate the effect of the blood-burning potion at this time, he would not be able to live long. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Aiden's energy started increasing again. He had reached partial celestial rank. His body started emitting crimson gas. Gradually, the gas enveloped his body. Then, he adopted the form of an ancient T-Rex. What? David looked at Adon in shock. He had never seen this before. Not only him, but all the elites from Earth were staring at Adon with shock on their faces. Roar. The ancient T-Rex that formed by the crimson gas roared into the sky, making a sound that would intimidate the blue dome of heaven. The roar of the ancient T-Rex shocked David and the other onlookers. David could feel the energy coming from Aiden's body. It was even more powerful than the explosion of the Milky Way battleship. What is this? How can it turn someone into this? The roar stopped. Aiden's crimson eyes stared at David. David was stunned. What kind of eyes are those? I can't see any trace of human emotions. It's full of tyranny. Those eyes seem to want to destroy the whole world. Whoosh. Adon teleported and instantly appeared in front of David. As the ancient T-Rex formed by the crimson gas around Adon turned around, it shifted its body sideways and swept its tail toward David. It was so fast that it was too late for David to escape. David instinctively folded his hands across his chest in a defensive stance. Thud. After a loud sound, David only felt a tremendous force coming toward him. His body was swept hundreds of kilometers away by the ancient T-Rex formed by the crimson gas seeping out of Aiden's body. He could feel fiery pain coming from his forearms. Even though David's endurance was very high, he could not stop himself from inhaling sharply. Before he could come back to his senses, Adon appeared in front of him again and crashed into him. Thud. Another loud sound. David spat a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward again. David's organs were injured by Aiden's attack. If the system did not strengthen David's body, that attack would be enough to turn his body into a pile of flesh and blood. Even so, David endured debilitating pain. He started to curse in his heart. What the hell is going on? It was supposed to be a sure win fight, but why did something so unexpected happen? If everyone from the Tuffin family takes the potion, how will I fight them? Won't they be invincible? David had no idea that the burning blood was something extraordinarily precious, even in the Milky Way. It was difficult to get the blood of a galaxy beast like the ancient T-Rex. The entire Tuffin family did not have many blood-burning potions. Furthermore, the side effects of taking it were grave. Only the core high-level leaders of some major forces and the dead warriors they cultivated would be equipped with this puh. David was a master of ancient traditional medicine, so he knew his condition now. Ignoring the severe pain in his body, he quickly took out the silver needle while in the process of retreating and stabbed it into his chest to stop the bleeding of his internal organs. After he finished doing that, Adon approached him again with the crimson ancient T-Rex wrapped around him. Damn it! You'll think I am weak if I don't show you my power. David was furious, and he charged toward Adon with full force. Void Punch. David swung his fist at Adon. However, Adon caught this powerful punch that carried enough force to destroy a small planet. No, the crimson ancient T-Rex wrapped around Aiden's body caught it, because David did not even touch Aiden's hand. What kind of F***king monster is this? David could not help scolding in his heart. He had never encountered such a formidable enemy. While catching David's fist, Adon flicked his tail and swung it at David again. Oh no! David wanted to retract his right hand. He wanted to dodge the blow. However, he found that he could not bring his hand back as it was being firmly grasped by Ancient T-Rex's claws. David knew the power of this tail, so he did not dare to let it hit him. Therefore, he could only slam into Adon, pushing the two of them back simultaneously. Although this did not hurt Adon at all, at least it kept David out of the reach of the Ancient T-Rex's tail. David's right hand was trapped, so he could not break free. He could only make a fist with his left hand and repeatedly punched the Crimson Ancient T-Rex's head. Thud thud hud. After a dozen punches, David's left hand was dripping with blood, but he still did not care. Adon held David's fist with his left hand that was equipped with claws. Then, Adon raised his knee while David kicked out. Boom. The two collided, and their bodies separated at the same time. David bared his teeth and rubbed his wrist. Damn, this beast is tough to deal with. I wonder what that crimson potion is and how it can add so much combat power to someone. I should get some for myself just in case. If David knew the side effects of the blood-burning potion, he would not want to take any. David looked at Adon from a distance. Adon looked like he had a crimson beast-shaped coat draped over his body. This ball of gas has such great offense and defense. If I can't break through this layer, I won't be able to hurt Adon inside. If I can't hurt him, I will eventually die from exhaustion. Even if I am an expert in ancient traditional medicine and I can try my best to avoid any blows to my vital parts and stem my wounds temporarily, I won't be able to withstand this for long. What should I do? David did not know what to do at this moment. Now, he had basically shown all his trump cards. He had a peak Cosmos ranker combat power, and he had used Void Punch, one of the top combat skills. Wait, David's eyes lit up. He still had two top combat skills. He could not use the evil, splitting sword technique as he did not have a sword right now, but he could use the air-crushing slap. The description stated that the air-crushing slap could ignore all obstacles in any space. Does it mean I can ignore the crimson gas exterior and directly hurt Adon? As David was wondering what he should do to Adon, Adon struck again. He had disappeared from his location and appeared in front of David. Even though he was in a state of rage and could not stop and think calmly, he knew he should kill the P. Adon waved his claw at David. Then, David nimbly dodged this attack. At the same time, he slapped Aiden's chest. Air-crushing slap. Not only did Adon not dodge, he even grabbed David with his other hand. Right now, aside from killing David, he had no other thoughts in his head. Boom. David endured the strong claw on his shoulder voluntarily. At the same time, he spat out another mouthful of blood. This attack worsened his injuries. Since Aiden's claw was much stronger than David's arm, David could only endure an attack from the op. He grabbed Aiden's claw with his left hand and used his right hand to slap Aiden's chest with the air-crushing slap. Even though the crimson gas beast enveloped Adon, this energy passed through the gas and penetrate. The void plunged into silence. David grabbed the arm of Aiden's beast's coat with his left hand while his right hand formed an open palm on Aiden's chest in the form of a slap. The two stood silently in the void, and neither of them moved. David indeed looked worrying in his current state. His clothes were all tattered and covered with bloodstains. Selena was apprehensive. At the same time, Mason and the elites from Earth were also very nervous. After all, the outcome of this battle was related to the life and death of tens of billions of human beings on Earth. As for Nine and Lone, they had long since disappeared. Adon stared at David with big red eyes like he was about to eat David. However, the blood-red tint in his eyes slowly faded away. The crimson gas beast surrounding his body also began to dissipate. Adon spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing began to decline rapidly and immediately reached its lowest point. Only at this moment did he wake up from his rage. His eyes were full of disbelief. He was in the ancient T-Rex state after using blood-burning potion, but he was defeated before the drug wore out. The blood-burning potion was precious in the Milky Way and could enhance one's combat power according to the consumer situation. I've already reached partial celestial rank, yet I've been defeated? How can that be? Adon opened his mouth to speak, but when he opened his mouth, blood began to pour out of it continuously. David's air-crushing slap went straight through his defenses, shattering his heart. Even a Cosmos ranker like Adon could not bear the heart-shattering injury. What was more, he was already a spent force. He would surely die if the blood-burning potion's efficacy wore off. Adon was speechless and could only stare fixedly at David. However, as his life slowly faded, his eyes also began to close slowly. His body slumped sideways, and he fell into the void. Lord Adon of the Tuffen family, who had wandered rampantly through the Milky Way for many years, died like this in the impoverished area on the edge of the Milky Way. Cough, cough. David coughed violently. Aiden's death also lifted the weight off his heart. If David could not deal with Adon with the air-crushing slap, he would not know what to do anymore. Today's battle was definitely the most difficult one of his life. He had used up almost all his trump cards. He barely achieved victory until the very last minute. Selena, Mason, and the others were overjoyed to see David win. The Earth finally escaped doom yet again. They hurried to David while Selena stepped forward to support David. The others stood by. David looked at Selena next to him. After he thought about it, he did not decline and allowed Selena to support him. David, how do you feel? Are you badly injured? Mason asked in worry. David shook his hands and said, I'm fine. This is nothing, old Master Stefani. Don't worry about me. I know medicine, and I know my condition. I'll be fine after some rest. That's good. That's good. Mason let out a visible sigh. Thank you for saving the Earth once again, Mr. David. You're the hero of all Earthlings. Please accept my admiration toward you. One of the powerhouses from Earth said, putting his hands together and bowing. The others also bowed at David and said, Please accept our admiration toward you, Mr. David. Don't be so humble, everyone. Earth is my home. As long as I am here, I won't let anyone invade Earth, David said righteously. Mr. David, you are our model. We will definitely learn from you. We will use our lives to protect our home and Earth. We will use our lives to protect our home and Earth, the others repeated. David looked at the impassioned powerhouses from Earth. David also felt very comforted. Although there might be some slight friction between the major forces, everyone still knew their priorities when facing foreign enemies. They were able to unite and fight against foreign enemies. This was pretty amazing. I'm relieved that everyone thinks so. After David finished speaking, he looked at Aiden's corpse floating in the void. He turned his head and motioned for Selena to let him go first. After that, he walked up to Adon and started examining his body. As he examined further, David's frown deepened. After he finished the examination, David's face turned dark. Mason and the others felt the weight return onto their chests again after it was lifted earlier. What's wrong? David, is there a problem? Mason asked. Oh, no problem. Don't worry, old Master Stefani, David said after returning to his senses. At this time, he had already started to curse in his heart. As someone proficient in ancient traditional medicine, David saw that all the cells in Aiden's body were about to break down when he examined Adon. Furthermore, this effect was irreversible. This was even more serious than Mason's condition in the past. Even with his current medical skills, David had no way to prevent. In other words, even if he did not kill Adon, Adon would have died due to the breakdown of the cells in his body before long. This was the aftermath of taking that Crimson Potion. The function of the Crimson Potion should be to stimulate the cells of the consumer, allowing them to release powerful energy over a short period. This would then increase the combat power of the consumer. This was equivalent to fighting with the consumer's life. David was depressed. He wanted badly to slap himself. Why bother with Adon? If I held on a little longer, Adon would have died without me doing anything. Doesn't this mean that I suffered the F***king injuries to my body in vain? David cursed inwardly. He originally planned to get some of that potion to try in the future if he had the chance. However, from what he could see now, he decided to forget it as he would exchange his life for combat power. David did not want himself nor the people around him to use it. It's good that you're fine. By the way, David, the young man and woman from the Tuffin family fled in secret. If we let them leave, will they continue to bring more people to Earth? Mason asked. Don't worry, I'll go and capture them later. How dare they invade Earth? Of course, I won't let them flee so easily, David replied. David, but what about your injuries? Selena said in worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. After David said that, he disappeared from in front of everyone and started heading toward the direction Lone and Nine escaped in. He had hidden a backup plan for himself. He had planted a mind mark on Nine. He could stop them if he followed them using the mark. Mason and the rest waited without moving from their current spots. Soon, David came back with the unconscious youngsters in each hand. It was Nine and Lone, who had fled just now. They were miles apart from David in their current realm. So how? Could they escape from David? Let's go. We'll interrogate them after we bring them back. After David said that, he tossed the people in his hands to Mason. Then, he returned to Earth in advance with Selena while the others followed suit. When David killed Adon, the alarm blared again in the ancestral home of the Tuffin family in planet Tuffin in the heart of the Stella Civilization Galaxy. Sir. Something bad has happened, a clansman who looked after the life plaque of the Tuffin family's direct descendants stammered as he reported to the manager of the Tuffin family. Why are you panicking like that? Spit it out. Lord Adon is dead. What? Say that again. W. Who is dead? The manager immediately stood up and said in shock, Lord Adon Tuffin is dead. His life plaque broke just now. Quick. Report this to Lord Orson now. Yes. Orson was receiving a distinguished guest at this time. The guest was Cadmus Fernsby, the Associate Dean of the Novenary Institution in the Milky Way Battle Institution. The Milky Way Battle Institution was an elite college under the Milky Way Empire. It was specially designed to transport talents to the Empire. It was divided into 9 institutions in total. The 9 institutions operated independently and competed with each other at the same time. Pavin was the chief of the Novenary Institution. Although he had not returned to the Novenary Institution for many years because he was looking for an indigenous living planet outside, and he might not be the strongest entity in the Novenary Institution, he was still officially recognized as the chief. This once, in i.e., century battle among the 9 institutions was soon to be held. As chief of the Novenary Institution, Pavin had to come back to participate. In reality, Pavin had not been in the Novenary Institution for many years, and many powerful elites had emerged in the institution. Many people wanted to challenge Pavin for his position, but could not since Pavin was not around. They could only wait for the battle among the 9 institutions to challenge Pavin and seize the position of chief when the latter returned. Since the battle between the 9 institutions was approaching and the Novenary Institution could not contact Pavin, they could only come to the Tuffin family to inquire about Pavin's whereabouts. They wanted the Tuffin family to bring Pavin back. The Novenary Institution was unaware of Pavin's death, showing how high the Tuffin family's level of confidentiality was. Lord Orson, you should know why I'm here this time. Pav has been away from the Novenary Institution for nearly 20 years. As the chief, he has to come back to participate in the battle among the 9 institutions. Otherwise, we'll strip him of his position as chief and kick him out of the Novenary Institution, Cadmus said to Orson. Although the Tuffin family was one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, the Novenary Institution was a subordinate institution of the Milky Way Empire. One was a family, while the other one was an official institution of the Milky Way Empire. Therefore, the Novenary Institution would not be scared of the Tuffin family. As the Associate Dean of the Novenary Institution, Cadmus was not humble at all in his mannerisms despite not being as powerful as Lord Orson of the Tuffin family. Mr. Fernsby, you haven't heard. Something happened to Pav, so he might not ever return, Orson said. Since they had come to this stage, he could only tell the truth. It was not wise to lie to the Novenary Institution. No matter how strong the Tuffin family was, they would not dare to go head-on with an official Empire institution like the Milky Way Battle Institution. Adon and the rest should be on Earth now, planting the slave mark. Everything was progressing smoothly, and no one could stop the Tuffin family from rising again. Something happened to Pavan? What do you mean by that? Cadmus asked curiously. Pav's life plaque was broken a few days ago. So, he might not ever return anymore, Orson answered. Pavan's life plaque was broken? He's dead? When? Yes, not long ago. How? We're looking into it. Did you have any results? Not for now. If you find anything, please tell the Navanary institution. At the end of the day, Pavan was still the chief. If he died accidentally while exploring, then it's fine. However, if he was killed by someone, the Navanary institution will not spare them, Cadmus said with a baleful look on his face. He certainly did not care about Pavan's death. In recent years, many elite students had emerged at the Navanary institution. Pavan's talent was limited, and it would be difficult for him to retain the chief position without a fortuitous meeting. Despite this, Pavan held on to the position of chief of the Navanary institution. Wouldn't his death prove that the Navanary institution was incompetent? Even the chief died so easily, so how would the Navanary institution continue to face others? Although all 9 institutions were subordinates belonging to the Milky Way Battle Institution, the competition between them was actually very fierce. No one wanted to be in a disadvantageous position. If the other 8 institutions knew that the chief of the Navanary institution died so easily, this fact would inevitably be brought up in the battle between the 9 institutions, which would bring shame to the Navanary institution. The dean was someone who valued his prestige. If he embarrassed himself in battle, the whole of the Navanary institution would not enjoy a single day of peace. If Cadmus knew this, he would have directly stripped Pavan of the position of chief. Now, he had to go back and discuss this with the dean. Mr. Fernsby, rest assured, as soon as there is news, we will notify the Navanary institution immediately. That's good. But please keep this matter a secret, Lord Orson. After all, Pavan's death is not good for you, your family, or the Navanary institution. Orson understood what Cadmus was saying, so he said, I understand. I understand. Then I won't bother you anymore, Lord Orson. Cadmus was about to bid farewell after he carried out his purpose. Mr. Fernsby, please stay here for a few days so that we can carry out the hospitality befitting of a host. Orson tried to keep Cadmus. No, I won't disturb you, Lord Orson. Since the battle among the 9 institutions is coming, I have to take care of many things back in the institution. Goodbye. Orson took out something silently and put it in Cadmus' hand. He said, Since you're busy, then I won't force you. After the battle, you must drop by the house for a visit. Of course, of course. Cadmus walked out with Orson after he accepted the object. The 2 men came to the courtyard before Cadmus lifted his body and flew into the sky. A Milky Way battleship was parked there waiting for him. After Cadmus entered the ship drove away. After sending off Cadmus, Orson walked back to the living room and sighed. The Tuffin family is going downhill indeed. Even the associate dean of the Navanary institution dares to come and ride roughshod over me. If we were the Alaband family, Cadmus will definitely be humble and not dare to disrespect us in the slightest. This is the difference in power. We're both members of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, but the Alaband family and the Tuffin family are viewed so differently. If it weren't for the Grandmaster still being alive and deterring others, our lives would be even worse. We might have already lost our spot among the 8 prominent families. But everything will be fine. As long as Adon and the rest succeed, our family will rise again, and no one will stop us. With Nine's talent alongside the talent from the slave mark that he will absorb, he will have unlimited achievements in the future. This is the Tuffin family's only chance. While Orson was looking forward to the Tuffin family's future glory, his communication device rang. After he picked it up and listened to it, he was dumbfounded. After Orson heard what was said through the communication device, he was struck dumb. His breathing began to quicken, and the energy all over his body overflowed uncontrollably. Boom! The peak Cosmos Ranker released his energy without reservation. A strong hurricane was set off in the huge living room of the Tuffin family. Bang, bang, bang. The energy emanating from Orson directly destroyed everything in the hall. Lord Orson! Lord Orson! The core members of the Tuffin family, who had sensed the energy, rushed over and shouted in shock when they saw Orson's state. Orson was now enveloped in a violent and destructive energy. He only calmed down when the core of the Tuffin family arrived. However, he looked like he was in a state of calm before. Another storm would break out again at any time. "Gather all the core seniors of the family and follow me to see the Grandmaster," Orson said, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Lord Orson, what happened? Why are you so mad?" "Yeah, Lord Orson, what's going on? Please tell us so we can share your anger. Don't hide everything in your heart. We are one, so let's carry the burden together. Please tell us, Lord Orson. No matter what happens, we will face it together." The core of the Tuffin family asked one after another. As the absolute core executives of the Tuffin family, they had the right to know all the secrets of the Tuffin family. Something must have happened to make Orson so mad. Orson looked at everyone and said in a hoarse voice, "I just received news from the ancestral home. Aiden's life plaque was broken." "What?" All of the cores at the scene turned pale with fright. Aiden's life plaque was broken? How is that possible? On the surface, Adon was second only to the head of the Tuffin family, Orson. He is a mid-cosmos ranker. Plus, didn't he take 9 to the indigenous living planet Pavin discovered? How did he suddenly die? If this is real, then, does this mean our mission has completely failed? Lord Orson, is this true? Someone asked in disbelief. If the person watching the ancestral home is not lying, then yes, it is. Orson shook his head and answered. What about 9? Is his life plaque also broken? Nothing happened to 9 and Lone's life plaques yet. They should have been captured. However, if they manage to flee, they will eventually tell us what actually happened. Who's so courageous? How dare they take action against the Tuffin family? Could it be the Alaband family? Someone asked. No way. Our mission was very secret this time. The only people who know are the highly trustworthy core of the Tuffin family. How could the Alaband family learn about it? Is it so impossible? Aside from the Alaband family, who else would target our family? Plus, Lord Adon is a mid-cosmos ranker. Who at a resource, poor place at the edge of the Milky Way can kill him? I definitely think it's the Alaband family. Do you think they ran into galaxy beasts or space pirates? The core of the family started analyzing one after another. Orson frowned. He could not rule out those possibilities. Plus, there was a chance that another family did this, and it was the Dalarosa family. Aside from the Alaband family, the family that did not want the Tuffin family to rise the most would be the Dalarosa family. If the Tuffin family rose again, the Dalarosa family's dream of replacing them as one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire would be crushed. Orson would rather Adon died by the hands of a galaxy beast or space pirates. If it was done by the Alaband family or the Dalarosa family, then it would mean a spy was among the core of the Tuffin family. This was very important. When there was a spy among the core executives of a big family, it would mean the family was completely doomed. First, gather all the core of the family. Do not leave anyone behind. Then, come with me to see the Grandmaster. This matter is of utmost importance to the family and may even destroy us. Yes, Lord Orson. All the cores of the Tuffin family said aloud at the same time. 3 days later, Orson brought all the cores of the Tuffin family to the planet where the Grandmaster lived in seclusion. This was also a barren planet, so it was relatively small. Only the Grandmaster and some servants who served him lived here. A Milky Way battleship landed, and Orson descended first, followed by the cores of the Tuffin family. Flying was not allowed here, so Orson could only lead the others to walk to the spot where the Grandmaster lived in seclusion. Soon, they arrived outside a valley. I am Orson, the current head of the Tuffin family. I have something to ask you, Grandmaster, Orson shouted outside the valley. Soon, Orson heard a voice. Come in. Orson then led the crowd into the valley. When they entered the valley, they found that it was completely different from the outside. The world outside was barren, but it was like paradise here. It was a beautiful spring day, and the butterflies were flying. There were also fish swimming in the pool. Other than that, there were countless precious animals and plants here. Orson had no interest in admiring the scenery. He walked to a simple wooden building with the core of the Tuffin family. Then, he got down on his knees and said respectfully, Orson, the current head of the Tuffin family, is here to see you, Grandmaster. The disappointments of the Tuffin family are here to see you, Grandmaster. The rest of the Tuffin family's core members all fell to their knees and shouted, "What's the matter?" An old voice came from the wooden house. "Grandmaster." Orson told the Grandmaster everything about how Pavan discovered the Earth, an indigenous living planet, and then died after he passed the news back to the family. After that, the Tuffin family held a meeting to select a head of the younger generation to plant the slave mark, which then broke Aiden's life plaque. Now, Nine and Lone were also missing. After he said that, Orson knelt on the ground and did not dare to breathe. He was quietly waiting for the Grandmaster to speak. Even if Orson was a peak Cosmos ranker, he still felt enormous pressure when facing the Grandmaster, who had an amazing lifespan and terrifying strength. Meanwhile, the other core executives of the Tuffin family were sweating profusely like a broken dam. "Do you have any ideas as to what happened?" After a while, the Grandmaster asked. "Grandmaster, we came up with 3 possibilities. 1. There's a spy among the core executives of the family, so the mission info was leaked, and the Alaban family or Dalarosa family stops us. 2nd, Adon and the rest ran into powerful galaxy beasts on their way, and were killed. 3rd, they ran into very powerful space pirates, and they killed Adon before capturing Nine and Lone," Orson said respectfully. "What combat power do you think you need to achieve all those?" "Grandmaster, Adon is a mid-Cosmos ranker. In addition to the blood, a burning potion, they might need to be at partial celestial rank or beginner celestial rank." Boom. After Orson said that, he could feel a terrifying ball of energy overwhelming him and enveloping everyone at the scene. All of them were shaking with fright in the face of this energy. After a moment, the Grandmaster retracted his energy. "Is this all the core of the Tuffin family now? Is there anyone missing?" The Grandmaster asked. "Grandmaster, all the core executives of the Tuffin family are here, and I didn't miss anyone. I came to see you after gathered all the core members," Orson replied. "Everyone here should be fine. If there is a spy, they wouldn't be so calm. Have you ever considered that this was done by the people on that indigenous living planet?" The Grandmaster asked. "Grandmaster, this is impossible, isn't it? How could an indigenous living planet have the strength to kill Adon? He is a strong mid-Cosmos ranker with the blood burning potion on him." They thought of every possibility but did not once think that someone on Earth did it because this was beyond their wildest expectations. A person on an indigenous living planet with the strength to kill a mid-Cosmos ranker? Who would believe that? They did not believe it. Is it impossible? Then tell me, how can a person on an indigenous living planet achieve peak planet rank? Maybe they have a devilishly high talent. Devilishly high talent? You're thinking too simply. It's not just a matter of talent for a person on an indigenous living planet to reach peak planet rank. What is it then? Orson asked in confusion. It is very likely that a strong person once went to Earth and left behind their legacy. It is also possible that a powerful person is living in seclusion on Earth, just like me. In this case, you are bound to arouse the dissatisfaction of the other party if you go and try to plant your slave mark. Therefore, it's not entirely out of the question that they'd kill you, the Grandmaster explained. Then, what do we do, Grandmaster? Orson asked. They also felt that this was not an impossible scenario after hearing what the Grandmaster said. The Milky Way was simply too big, with many powerful people inside it. Some very powerful people preferred to find a remote planet to live in seclusion. They did not expect it because it had never happened before. Even if a strong person lived in seclusion on a planet, they would first turn the planet into a registered citizen planet of the Milky Way Empire. Very few people lived quietly on an indigenous living planet like this, but did not report it to the Empire. You should go back for now. Isn't the newly elected head of the younger generation not dead? Continue to wait for his news. If you really can't wait, just leave it alone for the time being. Recently, I have been practicing a combat skill and am in a critical period. When I am done with my seclusion, I'll go and see what kind of place Earth is, the Grandmaster said with a baleful look. Yes, Grandmaster. Orson and the others all answered loudly. Earth. After David interrogated Nine and Lone, he was fully aware of the situation of the Tuffin family, especially in addition to the news he got from Pavan. David was not bothered by the rest of the Tuffin family. However, there was a grandmaster in the Tuffin family, so David had to pay special attention to him. Those who could be called grandmasters in a super giant force like the Tuffin family would be powerful. David knew he would not be his opponent with his peak Cosmos rank combat power. Moreover, there was also the Bloody Burning Potion that could increase combat power in a short period. Although there were substantial side effects, it still had to be considered. So, David had to find a way to spend money to get lavish points, then he needed to continue to improve his strength. Obviously, he could not do that on Earth. He had to leave Earth as soon as possible and go to the heart of the Milky Way. That was the stage to truly put his power to use. The only problem now was the safety of the planet. How would he go to the galaxy to spend money to get lavish points to improve his strength while ensuring the safety of the Earth? David started searching the web for a method. He connected the system to the Milky Way's internet. The system was a product of God-tier civilization and was impossible to discover. Then, using the system's power, he hid the Earth's location again. Then, he entered the underworld of the Milky Way's internet. This was the same as the dark web on Earth, which stood in the gray area of the internet. Everyone would do shady deals here. After looking around for a while, a name entered David's field of vision: Meteor Chamber. This was one of the most mentioned names in the underworld of the Milky Way's internet. It was said that as long as you had the money, there was nothing they could not do. Of course, David felt this was a bit of an exaggeration. The Milky Way was, after all, the territory of the Milky Way Empire. Who would dare to say something so arrogant within the jurisdiction of the Milky Way Empire? However, David still got in touch with them because his goal was not the Milky Way Empire. Instead, it was just the Tuffin family who was about to lose their position among the 8 prominent families. He believed in the people who dared to claim something so arrogant. He knew they would not be scared of one of the 8 prominent families that was about to fail. Besides, David's purpose was not to assassinate the Tuffin family. All he needed was to monitor the Tuffin family. He could find a way to fight back as long as he kept an eye on the movements of the Tuffin family's Milky Way battleship and Grandmaster. Hello. David sent a message over to the other party. The other party responded as soon as David sent the message. Hello, what do you need? You can do anything within the Milky Way, right? David asked. Yes, but the harder it is, the higher the price. I want to monitor the movements of the Tuffin family. How much will that cost? David replied. The Tuffin family? One of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire? Yes. What do you want to monitor? I want to monitor their Milky Way battleship and their Grandmaster's movement. If that's the case, it'll be costly. You have to be prepared. Name your price, David said excitedly. Where would he find an opportunity as amazing as being able to spend money to get lavish points while simultaneously learning the Tuffin family's movement at any time? Please wait. I need to calculate the price according to the task's difficulty. Not long after, David received a reply. I need 10 billion galaxy dollars. To be honest, David was very disappointed when he saw this number. He thought it would be a huge sum. It would be even better if it could make him break directly through to celestial rank. However, it was just 10 billion galaxy dollars. It seemed harder to spend galaxy dollars than money on Earth. David remembered when he first got the system, he would spend 20 billion to buy a random hotel. It seemed that he could only spend more money if he went to the heart of the Milky Way. How should I pay? The other party gave David a specified hidden account. David then paid online and transferred 10 billion galaxy dollars into their account. At the same time, David gave them his contact information. David would immediately get news once the Tuffin family's ship or Grandmaster did anything. The system was so amazing. As expected of something from a god-tier civilization, he spent 10 billion galaxy dollars to have the Meteor Chamber monitor the movements of the Tuffin family, and at the same time, he also got 100 lavish points, which could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, David did not relax in the slightest. 100 lavish points were not enough to give him the strength to fight against the entire Tuffin family. Thus, he still needed to do his best to continue spending money. Although he could shop online on the Milky Way's internet, he needed to provide a specific identity and address. However, the prices were not too high. and he needed to buy many things to spend 100 million. Things like strategic military weapons would be slightly more expensive, but the requirements to buy these goods were very high. He needed a certain strength and background to purchase them. Furthermore, if he bought too many things and spent too much money, he would inevitably attract the attention of certain forces. Before he had absolute strength, David did not want to expose the Earth's position to the Milky Way. Even if the Earth was now a high-class citizen planet of the Milky Way, it was not safe yet. This could be seen from Adon still daring to destroy the Earth after learning that the Milky Way Empire had registered Earth. If David wanted to do whatever he wanted in the Milky Way, he would need to spend at least trillions of galaxy dollars to get tens of thousands of lavish points. However, how should he spend the money? David did not know what to do for a while. He could only take one step at a time. David waited for news from the meteor chamber on Earth. He would see if the Tuffin family was planning anything significant before he planned what to do next. If the Tuffin family had received news of Aiden's death and were sending someone to Earth again, David would not care so much anymore. He could only fight back, even if his secret was exposed and others noticed him. In any case, he had to improve his strength first. Otherwise, the Earth would be destroyed. Since they were going to die, what use would there be to continue hiding? If the Tuffin family had not planned anything, he would go to the center of the Milky Way and quietly spend money in such a prosperous place to improve his strength as it should not attract any attention. According to David's understanding, the Tuffin family was one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, and they were a mighty family. However, they had been going downhill and were currently last among the 8 prominent families. It was even possible that they might lose their status at any moment. A mid-cosmos rank powerhouse like Adon died, which was a huge loss to them. Thus, they would definitely take it seriously. Once David's combat power reached mid-cosmos rank, he would be unbeatable. Plus, the Tuffin family could not possibly know how Adon died. The unknown was the most terrifying. Therefore, after suffering this loss, the Tuffin family might not send someone over immediately until they were confident in victory. This was, of course, also unless the Grandmaster came out of seclusion. This was also a huge possibility. David needed to hear from the meteor chamber before he could make arrangements. It depended on the Tuffin family whether he should go all out without a care in the world or keep a low profile and slowly improve his strength secretly. Capital city in Summerland, Earth. It was very lively inside David's residence. Celia and Selena were not the only ones there. Pearl, Julia, Sandy, Amelia, and Goldie had also moved in. They said they were here to have David guide them on their cultivation, but everyone knew their true intentions. As for what gave them the courage to come to David without a care in the world, it was because everyone was more open-minded after the Earth almost got destroyed 3 times. They were doing whatever they wanted and pursuing whomever they liked. They would not care about the results because Earth might be doomed one day soon. Therefore, to avoid leaving the world with regrets, they decided to do this bravely. David was actually very helpless right now. However, he could not do anything anymore now that they were all here. Celia did not seem to care at all and warmly received these women who were all related to David. To be frank, a woman with a personality like Celia's could take down anyone, regardless of age or gender. After she brought everyone together, everyone quickly got along. Now it was David's turn to be embarrassed. 6 or 7 beauties who were all 9s or more were gathering together, and David had to face them daily. This made him very depressed and resulted in him having no time for him to be alone with Celia, so he had to hold himself back. Although the women were pleasing to the eyes, he could only look at them and not touch them. This was like torture. Since David had to deal with his own business, Selena, a partial super god, would take on the task of leading these beauties in practice. Just like that, David and many beauties were now living under one roof. Occasionally, he would also instruct them in their cultivation. So many people envied his life of being surrounded by such beauties. However, only David himself knew that he was suffering. Not only did he not enjoy any benefits, but he was also deprived of his happy time with Celia. If David could not hold himself back, he would quietly send a message to Celia in advance. Then, the two would secretly make out in the middle of the night. On the third day of David spending 10 billion galaxy dollars in the Milky Way's underground network to hire the Meteor Chamber to monitor the Tuffin family, he received a message from the Meteor Chamber. Not long ago, Orson, the head of the Tuffin family, brought all the core executives of the Tuffin family on a Milky Way battleship to the planet where the Tuffin family's Grandmaster lived in seclusion. However, the Meteor Chamber did not say why. Probably David did not pay enough to know the content. It was also possible that Meteor Chamber had no clue about the reason. After all, this was the core secret of a super family. So, not everyone could know about it. However, even if the Meteor Chamber did not say anything, David still knew what was going on. The Tuffin family must have already received the news of Aiden's death. That was why this huge family attached so much importance to this and directly brought the family's core to see their Grandmaster. David asked the Meteor Chamber again to see if the Grandmaster of the Tuffin family was doing anything. The result David got was that the Grandmaster was still living in seclusion. He did not come out just because Orson brought the family's core to meet him. Plus, the Tuffin family only deployed one of their 2 ships when they went to see the Grandmaster. Besides that, they were always parked on planet Tuffin. When David heard this, the weight on his chest was temporarily lifted. Just as he expected, the death of a mid-cosmos ranker like Adon made the Tuffin family vigilant. They would not randomly send someone over and would definitely ask the Grandmaster for advice. Now that the Grandmaster was still in seclusion and the Milky Way battleship was not deployed, it proved that the Tuffin family should investigate this matter first. Therefore, they would send their strongest people the next time they came. The Grandmaster himself might even come here. Therefore, since he had some breathing room, David had to seize the opportunity to increase his power. It was imperative for him to leave Earth. If he left, he would have more opportunities to spend money to obtain lavish points. David finally decided to take the rest of Pavin's team and use the Octagon to leave Earth. When it came to the other Earthlings, he did not bring any of them for the time being, including Celia and Selena. After all, he did not even have a place to stay this time. Furthermore, it was also dangerous. They would follow the Tuffin family's route to the heart of the Milky Way. This was so David could intercept them anyone the Tuffin family sent people to Earth. This would be much better than fighting near the Earth, where he had to be extra careful. When he finally settled things with the Tuffin family, he would settle down in the heart of the Milky Way galaxy. After that, he would take Celia and the others over to have a look at the most prosperous places in the Milky Way. It would also help to improve their strength. After making up his mind, David first called up all the super gods on Earth to have a small meeting with them, to tell them his intentions. Everyone, I may leave the Earth in the next few days and go to the prosperous center of the Milky Way. I will temporarily hand over the Earth to you. I hope that when I return, the Earth will still be the same way it is now, or better. The internet is now connected, and I will contact you when I arrive. You can also contact me anytime if you need anything. David looked at the super gods on Earth and said. Everyone understood that David would leave Earth sooner or later. After all, the Earth was too small, and David's talent was so high. He needed to go somewhere bigger, and that would be his new stage. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Mr. David, the Tuffin family is one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire. We have killed so many of them. Will they really give up? Someone asked. You don't have to worry. I will find a way to solve the matter surrounding the Tuffin family. I am leaving Earth. This time because I want to find a perfect solution. Otherwise, I won't be able to solve the fundamental problem if I stay on Earth. We can't be resigned to our fates, and we have to be proactive, David replied. Mr. David, are you okay going alone? Why don't you take some of us with you? Although we are weak, you'll need someone to discuss with when you encounter some problems, right? Someone suggested. Yes, Mr. David. You can choose 2 of us to go with you, and you will at least have company if you encounter anything. You guys should stay on Earth for the time being. When I settle down and deal with the matter surrounding the Tuffin family, I'll allow you to go out and have a look. David, don't worry. We are here, and if anyone wants to do anything to Earth, they have to do so over our dead bodies. Guys, stop talking now. We'll be a hindrance if we tag along. What we should do now is to work hard to improve our strength. We cannot bring shame to Earth when we finally have a chance to go out, Mason said. Mason's prestige among this group was also relatively high. He was second only to David. After all, it had been rumored that Mason was once David's master. Old Master Stefani, I'm going to have to trouble you to take care of the earth. I will be back soon. When the time comes, I will bring you all out there. After making arrangements for the super gods, David returned home. Selena was teaching everyone martial arts. When they saw David, they immediately stopped training to gather around him. Compared to training, they much preferred hanging out with David. David, there's something I don't understand. Can you teach me? David, there's also a move that I don't understand. Do you have time? Everyone started looking for topics to discuss. Everyone, I may not have time to teach you in the future. If you have any questions, just ask Lena, David said. Why, Dave? Where are you going? Sandy asked. David, what happened? Celia asked worriedly. Everyone else was staring at David, waiting for his answer. I'll be leaving Earth in 2 days and am going to the heart of the Milky Way, David replied. Why are you going there? You're not taking us with you? Are you not going to take care of us? Don't want us anymore? Celia asked with a pout. David reached out and caressed the top of Celia's head before saying with a smile, You dummy, how could I not want you? It's just that we haven't resolved the matter with the Tuffin family. Although they won't send people over for the time being, we can't be resigned to our fate and must find a way to resolve this matter. So, that's why I have to leave Earth, and it's not that I don't want to take you, but this trip is very dangerous. It'll be easy for me to fight or flee if I'm alone, but it's different if I take you. But don't worry, as soon as I am done with resolving the matter with the Tuffin family, I'll be back to get you all. Really? Celia asked. Of course it is true. The Earth is my roots, my hometown, and you are all here. I don't want to leave, but I have no choice. I want to protect the Earth, so I have to leave. All you need to do now is to practice martial arts with Lena. When I come back next time, I will take you to the most prosperous places in the galaxy, David said affirmatively. All right, David. We'll follow Selena and practice martial arts, but you must return and promise us that you will not die outside, or I will never forgive you, Celia said with red eyes. The eyes of several others were also a little red. Okay, I promise you that I will definitely come back alive to get you all. David was exhausted over the next few days. These people were crazy. One had to know that David was already a peak Cosmos ranker, but this was also enough to drain him. A week later, David walked into the Octagon while countless Earthlings watched him. After he walked into the Octagon, he turned around and waved to everyone before disappearing. David did not kill the people Pavin brought because they could drive the Octagon for him. David also brought Nine and Ione along. Perhaps these two would be useful. As they watched the Octagon rise into the air, Celia and the women could not control their tears anymore. They were scared that David would not return after this, so they had been bugging David for the past few days. Whoosh! After the Octagon rose to the desired height, it accelerated with full force and disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving the Earthlings to stare at it blankly. David would only get the platform to display his talent once he got to a bigger stage. The stronger David was, the safer Earth would be in the future. The tens of billions of Earthlings prayed silently inside for David, hoping it would bring him luck. David left the Earth with the hope of everyone on Earth to find a solution to the crisis they were facing. Many people have already learned about the power of the Tuffin family through the internet. In the face of such a behemoth, the Earth could be said to have no resistance at all if David was not around. They would either be enslaved or destroyed. Hence, their only hope now was David. Only he had the power to save the Earth. The Octagon was very fast when moving at full force. Half a month passed, and David had moved a long way from Earth. Although the Octagon had only been traveling for half a month, David would only have been able to travel this distance in a few hundred of thousands years if he used Earth technology. One could see how large the gap was between the civilization of Earth and the other civilizations of the Milky Way Empire. David was sitting in the Octagon's observation room at this time, watching the countless comets and meteorites passing by. Some were directly smashed into rubble by the Octagon and continued to drift in the void. Occasionally, the Octagon would pass a planet, but it would just be a lifeless planet. The ceiling of the observation room was made of a transparent material similar to glass on Earth, but it was much stronger than the latter. It would be fine even if it advanced rapidly through the void. As David was looking at the stars in the sky and sighing at the greatness of the universe. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. Come in, David said. Creak. The door opened. A beautiful woman came in with a plate of delicious food. More than 10 people were following her, each carrying a plate of food. After they entered the room, they placed the food on a table. Master David, it's time to eat. The beautiful woman in the lead said while kneeling. Please enjoy your meal, Master David. The other beautiful women also knelt on the ground as they said respectfully. They were all maids Pavan had brought over. David figured they might be helpful on the journey, so he kept them. These people had long been subdued by David's power. Even Lord Adon Tuffin was not the opponent of this young man from an indigenous living planet. He was terrifyingly powerful. If they served David well and David allowed them to be around him, they might be able to climb up the social ladder using David's name one day. There were different ranks when it came to maids as well. A maid serving a stellar ranker was very different from a maid serving a cosmos ranker. Furthermore, no one would dare to offend a maid serving the master of the Milky Way, not even the direct descendants of the various forces in the Milky Way Empire. So, one could see how high their status was. Now, they could only hope to be acknowledged by David and be granted permission to stay by his side. I got it. You can leave now, David said expressionlessly. Master, please let us serve you. I said you can leave now. David increased the tone of his voice and scared the kneeling woman until their hearts trembled. Then, they got up while shaking. Yes, Master. You can call us if you need anything. We will be on standby at all times. After the woman in the lead said that, she left the room with the rest of them. Eventually, David sat at the dining table to start eating. He had to admit that the food here was all scrumptious. Plus, he could not find any of this food on Earth. As he ate the delicious and nutritious food, he lifted his head to look at the sky full of stars. This was not bad at all. After eating, David continued to lie on the rocking chair to look at the starry sky of the universe. Half a month went by slowly. David had been away from Earth for a month on the Octagon. However, it was still not even half the distance from the center of the Milky Way. David was in a light slumber today when he suddenly felt a shudder. He quickly opened his eyes, immediately opened the communication device, and contacted the control room. What's going on? David asked. Master, I just made a space wormhole jump, so the ship will shake a little. Please don't worry, the commander of the Octagon replied. How far are we from the center of the Milky Way? Master, we have been away from Earth for 1 month and 3 days. According to the scheduled route, we still need at least 2.5 months. 2.5 months? I remember Pavan said it only takes 3 months to come from the Tuffin family's residence last time. Master, that's because the Milky Way battleship is 1 level higher than the Octagon, and since its speed is much higher than the Octagon, the time required will be shorter as well. Okay, that's fine. If you encounter any problems, you must notify me immediately. Yes, Master. After David finished speaking, he turned off the communication device and ignored it. He did not understand what a space wormhole jump was anyway, plus, he held these people's lives in his hands, so they definitely would not dare to mess around. The Octagon continued advancing through the void. A month later, the Octagon added another space wormhole jump. This time, David was notified in advance, so he went to the observation room to look. He saw that the Octagon seemed to have suddenly entered another dimension. It was pitch black, and even the stars in the sky disappeared. The whole process lasted about 3 hours before everything went back to normal. David felt that this was amazing. Are we entering another dimension while doing this space wormhole jump? Could it be that another spatial dimension is closer than this? David was puzzled, but he did not ask too much. A month passed again, and the Octagon made another space wormhole jump. Since then, David had been away from Earth for 3 months. They were also getting closer and closer to the center of the Milky Way. Not long after they came out of the space wormhole, David suddenly noticed a glowing object approaching the observation room. Is that a spaceship? We actually encountered a spaceship? David was excited. Are we finally reaching the heart of the Milky Way galaxy? After more than 2 months away from Earth, I finally met someone else. However, Before David could feel excited, he found that there were more than a dozen black, horned ships waiting behind the spaceship on the opposite side. Furthermore, these flying vessels were constantly attacking the spaceship in front of them. Countless energy cannons struck the spaceship. Although it failed to penetrate the defense of the spaceship, it could not escape the damage either. The two sides chased and ran from each other, slowly approaching David and the Octagon. What's going on? Is this an interstellar war? At this point, David's communication device lit up. What's the matter? David asked after he answered. Master, the spaceship in front is trying to contact us. Do you want to accept? The Octagon's commander asked. David could guess what the other party wanted to do. They were most likely trying to ask for help. He did not want to pay attention to it, but he remembered that he was new here, so it would be nice to get to know some locals. It will be more convenient to carry out my plan then, right? So, David said, accept the call. See what the other person has to say. Yes, Master. A spaceship was moving fast through the void near the center of the Milky Way. Behind it were more than a dozen black, horned ships, and they were constantly attacking the spaceship. Although the black, horned ships temporarily could not break the spaceship's defense, it would not take long for the latter's defense to fail if this continued. After all, black, horned ships were attack-type ships one tier below the Octagon. Meanwhile, the spaceship was only a commercial-type ship. It focused on defense and did not have a strong attack. It had no means of fighting back while faced with the siege of so many black, horned ships. Its defense would be gradually breached if the black horned ships kept attacking it. At this time, inside the spaceship, an exceptionally beautiful young woman was frowning as she looked at the dozen or so black, horned ships that were catching up to them not far away. Mia Concord was the dancing fairy among the 4 fairies in the Milky Way. This time, she was initially invited by Burke, the head of Planet Boundless, to be a guest on Planet Boundless. Burke from Planet Boundless recently broke through from Star Realm to Universe Realm. Since he had reached Cosmos rank, he invited many friends to be guests on Planet Boundless. Mia was also one of those invited. She originally did not want to go because she lived far away from Planet Boundless. Due to this, she would need to pass through the edge of the Milky Way's core. However, Burke made an offer she could not refuse, so Mia decided to go. However, she did not expect to meet space pirates halfway through her journey, resulting in her being hunted down till now. Space pirates were a group of bandits active outside the Milky Way's core. They would rob any commercial spaceships passing by. Mia could not understand. She only passed the edge of the core of the Milky Way and did not come out of the core. The outside of the Milky Way's core is huge, and there are very few space pirates here. However, why did I encounter these hateful space pirates? Did someone reveal my whereabouts? Did someone plot against me? Mia was lost in thought. Miss Mia, what should we do? If we continue like this, our defense will be broken in a day at most, and we will lose our protection. At that time, we will have no way of escaping, a middle-aged woman said anxiously beside Mia. Miss Kane, what did the other party say? Mia asked. Her voice was gentle and melodious. While it sounded as clear as a bell, there was a hint of softness to it. Anyone would feel pleasant hearing her voice. They said, Miss Kane hesitated. You can just tell me. I've heard all kinds of horrible things throughout these years. They said you should surrender obediently and be their leader's wife. Then, they will let you go after you serve the men for 100 years. Really? Tell them I accept, but they must let you leave first. Miss Mia, no way. I will never leave without you. We will die together. Plus, you can't trust these space pirates at all. You mustn't promise them this. Miss Kane immediately refused. Miss Kane, if they agree, you should leave first, as it'll easier for me to escape by myself. Otherwise, we might not be able to leave if we all stay together in such a huge group, Mia said calmly. She did not seem to be affected by such a big dilemma at all. Miss Mia, no one will have a good ending when dealing these space pirates. You can't go. Miss Kane, don't forget that I am also a beginner stellar ranker. If I am alone, I might get a chance to escape if I fight with all my life. Thus, you have to leave first. But, Miss Kane wanted to say something, but the communication device suddenly rang. She turned it on and asked, "What's wrong?" "Miss Kane, there's an octagon ahead of us." Mia's eyes suddenly lit up. The octagon was a military weapon that was possessed only by major forces. She might be saved now that she ran into it. She also knew what awaited her once these space pirates caught her. If possible, she certainly did not want to deal with these nasty guys either. "What? An octagon? I'll be right over here." After Frida finished speaking, she said to Mia, "Miss Mia, there is an octagon in front of us. Let's go and see if we can ask them for help." "Sure." The two went to the control room of the spaceship together. When they were in the control room, they saw a huge octagon slowly approaching them. Anyone able to possess military weapons like the octagon would definitely be a prominent force in the Milky Way Empire. "Send a request to contact the other party," Mia said. "Yes, Miss Mia." The spaceship sent a request to connect. After a while, they accepted. There was a burst of excitement in the spaceship control room. Their worst fear was that the octagon would refuse their request. If that happened, they would not even have a chance to ask for help. Now that the octagon had accepted, they would at least have some hope that the octagon would agree to help them. Even the tiniest bit of hope was beyond exciting when someone was at their most desperate. They would have been captured sooner or later if they had not encountered the octagon. "What's the matter?" A man's voice sounded in the spaceship control room. The source of this voice was David. As soon as he accepted the request, he asked this question. "Hello, I am Mia Concord, and we've run into space pirates while on our way to planet Boundless. Please help us." "I will never forget your grace if you do," Mia said. When the people inside the octagon's control room heard Mia's name, they gasped in excitement. "Mia Concord? Dance Fairy Mia from the Four Fairies of the Milky Way? We ran into the Dance Fairy? I want her autograph." Me too. I heard her autograph is at a high price now." However, David did not know Mia Concord or the Dance Fairy. "Miss Concord, right? I'm sorry, I don't know you, so I am not obligated to help you," David rejected. Inside the control room of the spaceship, David's words were like a bucket of cold water, putting out everyone's excitement. Mia also frowned. Who among the Milky Way's core doesn't know me? Who doesn't know the Four Fairies? It's fine if he doesn't want to help, but why did he say he doesn't know me? It's either this person is an aborigine, or he just doesn't want to help me. But how would an aborigine have an octagon? Therefore, Mia felt that this person simply did not want to help her. She had nothing to say anymore since this person was so heartless. After all, he did not have an obligation to help her. However, Mia still wanted to try again since this was not only related to her life. This would also affect the life and death of the dozens of people on the spaceship. Furthermore, these people had been with her for a long time. Only Dancing Fairy Mia lacked a strong background among the four fairies in the Milky Way. She was born into a small family. However, she got a position among the four fairies by relying on her ability, moving one step at a time. She was also loved and worshipped by countless people in the galaxy. Although she was only ranked the last among the four fairies, it was still something ordinary people could never achieve. One must know that the other three fairies were from prominent forces and had very powerful backgrounds. In particular, Astrid Barlow, the head of the four fairies, was the princess of the Milky Way Empire. Countless people from great forces had to address her as Her Royal Highness. She had a high status, and people looked up to her. Although the status of the other two was not comparable to Astrid, they definitely had a status than much higher Mia's. At the very least, they would never take a commercial spaceship when traveling. They were even less likely to be stopped by space pirates. It was precisely because Mia did not have a powerful background that she would always have many people eyeing her. She was powerless to refuse the invitations from prominent forces. Otherwise, the family behind her would likely be implicated. The reason why she went to Planet Boundless this time was that she was invited and also threatened by Burke. A head of a planet whose combat power had broken through to beginner cosmos rank would also be an important figure in the Milky Way. Moreover, the forces behind Burke were even more terrifying, and he could easily get rid of the Concord family by offering any random excuse. However, although many big people were eyeing Mia, there had never been any news of someone's success fully dominating her. This was also the reason why she was liked by countless young people. The space pirates Black Horn ships were still constantly attacking Mia's spaceship. They seemed to know Mia's whereabouts this time. Thus, they blocked her path to drive her out of the Milky Way's core. It was their world out there since space pirates could not enter the core easily. Once the Milky Way Empire's officials found out about them, they would be immediately destroyed. If this were any of the other three fairies, the space pirates would not dare to do such a thing. Although they were a group of desperados, they were not fools. Once they provoked the prominent forces, they would be in deep trouble. Inside the spaceship's control room, "What do you need for you to save us?" "As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse," Mia asked. She felt that it was very likely that the other party wanted to talk to her about conditions. After all, too many men were eyeing her in this galaxy. The direct descendants of many major powers, and even the heads of families, had expressed themselves secretly and openly. However, Mia would muddle through them using various this only dancing fairy. Mia lacked a strong background among the four fairies in the Milky Way. She was born into a small family. However, she got a position among the four fairies by relying on her ability, moving one step at a time. She was also loved and worshipped by countless people in the galaxy. Although she was only ranked the last among the four fairies, it was still something ordinary people could never achieve. One must know that the other three fairies were from prominent forces and had very powerful backgrounds. In particular, Astrid Barlow, the head of the four fairies, was the princess of the Milky Way Empire. Countless people from great forces had to address her as Her Royal Highness. She had a high status, and people looked up to her. Although the status of the other two was not comparable to Astrid, they definitely had a status than much higher Mia's. At the very least, they would never take a commercial spaceship when traveling. They were even less likely to be stopped by space pirates. It was precisely because Mia did not have a powerful background that she would always have many people eyeing her. She was powerless to refuse the invitations from prominent forces. Otherwise, the family behind her would likely be implicated. The reason why she went a planet boundless this time was that she was invited and also threatened by Burke. A head of a planet whose combat power had broken through to beginner cosmos rank would also be an important figure in the Milky Way. Moreover, the forces behind Burke were even more terrifying, and he could easily get rid of the Concord family by offering any random excuse. However, although many big people were eyeing Mia, there had never been any news of someone's success fully dominating her. This was also the reason why she was liked by countless young people. The space pirates Black Horn ships were still constantly attacking Mia's spaceship. They seemed to know Mia's whereabouts this time. Thus, they blocked her path to drive her out of the Milky Way's core. It was their world out there since space pirates could not enter the core easily. Once the Milky Way Empire's officials found out about them, they would be immediately destroyed. If this were any of the other three fairies, the space pirates would not dare to do such a thing. Although they were a group of desperados, they were not fools. Once they provoked the prominent forces, they would be in deep trouble. Inside the spaceship's control room, "What do you need for you to save us?" "As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse," Mia asked. She felt that it was very likely that the other party wanted to talk to her about conditions. After all, too many men were eyeing her in this galaxy. The direct descendants of many major powers, and even the heads of families, had expressed themselves secretly and openly. However, Mia would muddle through them using various excuses. Those people were all reputable and dignified. Moreover, Mia was also famous. Therefore, they would also not use force against Mia. People of great power would need to maintain their dignity. However, Mia obviously could not refuse in this situation. If she were given a choice, of course, she would not want to fall into the hands of the space pirates. This would ruin her life. Therefore, she would rather agree to David's request, as she would at least still be able to rely on a powerful force that posses this octagon. Excuses. Those people were all reputable and dignified. Moreover, Mia was also famous. Therefore, they would also not use force against Mia. People of great power would need to maintain their dignity. However, Mia obviously could not refuse in this situation. If she were given a choice, of course, she would not want to fall into the hands of the space pirates. This would ruin her life. Therefore, she would rather agree to David's request, as she would at least still be able to rely on a powerful force that posses this octagon. It was just that she did not expect David not to have any interest in her at all, and he simply did not want to help her. The operators in the octagon's control room went crazy. Mia actually said that if they saved Mia, Master David might even make her his maid. How impressive would this be if word got out? Mia was one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way. Countless big shots wanted her in their arms, but none of them could do so. Meanwhile, they had this opportunity right now. It would be easy for the Octagon to rescue Mia from the pursuit of more than a dozen Black Horn ships. After all, the Octagon was 1 level higher than the Black Horn ship. The Black Horn ship's attacks would not hurt the Octagon at all. On the contrary, the Octagon's attack could destroy a Black Horn ship in 1 hit. It was a pity that Master David had no idea how famous the Dance Fairy was, nor had any idea how many people were obsessed with her. "Who's chasing you?" David asked. David was a newcomer and did not know anything about outer space, so he did not want to get involved in the war between the 2 forces. The Tuffin family was enough to give him a headache. If he provoked another prominent force, wouldn't he be making trouble for himself? "Sir, these people are all space pirates outside the Milky Way's core. I was invited by Burke, the head of Planet Boundless, to go to Planet Boundless to celebrate his breakthrough to Universe Realm. However, I didn't expect to meet these space pirates halfway through my journey. Our defense won't be able to handle any more attacks. Please help us, sir." "I will be eternally grateful," Mia replied respectfully. Space pirates? Celebrating the breakthrough of the head of Planet Boundless Burke to Universe Realm? Does that even require a celebration? It seems that the people of the Stella Civilization Galaxy are no different from ordinary people on Earth. They all like having fun. David thought silently. He did not know who Burke was, but he knew a little about space pirates from the internet. These people were tantamount to criminals who were constantly challenging the law. They specialized in arson, murder, and looting. If caught by them, the victims would definitely lose their money and life. So, should I save them or not? According to David's character, his heart leaned more towards saving them. However, he was currently shouldering a huge responsibility, so it would be unwise to waste his time here. When David was about to refuse, he heard another voice. "Miss Mia Concord, just be a good girl and surrender. We'll let you go as long as you serve my men and me for 100 years. If not, no one will save you today. Also, I forgot to tell you that there are 1384 of us here." Haha. Then, another voice said, "I don't care who you are. I should advise you to stop being nosy. There are some things that you can't afford to interfere with. Beware of causing trouble for the forces backing you." The latter message was clearly directed at David. "How did they contact us?" David asked the commander of the Octagon. "Master David, we didn't accept the message. They forcefully hacked into us," the commander replied. "You can't imagine the extent of our strength. Just leave obediently. If not, the Octagon can't even protect you." "Kick them out," David said to the commander. "Yes, Master David." Soon, the commander said, "Master David, I can't. They should be using some special tactics. Stop wasting your efforts. Since we can hack into your system, how can you kick us out? If you're smart, kid, you should leave now. If not, we'll also take action against you. Don't think we can't do anything to you because you have the Octagon's protection. Since when did irrelevant buffoons like the space pirates dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Open the hatch of the ship and let Mia in. After that, prepare the laser cannons and show them that there are certain things they shouldn't say," David said casually. If the space pirates did not say things like that, he might not have saved Mia. After all, he had a lot of things to do, and he did not want to waste his time here. However, since they said this, wouldn't he look weak if he did not respond to them? After all, he was a peak Cosmos ranker. "Thank you for your help," Mia said happily. "Be *starred. You are asking for death." The space pirate roared. They had just lost the prize that had been in the palm of their hand, so how would they not feel mad? When they thought about how they would need to face the wrath of their boss if they failed the mission, the space pirates, who were used to living on the edge, shuddered uncontrollably. They did not meet Mia by chance. Instead, They were ordered by someone powerful to come to capture Mia. They were bluffing when they said they wanted Mia to serve them for 100 years. How would they get a turn on Mia, one of the four fairies? If they did that, they would have no way to survive, no matter where they were in the Milky Way, even if Mia did not have a powerful force supporting her. It was because there were too many powerful people who admired Mia. Others aside, they already could not even afford to offend the person who gave them the order. One word from him could easily decide their fate. Death might be their best outcome unless they escaped to the very edge of the Milky Way and never returned. They would likely be imprisoned forever and suffer a fate worse than death. The Octagon's hatch opened, and Mia's spaceship quickly went inside. They would be safe as long as they entered the Octagon. However, the space pirates did not want to give them this chance. The dozens of black, horned ships stopped attacking and changed formations. Now, they were arranged in a half-circle. At the same time, all of the black, horned ships gathered their energies and focused them at the center of the half-circle. This strike would clearly be more powerful than each of them attacking individually. Miss Mia, we detected a large energy gathering behind us. We won't be able to resist it if we're hit. What should we do? Increase the speed. As long as we're inside the Octagon, we'll be safe, Mia said with a frown. She was also very nervous. At this time, the Octagon's 8 comers also began gathering energy. Mia's spaceship was about to enter the Octagon's cabin just as the two sides were about to make contact. Then, the energy gathered by more than a dozen black horned ships behind them finally launched. Bang! Miss Mia! Miss Kane exclaimed. The hearts of the people in the spaceship all leaped to their throats. They were within reach of the Octagon's open cabin, but if they were attacked from behind, their entire spaceship would disintegrate instantly, and there would be no chance to escape. Except for Mia, a beginner stellar ranker, none of the others could survive this powerful attack. Mia would also be severely injured. The energy gathered by more than a dozen black, horned ships was no joke. This blow would be at stellar rank, so it would also be a little hard for the Octagon to resist if it was hit. Whoosh! The energy cannons gathered by the black, horned ships passed by the spaceship and blasted directly at the Octagon, where David was. These space pirates never meant to attack Mia's spaceship in the first place. Otherwise, they would not have bothered trying to capture her. Why waste so much time dallying? The order they received was to capture Mia alive and well. She could not be seriously injured. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves. As they faced this blow that would pierce the Octagon's defenses, David and the others did not cower. On the contrary, they emitted the energy gathered by the 8 corners. Boom! The energy both sides gathered collided with each other. The huge shockwave blew away Mia's spaceship. However, because the ship was not hit directly, the shockwave only broke through its defenses and did not hurt Mia and the others inside. Go! The spaceship is about to explode. Get out of here right now. After Mia finished speaking, she left the spaceship and escaped first. The others followed Mia out of the spaceship too. Whether a commercial spaceship or a military flying vessel, there would be an explosion as soon as the defense was breached. Mia fled to the void with her team of a dozen people. Boom! The spaceship turned to ashes with a loud bang after they had just escaped. Without the protection of their spaceship, Mia and the others were exposed to everyone's gaze. There was not a single man in the team of dozens of people. They were all gorgeous women. Whether they were old or young, they were all at least 9s. At the same time, Mia stood out among these beauties and shone like a pearl. It was also the first time David saw a woman with such a top-notch temperament, appearance, and figure. Among the people he knew, perhaps only Selena would be able to compete with Mia in the future because right now, not even Selena could compare to her. As for the group of space pirates in the distance, they started salivating when they saw Mia. Unfortunately for them, Mia was not someone they could vie for. However, even if they could not get their hands on Mia, it would be nice to have those beauties around her. Those people were also stunning. Of course, the first thing they needed to get rid of now was the Octagon in front of them. If they could get rid of David and the others, the beauties in front of them would be theirs. More than a dozen black, horned ships were parked not far away. They continued gathering energy as they could not give the Octagon a chance to disperse them. The black, Horn ships were already a notch below the octagon. If they were spread out, separate attacks from the Black Horde ships would never be able to break the octagon's defenses. Only by gathering their energy would they be able to breach the octagon's defense. The octagon's control room. The commander was preparing to continue gathering energy to resist the attack when he heard David's voice. "Open the hatch. I'll go out to deal with them. We should leave quickly after I'm done. I still have a lot of things to do next, and I don't want to waste my time with them." "Yes, Master David," the commander replied respectfully. More than a dozen Black Horn ships continued to gather energy, but the octagon was unresponsive. Mia and others standing in the void were puzzled. The energy gathered by more than a dozen Black Horn ships was clearly capable of breaking the octagon's defenses. If they did not want to be attacked, then the only way was to confront each other head-on like just now and see who would run out of energy first. Could it be that the octagon had already run out of energy? Mia wondered. This was quite possible. After all, the octagon just came back from the outskirts, which must have been a long journey. Therefore, it was not impossible for them to have run out of energy. If so, they would be doomed. The space pirates were very excited at this time. The octagon ran out of energy. Haha, even God is helping us. Once they dealt with the octagon, Mia and the others would not be able to escape from them. After they complete the task, they could also get huge benefits. Furthermore, there were also dozens of beauties waiting for them to enjoy. They did not care if they would offend any major forces if they killed someone like David. Who among them did not have someone backing them? If they did not have a backer, would they dare to stop Mia? As long as they could bring Mia back to their employer unharmed, they would not need to worry about the rest because someone would settle it for them. At this moment, they had almost finished gathering the energy. Mia and others were disappointed. They saw a glimmer of hope and thought they would be rescued. As a result, they unexpectedly implicated the other party. This made Mia feel a little uneasy. "If you let them go, I'll go with you willingly. I know you were ordered by someone to come to capture me alive. If you don't agree, I'll kill myself right now in front of you, so that you won't be able to explain yourselves to your employer when you go back," Mia cried. After she finished speaking, she produced a delicate dagger and placed it on her neck. "Miss Mia, no." Miss Kane and others said nervously next to her. The space pirates heard what Mia said, and for a moment, they were hesitant. A beefy man with a chubby face and a height of at least 2 meters was sitting in one of the Black Horn ships. He was the leader of this group of space pirates, and of course, Mia's words reached him. "What should we do, boss?" asked a shifty-eyed small man next to him. "What do you think we can do? Hurry up and stop the attack. If Mia really commits suicide and angers the big shot, all of us will die." The beefy man growled. "Yes, boss." Then, he notified the space pirates and the other Black Horn ships to stop gathering energy. Just as I thought. Mia's hypothesis was confirmed when she saw that the space pirates had stopped energy gathering. These space pirates did not run into her by chance, but instead, they received an order from someone to capture her. But who ordered them? Mia could not guess for now. As far as she knew, too many people had this idea, but it was hard to say who would actually take action. At this moment, the octagon's hatch opened, and David stepped out. As soon as he came out, he immediately attracted the attention of Mia and the space pirates in the distance. After all, he was the owner of the octagon. Therefore, he would not be an unknown figure in the Milky Way. The octagon was not quite as good as the Milky Way battleship, but it was not something that ordinary forces could possess. David looked young, so he must be the direct descendant of some major power. "Sir, you should leave now. I shouldn't have asked you for help. I didn't expect that this would end up hurting you," Mia said to David guiltily. She genuinely did not expect the octagon to run out of energy. Otherwise, she would not have asked David for help at all. "Haha, kid, are you trying to use your family to intimidate us so that we'll let you go? Listen to me, it's useless. Us men have been traversing this sea of stars for many years, and we live on the edge daily. We have seen it all. You won't be able to escape even if you say that you are from the Milky Way Empire's royal family." The voice of the space pirate's boss came from one of the Black Horn ships. However, he was just bluffing. He dared to say that because people from the Milky Way Empire's royal family would never ride in the octagon. They would travel using vehicles specially engraved with the royal coat of arms. If David were truly royalty, these space pirates would be so scared that they would kneel and beg for mercy. Even the big shot behind them had to bow down to the Milky Way Empire's royal family, the power that dominated the entire galaxy. I said let them go, or I will kill myself in front of you immediately. If I die, it'll be hard for you to explain to the person who ordered you to do this no matter who they are, Mia said with a beautiful frown. You? The beefy man was at a loss for words. He really could not let Mia die. However, they did not want to let the Octagon go either. What space pirates did was kill and loot. It was rare for them to encounter an Octagon that had exhausted their energy, so how would they let it leave just like that? Opportunities like this would not come by often. An Octagon was worth more than a dozen modified Blackhorn ships. Fine, I can let them go, but you have to leave the Octagon behind and fly back by yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The beefy man thought for a while and said, No, it's too dangerous to make them fly back by themselves, and accidents might easily occur, Mia refused instantly. No? Mia, stop threatening me with suicide. If you dare to commit suicide, I will make the chicks around you who have been with you for many years suffer a fate worse than death. I will make them regret living in this world and following you. You better think this through, the beefy man snarled. You. Now it was Mia's turn to be speechless. She blushed, not knowing what to do. Miss Mia, we are not afraid. We'll just die together at worst, Miss Kane said beside her. Yes, Miss Mia. Worst comes to worst, we'll just die together. The others chimed in. Mia fell silent as she looked at the women who had been with her for many years. David heard every word they said. To be frank, he did not expect Mia to ask space pirates to let them go. Mia could be regarded as honest and grateful for saying something like that. In this case, it would not be a waste of time, even if David took some time to save her. Are you space pirates? David asked suddenly. That's right. We are space pirates that make others terror, stricken at the mere mention of our name. If you're smart, hand us the Octagon immediately, and we'll spare your life for the sake of the dance fairy. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless, the beefy man threatened. I heard that space pirates specialize in killing and stealing. I think you have done enough bad things throughout all these years, right? Aren't you afraid of retribution? David asked again. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted at the scene. There were at least hundreds of people on the dozens of Blackhorn ships. This was a pretty big space pirate gang. None of them were weak. Say, are you stupid? Retribution? What's that? We have traversed this sea of stars for decades, and we've robbed and killed countless people and ships that have passed through. The people who died under by hands could form a mountain. Where's the retribution you mentioned? Why don't I see it? The beefy man said sarcastically. I am your retribution. Since you've encountered me today, I will not allow you to continue harming others. After David said this, there was immediately another round of laughter. You? The Octagon without energy is like a tiger without teeth. Yet you're saying something insane like you'll take action against us and not give us a chance to continue harming others? Who do you think you are? The beefy man said mockingly. Even Mia and others felt that David was just boasting. David stopped speaking. Since he had confirmed that the other party were space pirates with blood on their hands, he did not have to say anything more. He should just quickly resolve this and leave. Boom. David immediately exuded the energy of a partial cosmos rancor. The sky trembled from this huge burst of energy. Before everyone could recover from the shock, David appeared before the more than a dozen Blackhorn ships. Immediately after, boom, 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 more than a dozen Blackhorn ships exploded one after another in the void like fireworks. Mia and the others only came back to their senses when the shockwave of the Blackhorn ship explosion reached them. At this time, David had returned to the Octagon's hatch and stepped inside. As for the hundreds of space pirates, they were all wiped out instantly, leaving no survivors. Those people were nothing in front of David, a partial cosmos rancor. Mia and the women behind her stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. It felt just like a dream to them. The strength of this young man was simply outrageous. They had no way of resisting the energy he had just emitted. He destroyed more than a dozen black, horned ships in a blink of an eye, and there were several stellar rankers in those ships. Even if those people were not at Cosmos rank, they were nearly there. What a young partial Cosmos ranker! Even if Mia had seen countless talents in the Milky Way, she had to admit none of them could compare to David. This was the successor secretly cultivated by a real powerful force. "You should come in as well," David said after he stepped into the octagon. Mia and the women behind her quickly got into the octagon as well. She did not dare to make this man wait for too long. Mia could basically understand what kind of person David was just by that sentence. He was young, handsome, powerful, and very righteous. This was the dream man in her heart. This encounter was definitely a chance given to her by God. Therefore, she had to seize this chance. In the past 2 years, Mia had also started thinking about herself. She was not the same as the other 3 fairies. She did not have a powerful background, so every step she took would be challenging. Moreover, it was also very dangerous for her. What happened today was proof of this. The space pirates would not dare to do this to the 3 other fairies. Therefore, Mia also wanted a strong backer. She had a lot of people pursuing her, and she had narrowed down a lot of candidates. However, after meeting David today, she immediately disqualified those candidates. When she compared them with David, a successor that was cultivated by a truly powerful force, those talents were far too inferior. After Mia and the others entered the octagon, they were brought into a hall. David was drinking tea on the main seat. "Thank you for saving us, sir," Mia said respectfully. "Thank you for saving us, sir." The other woman also repeated respectfully after Mia. "You don't have to be so humble. I didn't plan to save you, but you have a pretty good attitude, so I know I'm not wasting my time," David said as he slowly took a sip of his tea. "My name is Mia Concord. May I know what your name is, sir?" Mia asked. She was not embarrassed by what David said at all. As a public figure in the Milky Way without a powerful background, Mia had seen a lot of things. Hence, she was already used to such people purposely making things difficult for her, so David's words were nothing. "My name is David Lydell." "I see, Master David. Is Mia famous?" David turned to the servant and asked. He noticed how these servants who had followed Pavan got a little excited when they saw Mia. "Master David, Mia is one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way, nicknamed the Dance Fairy. She can make people happy and addicted to her dance. It's rumored that she once made someone break through another realm on the spot with just her dancing. She's sought after by countless young people, and at the same time, she is often a guest of many older generations. If you can invite the Dance Fairy to any party, she will definitely bring more fun to it." "Oh." Hearing this, David looked at Mia. She's an entertainer. So, she's equivalent to a world-class diva on Earth, right? However, Mia is not that simple either since she is a beginner stellar ranker. "To thank you for your help, why don't I dance for you to relieve your fatigue?" Mia suggested. She wondered how a big shot like David would have never heard of her name, but Mia did not ask about this. She figured that David should be a cultivator who only concentrated on training and was not at all concerned about other worldly matters. That was why he had this kind of combat power at such a young age, easily outshining all the talents on the surface of the Milky Way. Many major forces had someone like this as each had their own sets of enemies. Everyone knew that destruction pursued the great. If a force revealed that they had someone with devilishly high talent, the other hostile forces would surely find a way to get rid of them. Thus, they would usually train these people secretly and not make them public until they could stand independently. David must be one such person. David thought for a while and said, "Okay, dance for me, and let me see if the Dance Fairy, one of the 4 fairies, is really worthy of her name." Mia started getting ready after she heard David agreeing. She found a room to change. Then, the other women took out their instruments and started arranging them. Those were their money makers. Therefore, they would bring the instruments anywhere they went. Soon, Mia came out in a long bright colored dress. All of the colors were blended together, and it looked stunning. The sleeves were long, and the dress was also long, reaching all the way to the floor. One would like it at first sight. Mia's tall, slim figure coupled with gorgeous face captured the hearts of many men before she even started dancing. Mia walked to the center of the hall and nodded to the women, hinting to them that she was ready. Ding! The crisp sound of the first instrument resonated across the room. Then, more than 10 instruments started producing music. Mia started dancing in the center of the hall. Every move displayed her lithe body, making her look like a gorgeous butterfly. Everyone was mesmerized by her. On the contrary, David watched Mia dancing at the hall's center with his eyebrows furrowed. He could sense something wrong with his mind power. At this moment, there seemed to be a magic spell on Mia's body that would make people unconsciously drown in her. However, this magic spell would not hurt anyone. Instead, it would make their hearts feel refreshed. It seemed that the legends were not baseless. This dance could indeed accelerate the audience's speed time. However, it was also limited. If the audience watched her daily, they might not gain any huge effects. As expected of the dance fairy, no wonder she was acknowledged by so many. This was a well-deserved reputation. Of course, this did not do anything to David. His mind power was too strong, so how would he be affected by this? After the song ended, Mia stopped moving. However, except for David, the audience still could not return to their senses for a long time. They were still immersed in the dance from earlier. Mia deserved to her title of the dance fairy among the 4 fairies. Her dancing was indeed very infectious, and it would make the audience subconsciously indulge in it. Clap, clap. David took the lead in applauding. His applause also tugged the others back to their senses. Clap, clap, clap. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Mia also bowed politely to David. Not bad. Not bad. As expected of Dance Fairy, you really live up to your reputation. Your dance is very contagious. At the very least, you are the best dancer who dances with your soul I have ever seen, David said without hesitation. Mia's dance could make her audience clear their heads and feel comfortable. At the same time, she might even promote a slight increase in strength. Although David did not know what kind of person she was, he was sure that Mia was not heartless because such a person could never dance such a refreshing dance. Thank you for your compliment, Master David. My dance is inferior in front of you, Mia replied softly. She was not humble. Instead, she had been watching David the entire time she was dancing. David's eyes stayed clear the entire time and did not look mesmerized like the others. He was not even the slightest bit affected. Mia had met this kind of person before, but all of them were big shots with terrifying strength. It seems that David is not as simple as he appears, Mia thought to herself. Mia, you are too humble. I wonder, where are you heading? I can drop you off if it's on the way, David asked. Master David, I am going to Planet Boundless to dance for Lord Burke to celebrate his breakthrough to Universe Realm, Mia replied. Is Planet Boundless on our way? David turned to the commander of the Octagon next to him and asked. The commander was taken aback, and he was a little confused. You only said you wanted to go to the center of the Milky Way, but you didn't say where you wanted to go to. I don't even know where you are going, so how will I know if it's on the way or not? However, the commander did not dare to say anything. All he could say was, No, Master David. Master David, please give us a ride. In order to celebrate his breakthrough to Universe Realm, Lord Burke of Planet Boundless has invited a lot of talents and big shots to his planet. This banquet will be huge. If you have time, you can go and have a look. I believe you won't be disappointed, Mia said quickly. She was a little afraid that David would abandon them halfway. What would they do then? If they were to fly in the void, they would be directionless. Plus, it would be very slow and dangerous. David looked at the commander's confused look and realized he had asked the wrong question. He only wanted to go to the center of the Milky Way, but he did not specify where. The center of the Milky Way was so huge, and David wanted to go to the most prosperous place to spend money. Since a lot of big shots were going to Planet Boundless, it would be easier to spend money there, right? Hence, he decided to head to Planet Boundless first. All right, we'll send Mia to Planet Boundless first. I haven't come back in a long time, so it'll be good for me to meet those talents and big shots, David said. Yes, Master David. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the control room, the commander said respectfully. Go ahead, David said with a wave of his hand. Then, the commander left the hall with the other operators. Thank you, Master David. Mia sincerely thanked him. She could sense something from David's words as well. David was most likely a direct descendant of the Major, who went out to explore many years ago. Many forces would let their direct descendants go out to see the world and venture after they reached a certain age. A flower could not grow in a greenhouse. David said he had not been back for years, so this should probably be the case. It's just that Mia had no idea which force David belonged to. Mia went through all the major forces in her mind, but she did not seem to remember a Liddell family. Of course, David could also be giving her a fake name. Another situation was that David did not belong to any family. Either way, David had the required strength. He reached partial universe realm at such a young age. Mia, I've been exploring outside these years, so I don't know much about what has recently happened in the Milky Way. I'm wondering if you can have a chat with me to tell me about the recent events in the Milky Way, David asked. Although he could find some information about the Milky Way on the internet, the Milky Way galaxy was too large, and he did not know where to start. Thus, he could only grasp some of the most basic situations. If only someone could explain it to him, he could save a lot of time and learn some things that were not available on the web. I am honored to be of service, Master David, Mia replied with a smile. She naturally would not refuse a chance to talk to David alone. Moreover, David just saved them. If David did not show up, they would have ended up in a horrible situation. After the rest of them left, Mia went to change. It was very inconvenient to wear her dancing clothes. After a while, she returned to the hall in her new set of clothes. Mia, you must be tired too. Come have some tea, David said. After that, he poured some tea for Mia. Mia was not humble at all. She sat directly opposite David and took a sip of the tea after picking up the cup. This is such good tea. Thank you, Master David. As one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way, Mia had seen a lot of things. She had tea and alcohol with many strong people at Universe Realm. So, despite being grateful to her savior who was at partial Universe Realm, she was not scared of him. After a while, David asked, Mia, I wonder if you know about the Tuffin family? The Tuffin family? One of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire? Mia asked in shock. That's right, David replied casually. Mia looked at David. After she recomposed herself, she said, Not really. I've never interacted with people from the Tuffin family. I've only heard basic information about them from other people. Tell me about them. Mia replied after thinking about it. They are one of the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, and they are very powerful. However, their ranking has dropped in recent years, and now they are in the last place among the 8 prominent families. The Dalarosa family just announced they want to replace the Tuffin family's place as one of the 8 prominent families. As for whether they'll succeed, it's hard to say. Why? Since the Dalarosa family dares to say that they want to replace the Tuffin family, they should have a certain degree of confidence. Otherwise, their family's reputation will definitely be greatly affected if they fail. For these major forces, prestige and dignity are sometimes more important than anything else, David asked suspiciously. Master David, you have no idea. The Tuffin family has been one of the 8 prominent families for so many years, and their background is profound. Although their strength has declined in recent years, they are still better off than ordinary folk even after suffering a loss. In addition to that, Grandmaster Tuffin is still alive. With him around, the Tuffin family won't fall. The Dalarosa family dares to say this because they are connected to the Alaband family through marital relations, and the Alaband family and the Tuffin family are mortal enemies. You mean the Alaband family that's ranked 3rd among the 8? David asked. Exactly. The Alaband and Tuffin family have a long-standing feud. If Grandmaster Tuffin were not alive and didn't deter the Alaband family from acting rashly, the Alaband family would have wiped out the Tuffin family long ago, Mia replied. David fell into deep thought. This information was important. Also, he could not find news of this on the internet. When he was on Earth, David had scoured the internet for all information on the Tuffin family. However, he did not find anything regarding the feud between the Alaband and Tuffin families. The Alaband family was the 3rd superfamily among the 8 prominent families. So, they were definitely more powerful than the Tuffin family, who was about to be disqualified from the 8 prominent families. However, the Tuffin family had a terrifyingly strong grandmaster around, so the Alaband family did not dare to do anything. Now, The Earth was also a mortal enemy of the Tuffen family. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hence, David figured he could utilize this. As for how he was going to do it, he did not know yet. He decided to learn more about the Alaband family first. He wanted to know what this family was about. If it were a wicked family beyond redemption, David would just let them fight with each other. He could collaborate with them to deal with the Tuffen family if they were a reputable and upright family. Of course, this possibility of this being the case was tiny. Which of these major forces would not prioritize interest? They would not miss out on any chance to benefit their family. Mia, is Grandmaster Tuffen really that strong that he can deter the Alaband family, the third among the 8 prominent families? I don't think they're scared of Grandmaster Tuffen, right? Grandmaster Tuffen has been living for millenniums, so he's one of the Milky Way's magnates. Naturally, he's very strong. Even though the Alaband family has someone who can go against him, they don't want to have a battle with the Tuffen family that'll result in both sides losing, even if they're not scared of Grandmaster Tuffen. This is because a third party might benefit from this fight. Of course, they will not give up on any chance they can to knock each other down. I see. David understood now. How strong will someone be if they've lived for millenniums? How should I crack this? David felt that things had gotten challenging. Hence, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Next, David asked a lot of questions about the situation in the Milky Way Empire. Mia would answer anything she knew. As long as she knew the answer, she would explain it to David patiently while giving him her opinions. David also learned a lot from this interaction. He soon understood the situation in the entire Milky Way. As time passed, the two would sit together for brief chats every day. With that, they gradually became closer. When Mia asked how old David was, David did not dare to tell her the truth because he was worried he would scare her. This was because human life expectancy had increased dramatically in the heart of the Milky Way. Those under the age of 100 were called youth. People like David, who was in his 20s and not even 30, were just adolescents. It was pretty scary to be at partial universe realm when one was in their 20s. David had to lie about his age, saying he was 70 or 80. Mia did not doubt him. Even though it was still scary for people in their 70s or 80s to be in partial universe realm, it was still within the acceptable range. If David told Mia the truth, Mia's jaw would be on the floor. A 20-something peak cosmos ranker? No such person had appeared in the recorded history of hundreds of thousands of years in the entire Milky Way. While David and the others were on their way to Planet Boundless, inside a luxurious complex on an unknown planet at the center of the Milky Way. Is there no news yet? A man with an impressive appearance asked. Master, not yet, an old butler said from the side. What about Planet Boundless? Is there any news of Mia? No, there are only 2 possibilities then. One is that they've captured Mia successfully, but they've stood me up because they want to have Mia all to themselves, so they ran away with her. Another is that they failed and don't dare to contact me. Either they died, or they ran away. Heathcliff, which do you think it is? The man who was addressed as Master asked. Master, I think they most probably failed, and it was a complete wipeout, Heathcliff answered. Reason? Ian, even though the space pirates are dangerous people who live on the edge daily, this doesn't mean they're not scared of death. If they offend you, there might be something scarier than death waiting for them, so they won't dare to do that. Hence, even if they failed, they would immediately report the reason if they were still alive. They wouldn't dare to flee, so there's only one possibility. They're all dead. That makes sense. What went wrong then? Mia can't fight back with her level, and judging from her character, she wouldn't abandon those women who've been with her for so many years. In the end, she'd only surrender obediently. This plan was absolutely flawless, so what went wrong? Perhaps Mia got lucky, and someone coincidentally saved her. 111L, this is another possibility. This person must be pretty strong if he could save Mia. Heathcliff, make the preparations and follow me to Planet Boundless. Burke values prestige the most and has invited many people, so Mia definitely knows this. I'm sure she would go to Planet Boundless if she's still alive. If not, her family will be doomed if she embarrasses Burke in front of so many reputable people and angers him. I want to see who's so courageous to ruin my plan. After the man said that, His eyes glistened with a hint of murderous intent. He had been waiting for a long time for a chance to execute this plan. However, someone had ruined it. Even though Mia did not have any powerful backer behind her, she was still one of the four fairies. Hence, she was pursued by many youngsters in the Milky Way. Even the older generation admired her. This young man would not dare to risk universal condemnation to dominate Mia by force. Therefore, he could only find a chance to do this in secret. He would not get a lot of chances to stop Mia outside the Milky Way's core. If he failed this time, he would not know when he would have such a chance again. Moreover, Mia would surely be more vigilant next time. He would definitely make this nosy person suffer unimaginable consequences. Yes, master. After Heathcliff answered respectfully, he turned to make arrangements. Half a month later, the Octagon had almost arrived at Planet Boundless after traveling for so long. After entering the Milky Way's core, David also encountered more and more spaceships and flying vessels. However, they did not run into any accidents along their journey. The security level at the core of the Milky Way was still relatively high. Space pirates could only wander outside the core but dared not enter the core to commit any crimes. Plus, not everyone could use an octagon. Most people would run away when they spotted it. So, David and the Octagon's journey went basically unimpeded. As they got closer and closer to Planet Boundless, David and the others also encountered other Octagons and even Milky Way battleships. They should be heading to Planet Boundless to celebrate Burke's breakthrough to Universe Realm. After more than 10 days of interaction, Mia also had a certain understanding of David. This person was very different from the direct descendants of the major forces she had seen before. First of all, David did not seem to have much interest in her. Even when the two were alone, he would only ask her about some important information regarding the layout of the Milky Way. He would even look at her with clear eyes. There would only be admiration and no traces of lust in his eyes. Hence, he never teased her brazenly or indirectly. This was Mia's first time meeting such a man since she became one of the four fairies. She was wondering if David was a normal man. How could he be so unmoved meeting the goddess of the Milky Way? Mia had seen too many pairs of eyes overflowing with lust and desire. As she was gradually getting used to that feeling, she suddenly met a man looking at her with clear eyes without a trace of lust. Hence, she started to examine herself. She wondered if she was not good enough. This was the usual psychology of a woman. If one wanted to get her attention, one needed to be different. Of course, David did not mean this at all. The only thing in his mind was to upgrade as soon as possible to solve the Earth's crisis. It would be best if he could eradicate the Tuffin family and get things done once and for all. However, it would not be easy to deal with Grandmaster Tuffin, a magnate who had been alive for millenniums. Even though David did not feel anything for Mia, Mia was becoming more interested in David. David had a good temper, temperament, appearance, strength, background, and so on. Meanwhile, Mia valued a good, tempered man the most. She could not stand the temper of most of the direct descendants from major families. Some of them were irascible and violent, especially with the way they treated their servants. It was common for them to scold or beat their servants. Some of the servants were even tortured and killed after making a mistake. Mia looked down on people like this the most. She would disqualify them no matter how powerful and high their statuses were. She herself would often treat the people around her like her sister. Mia would not punish them if they did not make principled mistakes. Because of this, the women around Mia were very loyal to her and would be willing to die for her during critical moments. Even though the Milky Way was enormous and there were many people living in it, finding a good employer was still a very challenging task. Mia, we should be arriving at Planet Boundless soon, right? David asked Mia, who was sitting across from him. Master David, we will arrive in 3 more days, Mia replied. Mia, tell me about Planet Boundless and Burke. Sure. After Mia answered, she thought for a moment, organized her train of thought, and said, Planet Boundless is one of the Milky Way Empire's high civilization planet. It's enormous and very prosperous. As for Lord Burkelutkin, he should be close to 200 years old, and he's very powerful. He just broke through from partial universe realm to universe realm not long ago. So now, he is a beginner cosmos ranker. His father, Ramos Lutkin, is an important figure in the Milky Way Empire's military. But I don't actually like Burke. This is mainly because he has a cruel temperament. He has developed many kinds of torture methods by himself and finds joy in torturing humans and animals. He loves finding joy in other people's pain. Moreover, he is also someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, and he values his prestige a lot. If you don't like this, why are you going to help him celebrate? David asked with some doubts. Master David, you have no idea how difficult it is for someone like me who lacks a powerful background to refuse the big shot's invitations. Doing so will not only embarrass the other party, but it will also bring disaster to the people around me. So, even though I look fabulous on the surface, most of the time, I have no choice, Mia said with a wry smile. David talked to Mia for so many days, and he already had a general understanding of the situation of the Milky Way. This was actually the same as Earth that had been expanded a few times over. Mia was equivalent to a famous international celebrity on Earth. Although countless people loved and admired her, she was just like a clown to those who held absolute power. As Adon once said, the rules of the Milky Way Empire were made by the strong and would only apply to those at the bottom. And the world where ordinary people and martial artists were equal that David envisioned was nearly impossible unless he created it himself. Burke only invited you out of the 4 fairies? David asked. Yes, only I was invited because there's a high chance that Burke wouldn't even be able to get the other 3 to agree. Thus, he won't even try to spare himself from the embarrassment. David understood. Among the 4 fairies in the Milky Way galaxy, the other 3 had strong backers, while Dance Fairy Mia was the only one who did not. That was why she had no choice and could not refuse the invitation of these big shots. David also began thinking that since he had seen Dance Fairy Mia among the 4 fairies, and she did indeed live up to her reputation, the other 3 fairies should be pretty good as well. They might even be better than Mia. It would surely be mind-blowing if he had a chance to gather all 4 fairies to perform. It was a pity that the other 3 could not be hired through money. Otherwise, David would be willing to spend as much as possible. Seeing the 4 performing together was trivial. His goal was the massive influx of lavish points. If he succeeded, he would not need to waste effort thinking about how he should spend money. A collaboration between the 4 fairies would give him plenty of lavish points and save him a lot of time. When the time came, he would ask Mia to keep this secret for him, and then he could just hide behind the scenes. He could hide his identity and get lavish points from spending money. Thus, David asked, Mia, do you think I can hire all 4 fairies for a performance? Mia was amazed when she heard that. Then, she asked, feeling a little unsure, Master David, are you saying you want all 4 of us to gather to perform for you? Yes, but I'm wondering if it's possible. Don't worry, Mia. I'll compensate you all no matter how much it will take. As long as it's successful, I'll give you a huge sum after it's done, David said expectantly. After confirming David's idea, Mia was in disbelief. It seemed that Master David only knew about cultivation and was not concerned about the outside world at all. He actually wanted to gather the 4 fairies in the Milky Way and get them to perform for him. Mia had to say that this idea was a little bit insane. Master David, it's not a matter of money. Do you know who Astrid Barlow, the head of the 4 fairies, is? Mia asked with a wry smile. Who? David asked. He had no idea who Astrid was. He had only heard about the 4 fairies after meeting Mia. Astrid is the princess of the Milky Way Empire and a member of the royal family. Do you think she is someone you can invite with money? There are not many people in the entire galaxy who can invite such a character. Even the heads of the major forces have to respectfully address Astrid as princess when they see her. The princess of the Milky Way Empire? David was also taken aback. He did not expect Astrid, the head of the 4 fairies, to have such a strong background. I don't think I can invite a person of this status with all the money I have in the system. This kind of person wouldn't care about money at all. David shook his head in disappointment. It seems this plan is not going to work. I see. I haven't paid attention to any news recently, so I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Master David, you can't say that. It's because you don't care about the world and are so focused on your cultivation that you have your current achievements. Mia immediately complimented David. The two talked about other topics. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. David and Mia were standing in the observation room as they looked at the huge planet with an intense halo in the distance. This was planet Boundless. It was big and beautiful. The planet's volume was estimated to be at least 10,000 times that of the Earth. This was the first time David had seen such a large living planet. Only the Sun was larger than planet Boundless within the solar system. The octagon slowed down as it slowly approached planet Boundless. Soon, they came across a vessel patrolling the outer space of planet Boundless. The patrolling vessel parked in front of the octagon and said something. "Who's on this ship? Please report your name. We are the patrol team under Lord Burke of planet Boundless, and I have been ordered to carry out the patrol mission here." David looked at Mia beside him and motioned for her to answer. "I'm Mia Concord, and Lord Burke has invited me to celebrate his breakthrough to Universe Realm," Mia replied. "Oh, it's the Dance Fairy. My apologies for offending you. Please don't take this to heart. Please come with me." When the people on the patrolling vessel finished speaking, they led the way and the octagon followed. The octagon slowly descended on planet Boundless and followed the patrolling vessel. After the patrolling vessel determined Mia's identity, they reported the news to planet Boundless while showing Mia the way. Patrolling Vessel 1758, reporting to the main tower. Dance Fairy Mia will arrive on planet Boundless in about 2 hours. Roger. After receiving the news, the main tower would analyze the importance of this piece of information and convey the pieces of information that Lord Burke attached importance to back to him. Dance Fairy Mia was arriving on planet Boundless, which was obviously news that Burke took very seriously. Everyone in planet Boundless knew Lord Burke fancied Mia a lot. He even publicly announced that he would invite the Dance Fairy to dance for him during this realm breakthrough. Therefore, the main tower immediately conveyed this news to Burke. At this time, Burke was welcoming several important guests. "Welcome to Master Fergus. I didn't expect you to come. This is such an honor. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Come, let me dedicate this toast to you." Burke raised his glass and said to an imposing man sitting opposite him. After speaking, he finished the wine from the glass. "Burke, I didn't come to congratulate you. I came to see the Dance Fairy. Who asked you to invite her?" Fergus also raised his glass and finished his drink. "Haha, likewise. It's fine that you are here, but I also like the Dance Fairy a lot. I am willing to pay anything if there is a chance for me to sleep with her." "Ha ha ha," Burke said with a guffaw. When Fergus heard that, his eyes turned icy. However, he did not show it. Instead, he still continued chatting with everyone. Although Burke was the main figure on planet Boundless, Fergus held the highest status among them. Many people wanted to flatter him. "Burke, the banquet is in a few days. When is the Dance Fairy arriving? It's been almost a year since the last time I watched her perform. Her dance still holds a deep impression in my head until now. It's so unforgettable," a fat man said. "Yeah, Burke, don't let her stand you up. You've already announced it to the world, and if she doesn't show up, you'll embarrass yourself in front of everyone. That won't be fun," another wretched-looking man said. "She wouldn't dare. Since she agreed, I will destroy her ancestral grave if she dares not to come and make her the sinner of the Concord family. Then, I will make her kneel obediently in front of me and beg me to *CK her," Burke said with a baleful look on his face. The people sitting there could only smile when they heard that. "Say, if the Dance Fairy does stand Burke up, Burke will be the laughing stock of everyone in the world. If that happens, he might really do something like this. This idiot values his prestige more than anything in the world. Burke, can you speak properly? The Dance Fairy belongs to everyone. Stop saying you want to sleep with her or *CK her so casually. Are you not scared that you'll be attacked if you do that? You only just broke through to Universe Realm. Do you seriously think you're invincible?" Fergus said slowly. He did not like crude people like Burke. However, Burke's father was someone well-renowned in the Milky Way Empire's military. If it were not for his father, who would care if Burke broke through to Universe Realm? What's there to be scared of? "Master Fergus, I call you that because I respect you. However, you're currently on planet Boundless, so don't try to undermine me here," Burke said, feeling dissatisfied. He felt uncomfortable that Fergus would say that in front of so many people. "Come, Let's drink and celebrate Burke breaking through to Universe Realm. From now on, he's also an intimidating character. At the same time, let's toast Master Fergus. It's not easy to have a drink with him, so we should appreciate this chance, someone said, attempting to smooth things over. The others at the scene raised their glasses. They could not afford to offend these two people. On the one hand, Fergus was from the Callisto family, the second among the 8 prominent families in the Milky Way Empire. On the other hand was Burke. His father was Ramos, the Milky Way Empire's military general. His power and status were exceptional. If those two fought, then the others would suffer the aftermath. With someone smoothing things over, Fergus and Burke did not continue fighting each other. Although the two looked down on each other, neither wanted to offend the other. Fergus looked down on Burke because he was crude. Burke did not know anything about elegance and grace. Moreover, he also did not understand the Dance Fairies dance. He just figured that since Mia was beautiful and was sought after by countless people, he wanted to dominate her because he was sensitive about losing prestige. In truth, Burke did not like Fergus very much. He felt Fergus was too cunning, and he was not upright. Moreover, Burke thought that he was two-faced. Burke grew up in the army with his father and inherited his father's character. He was straightforward and did not like beating around the bush. Of course, he also inherited his father's brutal character. However, both Burke and Fergus were well-respected figures in the Milky Way galaxy. They were still reputable. Everyone drank and started talking and laughing again. Fergus was the direct descendant of the Callisto family, the second-ranked family among the 8 prominent families. There was even a chance for him to take over the Callisto family in the future, so he was the person with the highest status at the scene. Therefore, Burke was far inferior to Fergus in every way. However, his father, Ramos, was a core figure in the Milky Way Empire's military. With the powerful Milky Way Empire backing him, Burke's status also increased because of this. Everyone at the scene orbited around the two and continuously toasted to them. Burke did not actually invite Fergus to this banquet. Since the two were not in the same circle, Fergus would not come even if Burke invited him. Burke was very proud of his reputation, so he would not do something that would embarrass him. Furthermore, everyone knew why Fergus was here. He was definitely here for Dance Fairy Mia. Everyone knew that Fergus was the Dance Fairy's loyal audience member. At this moment, knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Who's that? Don't you know I'm entertaining my guests now? Get lost immediately. Burke barked. Since he had a small conflict with Fergus just now, he was very pissed right now. Lord Burke, I have something to tell you, the person outside the door said respectfully. Spit it out. We just got news from the patrol team, and they said Dance Fairy Mia is outside Planet Boundless now. She'll land in about 2 hours. Oh, the Dance Fairy is here? Haha, I got it. You should go now, Burke said with a smile. Mia's arrival instantly put him in a better mood. Fergus also heard what the person outside the door said. Indeed, just as Heathcliff said, those had guys failed. Even though Mia was a little late, she still arrived on Planet Boundless. However, Fergus did not know if she came by herself or with her savior. If she's here with her savior, an intense murderous intent overflowed from Fergus' eyes. He had been preparing for this plan for a long time. He thought he would definitely succeed, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. If he succeeded, he could imprison Mia in secret without anyone knowing. He would make her his exclusive sex slave forever. He had this crazy idea because as the third heir among the direct descendants of the Callisto family, he could not marry a woman with no background like Mia. He had to choose a woman who could help him fight for the position of the family's head. Recently, his mother arranged for him to marry the daughter of a minister of the Milky Way Empire so that he would be more competitive in the fight for the position as future head of the Callisto family. The minister had a lot of authority in the Milky Way Empire, so it was hard for Fergus to refuse this. Plus, he had liked Mia for so long, so he could not give up, nor could he accept her ending up in the arms of another man. Therefore, he chose to do this. See? I told you that the Dance Fairy wouldn't dare to stand me up, and you didn't believe me. Now that the facts are in front of you, you have nothing to say, right? Ha, Burke said with a laugh. He felt proud that Mia would come to congratulate him. At least, She managed to attract Fergus and made the banquet classier. Burke, I was short-sighted. I'll down 3 shots as an apology to you. The man who just said that Mia would not come stood up and said. Then, he directly downed 3 shots. Another stood up and said, Burke, I will also drink 3 shots for the inappropriate remarks I just made. The 2 of you don't have to do this. You are all my guests. I am thrilled that you are willing to come to Planet Boundless. If you need anything in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best to help you. Come, let's all toast Burke again. Let's hope Burke will work hard and overtake Lord Ramos with a burst of energy. Cheers. Boys, you're too kind. Since everyone is so happy, we'll go meet the dance fairy together later and ask her to dance for us as celebration. Of course. The dance fairy's dance and this wine will make people feel physically and mentally pleased. The group continued to drink happily. However, Fergus was feeling a little depressed inside. If the plan were successful, he would not be drinking with these crudes. He would be admiring Mia's wonderful dance and figure by himself. After that, he would help the Concord family and stop Burke from taking action against them. This would improve his public reputation, and then he could blackmail Mia into submitting to him, so he could have his way with her. What a perfect plan. The more Fergus thought about this, the more pissed he felt. He drank a few glasses of wine. When Burke saw Fergus drinking like that, he felt pleased. He thought Fergus was giving him a show of respect. However, he did not know what Fergus was thinking. Not everyone could sit and drink with Fergus, let alone make him drink so much. Once Fergus became the head of the Callisto family, he would be one of the prominent figures in the Milky Way empire. Even Burke's father, Ramos, would have to give way to Fergus. Although Burke looked down on Fergus, he was not stupid. It would be useful for him to build a good relationship with someone like that in the future. Master Fergus, I don't care why you came to Planet Boundless. However, since you're here, you're my guest. As the host, I will give you a toast, Burke said after lifting his glass. Fergus felt dejected, and he did not want to waste his breath. Hence, he lifted his glass and downed the contents of it. Haha, wonderful. Fergus, you son of a gun. After Burke said that, he also downed the contents of his glass. Then, the scene became harmonious. Everyone continued drinking. Soon, they began heading to the location where Mia would land after Burke showed them the way. They were ready to welcome the dance fairy, one of the 4 fairies in the Milky Way. Then, they would ask her to dance for everyone here. Mia had no idea that so many people were waiting for her on Planet Boundless. She also had no idea that Master Fergus from the Callisto family was here. Led by Planet Boundless patrolling vessel, the Octagon descended on a massive platform on Planet Boundless. After landing, David and Mia were the first to walk out of the Octagon, while the others followed behind them. David was not at all worried that Pavan's people would talk nonsense, as they all understood that their life and death were in David's hands. They would die on the spot if David activated his mind power. As soon as the 2 got off the Octagon, someone immediately greeted them. Dance Fairy, hello? Lord Burke is already waiting for you not far ahead. Please lead the way. Mia said, please follow me. As soon as the 2 walked off the platform and walked through a corridor, they saw more than a dozen people waiting not far away. Mia scanned the crowd. Fergus? Why is he here? He was one of many who pursued her, and was also one of several suitable backers that she determined. She figured she might spend the rest of her life with this person. Of course, that was before. Right now, Mia just wanted to follow David. Although Fergus had a solid background, Mia had a feeling that he was not as modest and gentlemanly as he appeared on the surface. She always had an indescribable feeling of depression when she was with him. However, she did not feel that way with David. Mia trusted her intuition, so from the bottom of her heart, she preferred to be with David. At this time, Fergus, Burke, and others also spotted Mia. However, when they saw David beside her, they all felt doubtful. Why did this man come out with Mia? Everyone knows that Mia only has women around her. Why is there a man? Haha, welcome, Dance Fairy. This is such an honor. Burke guffawed and greeted. At the same time, he reached out his rough hand and was about to hold Mia's hand. He wanted to see what her smooth, small hand felt like. However, Mia did not take his hand. Instead, She placed her hands on her stomach and curtsied. "Lord Burke, it's a pleasure to meet you." Burke had reached out his large hand, but he did not hold Mia's hand. This made him feel a little awkward. As he was frowning and was about to blow up, Fergus took a step forward and said, "Long time no see, Mia." "Hello, Master Fergus," Mia said as she curtsied at Fergus. "Mia, you don't have to be so humble with me. Who is this next to you?" Fergus asked as he looked at David. "This is Master David. If it wasn't for him, I might not make it to Planet Boundless to see you all." Fergus felt his heart skip a beat. Immediately, infinite anger started rising in his chest. The murderous intent in his heart was overflowing, and he almost could not stop himself from killing David on the spot. It's all this *********'*s fault. If it weren't for him, Mia would be mine now. However, Fergus was the third direct descendant of the Callisto family, so he was astute. He managed to control his emotions in just a blink of an eye. However, David managed to detect them using his mind power. David tilted his head to look at Fergus. The murderous intent he sensed just now came from this person. Even though it was subtle and the person managed to keep it under control, it still could not escape from David's mind power. David was a little puzzled. Why did this person have murderous intentions toward him when they were meeting for the first time? When he used his mind power to examine the extreme possessiveness in Fergus' eyes, then looked back at Mia, he understood. So she's the reason for this. The other party must have misunderstood his relationship with Mia. This situation happened to him more than once. He had encountered something similar with Celia. After that, he almost wiped out the Chase's family. From Mia's point of view, Master Fergus' status was not that low. However, if Fergus dared to take action against David in secret, David would not mind repeating what he did to the Chase's family to him. "What's going on? What trouble did you encounter, Dance Fairy? I want to see who dares to touch the guest I invited. Do they not want to live anymore?" Burke said with a baleful look. "Lord Burke, you don't have to worry. We just ran into a group of space pirates on the way, and they chased us out of the core. If Master David didn't happen to be nearby to save me, I might not have even made it to this banquet," Mia said sadly. "Space pirates? How dare those bastards appear in the core? They must be tired of living since they dare to take action against my guest." "Dance Fairy, rest assured. I will tell my father about the matter and have him bring people to clean up these lawless bastards." Burke's father, Ramos, was a key figure in the Milky Way Empire's military. Thus, he could mobilize the Empire's army to get rid of the space pirates. However, one should not underestimate these space pirates either. They were not without foundation. Some well-known space pirate gangs were often supported by big shots in secret. In many cases, before the army could come to clear them up, they would have received the news and temporarily retreated. Of course, if the Empire's military would even release the information regarding the cleanup operation, it could at least stop these space pirates for a while, which was also somewhat helpful. "Then I would like to thank you, Lord Burke. Although Master David has already wiped out the group of space pirates chasing me, if General Ramos can come to suppress them, it will also make passing businessmen feel more at ease when passing by." Only then did Burke and the others begin to look at David. Since he could save Mia and kill the space pirates who were chasing her, David might not be an ordinary person. "May I know where David comes from? Maybe some of our elders may know him," Fergus asked. He wanted to find out more about David. Knowing yourself and your enemy could help you win 100 battles. David ruined his plan, so it would be impossible for Fergus to dismiss his anger toward him. However, before Fergus did anything, he had to first understand David's background. "I'm just an idler," David replied. "David, you must be joking. How would an idler have the strength to kill a group of powerful space pirates so easily?" "I am indeed an idler. I don't care if you believe me or not," David said with a shrug. "David, are you disrespecting me?" Fergus asked in a malicious tone. "Whatever you say," David said indifferently. David had no intention of feigning civility towards someone so narrow-minded and who had displayed murderous intent toward him the moment they first met. As soon as he got off the octagon, he released his mind power. The strongest person here was just a late Cosmos ranker. After paying 10 billion galaxy dollars to the Meteor Chamber, David received 100 lavish points. Then, he spent 80 lavish points to raise his mind power to Cosmos level 10. Both his physique and mind power had reached Cosmos level 10. By now, David's combat power had reached partial celestial rank. No one on planet Boundless could block his punch if he released all his energy. David's words shocked everyone present. Even Burke looked at him in surprise. Who is this kid? How dare he disrespect Fergus like that? Either he's an idiot who doesn't know Fergus' identity, or his background is not inferior to Fergus, and that's why he dares to do this. In the Milky Way, there were not many forces that could compete with the Callisto family. One could count all of them on two hands, but none of them had the surname Lydell. Fergus was also stunned. He stared at David for a long time before he could come back to his senses. How long had it been since his peers dared to speak to him like this? As Master Fergus of the Callisto family, and one of the strong competitors for the future head of the family, even the host of this banquet, Lord Burke of Planet Boundless, who just broke through to Cosmos rank, would not dare to speak to him like this. He was just a punk who suddenly appeared beside Mia. Who gave him such courage? Could it be that he saved Mia and killed some trash, so he now thought he was invincible? All right. Very good. Splendid. David, I will remember you, Fergus said through gritted teeth. If Mia were not here, he would have already killed David on the spot. I've always been good, David replied calmly. Master Fergus, please don't mind this. Master David has been out of the Corps for many years and has just returned from an expedition from the edge of the Milky Way, so he doesn't know much about the current structure of the Milky Way Empire or you, Mia quickly explained. Everyone was stunned. It seemed that David had just returned from an expedition at the edge of the Milky Way. No wonder he dared to speak to Fergus like that. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the Milky Way Empire. If someone could find some relics left by the strong or find an indigenous living planet, they might be able to prosper immediately. However, people who would risk so much were generally individuals who were not very favored but were not willing to lie down and accept their fate. I see. You just came back from exploring outside. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. It seems that you genuinely don't know much about the situation in the Milky Way Empire. But since you saved Mia, I won't quibble with you today. I hope you behave yourself. Thank you, Master Fergus. Mia thanked him. David originally wanted to say something. This Master Fergus showed murderous intent the first time they met just because he was with Mia. On the surface, he was a modest gentleman, but secretly, he was very narrow-minded. This kind of person was like a cold and poisonous snake, and he might bite David one day. David's usual practice for this potential danger was to find a solution in advance and prevent it before it happened. Fergus' status was not low. David only needed to trigger him with a few words before he took action. In this way, David could solve the hidden danger on the spot. However, before David could say anything, Mia touched him lightly. He thought about it and decided to forget it, to protect Mia's dignity and not make things difficult for her. After all, I am unfamiliar with this place. If I want to gain a foothold here in the future and spend money to get lavish points, I still need Mia's help. I should prioritize that first. Therefore, David only smiled and did not say anything. Burke and the others understood now. They thought David was a bad *SS that could fight Fergus head-on, but who would have known that he was actually an idiot who did not know anything? As the host, Burke needed to say something now. Dance Fairy, please come with me. We'll hold a welcoming reception for you. Thank you, Lord Burke, Mia said. The group followed Burke. They initially wanted Mia to walk in the middle, but she refused. Mia insisted that she would walk with David at the back, making Fergus even more pissed at David. When he combined this new reason for hating David with the original reason, Fergus immediately sentenced David to death. When David was separated from Mia, Fergus would definitely kill him. Even Burke was displeased with David. The person King invited is only interacting with you. The group arrived at Burke's palace. When they got their seating arrangement, Mia was seated between Fergus and Burke in front while David was at the back. Mia wanted to sit with David, but this was clearly not allowed. It was a small banquet of 10 people, and everyone was circling Fergus, Burke, and Mia. No one paid any attention to David, and David was pleased. He proceeded to enjoy the delicious food and wine on his table. He had to admit that the food in outer space was much better than on Earth. As far as these unknown meats were concerned, they were much better than the pork, beef, or mutton on Earth. He would bring some back for Celia and the others to try when he went back to Earth in the future. Mia would also occasionally look at David. She was relieved when she found that he was wolfing down his food and did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. She genuinely could not shake Fergus and Burke off of her. When everyone started getting intoxicated, Burke said, "Dance Fairy, before you came, everyone said that they wanted you to dance for everyone when you're here. What do you think?" "Dance Fairy, we've been waiting for your dance for so long." "He's right. Dance Fairy, I was fortunate enough to see your dance a year ago. Your dance moves are still fresh in my mind. Since everyone is so interested in my dance, I'll dance for everyone to liven things up." "I hope you all will like it," Mia agreed. "Of course we'll like it. Dance Fairy, your dancing is famous throughout the Milky Way Empire. How could we not like it?" "Yeah," everyone said simultaneously. "Haha, Dance Fairy, you're so delightful. Come, let's toast the Dance Fairy. Let's thank her for her amazing dance in advance," Burke stood up and said with a laugh. Except for David, everyone at the scene reacted to what Burke said. They stood up and raised their glasses, including Fergus. Burke looked at the still-seated David and asked in a low voice, "David, what's the meaning of this?" "Nothing. I'm just not used to toasting women," David answered, his words slightly inaudible from chewing. If someone toasted a woman like this, they would definitely have a purpose in doing so. David did not like this. Since he had the power to do whatever he wanted right now, why would he go along with these people? Besides, he knew what kind of person Burke was from Mia's stories. Therefore, he was even more reluctant to join in. Meanwhile, Mia was trying her best to hint at David, asking him to stand. She was feeling nervous about David in her heart. David was like someone ignorant of the world's ways, and he did not know how to read the room. He might have spent too much time wandering on the edge of the Milky Way. She decided to teach him about this when she had the chance. She had to tell him that sometimes, even if you did not like to do something, you still needed to do it. Just like her. Did he think she liked to show herself in front of so many people and perform for them? She had no choice. If she could choose, Mia only wanted to dance for the person she loved. However, that was unrealistic unless she could find someone so powerful that he could suppress half of the Milky Way. David pretended not to see Mia's hints and continued eating while minding his business. "David, are you trying to embarrass me?" Burke got a little annoyed. "Lord Burke, you do your thing, and I'll just eat my food. Isn't it good that we don't interfere with each other?" David stopped eating and looked up at Burke. The two looked at each other. Even though everyone thought Burke was about to become hostile, he did not attack David immediately. Instead, he turned his head and said, "Very good. I'll remember this." Burke's performance made everyone's jaws drop to the floor. Is Burke giving in? Everyone knows Burke's temperament. He won't give in even when he's facing Fergus. Just what does this kid have? Everyone looked at David in surprise. Fergus and Mia were no exception. Then, David just smiled and continued eating his food. Burke had not regained his composure at this point. He sensed a serious threat in David's eyes just now. David was hiding his strength, and he was not just a partial Cosmos ranker like he had previously shown. As for what strength he was at, Burke could not tell, but David was definitely stronger than him. David might be at least a mid-Cosmos ranker, or even a late Cosmos ranker. No wonder he dared to disrespect Fergus. This kid is playing dumb to take advantage of us, and I almost fell for it. Burke could sense that David was not very old and should be no more than 100 years old. Who would believe David could reach mid, or even late Cosmos rank at this age if he did not have a background? He said he had been exploring outside for many years and had not returned since. But how is that possible? Burke was sure that he was an heir that a major force was cultivating in secret because he was too talented, which was why he was being hidden. Now that he was strong enough, he was finally let out. I should let Fergus fight David. I don't want to get involved in this mess, Burke decided in his heart. Even if he was irascible and would always retort against others, it would also depend on who the other party was. He was not an idiot. David was clearly more powerful than him in terms of strength and background. Wouldn't he be creating trouble for himself if he decided to fight David head-on? Burke did not turn hostile, so the others did not care about this anymore either. However, Fergus was looking at David with a strange look in his eyes. Mia summoned her team and started the performance in the hall. After the song, everyone was still mesmerized by Mia's dance. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful. As expected of you, Dance Fairy. I won't get bored even if I watch this dance 10,000 times more, Burke said while applauding. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone was applauding passionately. David was also clapping. Mia was dancing a different dance this time, but the dance was still very attractive. He wondered if Mia was born with this talent, or if she had learned to do this. After the dance, the small banquet came to an end. Today was just an appetizer. The main course would be the huge banquet a week later. David was arranged to stay in a private residence. After Burke looked at David and discovered his strength, he became very courteous toward him. After all, power was everything in this world. David sat on the chair and opened the system panel. Combat, partial cosmos rank, combat skills, void punch, entry level, air crushing slap, entry level, evil splitting sword technique, entry level, skills, ancient traditional medicine, expert, lavish points, 20. He only had a pitiful 20 lavish points left. Most importantly, there was no way to spend money to increase lavish points now. If he wanted his physique to break through to celestial rank, he needed at least 1,000 lavish points, which was equal to 100 billion galaxy dollars. How could he spend this much money? Improving other combat skills also required 100 lavish points for each level. He could spend money online shopping, but it would be too little. 100 million galaxy dollars could buy many things, but it would still take him some effort to spend all of it. However, it would be useless only to get one extra lavish point. Therefore, online shopping was not feasible. There had to be another way to do it. It cost 30 billion to buy the Earth, and he used 10 billion to ask the meteor chamber to monitor the Tuffin family. Suddenly, David's eyes lit up. He could no longer replicate buying the Earth with 30 billion galaxy dollars, but he could ask the meteor chamber to monitor the Tuffin family further. The meteor chamber's expensive fee was exactly what he needed. Hence, David used the system to hide his location and started contacting the meteor chamber. David, hello. Did the Tuffin family make any moves recently? The meteor chamber. Hello, honorable guest. Grandmaster Tuffin and the Milky Way battleship did not make any moves recently. If there are any updates, we will inform you at once. David. All right, thank you. I want to hire the meteor chamber to do something else. Is that okay? The meteor chamber. Please state your request. We at the meteor chamber will accept anything within the Milky Way. David. Anything? The meteor chamber. Yes, anything. David. I want to kill Grandmaster Tuffin. Do you accept this? After David asked this, he waited nervously. If the meteor chamber could do this, the Earth's crisis would be temporarily averted. At the same time, he could gain a lot of lavish points, and his strength would improve drastically. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Sue, the meteor chamber replied. The meteor chamber. We can, but it will cost you a lot. David was excited. Haha, the meteor chamber is so bad *s. They will even accept this. As for the price, they said it would cost him a lot, but he had a quadrillion galaxy dollars. Would it be more than that? Besides, even if the meteor chamber wanted all of it, David would agree without hesitation. How many lavish points would he get if he spent all quadrillion galaxy dollars? If they were all used to improve his combat power, wouldn't David be unbeatable in this galaxy? Where else would he find such a good opportunity? Why didn't I think of it when I was on Earth? David wanted to slap himself. If he could think about this when he was on Earth, he would not need to leave Earth. David, how much? You can directly state the number, and I will agree. David replied proudly. However, the following answer from the meteor chamber made David feel like he had plunged into hell straight from heaven. The meteor chamber. I'm sorry, honorable guest. We will no longer accept money for the assassination of Grandmaster Tuffin. You can only pay with other treasures of heaven and earth, or the most precious materials in the starry sky. The heat in David's heart was chilled by a bucket full of cold water. I can't *King pay for it with money? Just now, he was still fantasizing about getting countless lavish points and being invincible in the Milky Way. Now, he had been directly slapped in the face by reality. He knew this matter would not be so simple. David, what treasures of heaven and earth or precious materials are we talking about? David continued asking, feeling reluctant. The meteor chamber. What do you have now? David, I have a lot with me now. You can name one, and I'll see if I have it. The meteor chamber. Do you have any 9-turning star iron? We only need ig of that, and then we will kill Grandmaster Tuffen for you. David was confused. What the F***CK is a 9-turning star iron? I've never heard of it before. Where should I get this? The meteor chamber's answer directly crushed David's idea of spending money to kill Grandmaster Tuffen. However, although he could not do it in one go, it broadened David's perspective. The meteor chamber was definitely a great avenue to spend his money. David was not afraid of revealing his position due to the system's concealment. In any case, all he needed now was lavish points. So, he would just buy some information from the meteor chamber. He would definitely spend money faster this way than through any other method. What David lacked the most right now was time. Grandmaster Tuffen might head to Earth at any time, so he had to have the strength to compete with Grandmaster Tuffen before that, or he would need to find a way to delay Grandmaster Tuffen. Moreover, the meteor chamber had to know much more about the inside story of the Milky Way than Mia. In this case, it would not be a bad thing to obtain more information. David thought for a while and then replied, "Forget about assassinating Grandmaster Tuffen, the price is too high. But what's the price for assassinating the direct descendants of the Tuffen family? The meteor chamber. It'll depend on who it is. Everyone's talent and status are different, so the price will naturally differ. You need to tell me the target's name, and then we will evaluate and tell you the specific price." David did not know the Tuffen family's direct descendants. Forget about the assassination. Not everyone is like Pavan after all. Who can be sure that there is no one with a decent mindset and work ethic among the Tuffen family's direct descendants? David was not the kind of person who would kill the enemy's entire family without any scruples because of hatred. He had received higher education on Earth and was also deeply influenced by the laws of the Earth. David would never be soft on whoever should be killed, but he would not be able to kill those who were innocent. He also could not live up to the famous words of those ancient heroes. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Therefore, David was destined never to be a hero. Of course, he genuinely did not want to be a hero in his heart. He just wanted to be an ordinary person who could protect his home and his lover. As for why he did not ask Nine and Lone this question, it was because he would not believe a word from them. That being the case, he would just spend his money on some behind-the-scenes news about the Milky Way. Next, David began to ask about some hidden information in the Milky Way. Basically, it was all about the major forces and the Milky Way Empire. David had thought the meteor chamber would not do deal inside information about the Milky Way Empire. After all, the Milky Way Empire was the most massive force in the Milky Way, and they governed everything in the galaxy. However, the results surprised him. As the meteor chamber said, as long as David could pay, then they would accept every task within the galaxy. This even included assassinating the people in the royal family of the Milky Way Empire. Regardless of whether they were successful or not, the meteor chamber still needed immense courage to dare to say such a thing. That was when David discovered that the meteor chamber was not afraid of the Milky Way Empire. What kind of power is this? There was also such a force on Earth that would take people's money and eliminate disasters for them. The Underworld Alliance. However, they would dare not say that they would do anything on Earth if they had enough money. They still would not freely provoke Summerland and Falconia. If the meteor chamber dared to say such a thing, it proved that its strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. It was impossible for the Milky Way Empire not to know the existence of the meteor chamber, but the fact that they still had not gotten rid of the latter was somewhat thought-provoking. A huge meteorite floated in the void and moved forward slowly in an empty area somewhere in the Milky Way. On top of the meteorite, there was a luxurious loft, and on top of the loft were 3 shiny words. The meteor chamber. This was the meteor chamber that claimed to be able to undertake anything within the scope of the Milky Way, as long as the price was sufficient. The enormous meteor chamber was not as crowded as everyone thought. It was rather quiet, and there was hardly any sound. The entire meteor chamber was eerily silent. It was hard to believe that an entity that had given all the forces in the Milky Way huge headaches, even the Milky Way Empire, was located in this speck in the distant background. The inside of the huge meteor chamber was divided into countless small rooms, measuring only 2 or 3 square meters each. There was a figure in each room, operating the equipment in the room, replying to all the Milky Way people making deals with the meteor chamber. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked because these figures were not humans consisting flesh and blood at all. Instead, they were robots. They were constantly answering questions from the humans in the Milky Way, and they did not look like robots at all. Instead, they were like human beings who had their own ideas and were each very knowledgeable. David traded with the staff of the meteor chamber, constantly spending money to acquire more knowledge. If he knew that the person who traded with him was a robot, he would surely be shocked. This was because the person he chatted with knew almost anything David asked about the Milky Way. However, when there were some major issues involved, the other party would need to report to their higher-ups since they had no authority. For example, when it came to information on core privacy issues about the royal family of the Milky Way Empire. David was so bored that he directly asked the meteor chamber how many illegitimate children the emperor of the Milky Way Empire had. Of course, there was some information he could not obtain with money. For example, David wanted to know that since the Milky Way was a level 3 civilization, so what were the level 4, 5, 6 civilizations called? How far were they from the Milky Way, and how advanced was their technology? David would need to pay way more than galaxy dollars for this information. So David did not waste time pursuing this information. He now understood the Tuffin family's situation thoroughly. This also gave him a certain mental preparation for dealing with the Tuffin family in the future. The meteor chamber had existed for a long time. Strictly speaking, they were not actually a local power in the Milky Way. Instead, they suddenly appeared in the Milky Way many years ago. At that time, its sudden appearance caused a bloody storm. It was like a god and could do anything for you if you paid them enough. This also attracted the attention of many forces in the Milky Way at that time. Not many people initially believed it, but as one after another of their commissions became a reality, everyone started to pay attention to them. In the end, all the major forces in the Milky Way, including the Milky Way Empire, joined forces to eliminate this entity that could threaten their status. However, the result was dismal. Nobody knew what happened during that battle. They only knew that all participating forces in the Milky Way had suffered heavy losses, but the meteor chamber remained to this day. However, they would need to pay very high prices to hire the meteor chamber, especially the ones who would commission them to murder someone. Basically, it was difficult for the client to meet the requirements of the meteor chamber. For example, David needed to give them IG of 9 turning star iron if he wanted them to kill Grandmaster Tuffin. This was something that had never been seen before in the entire Milky Way. Therefore, how would David have it? Despite everything, the meteor chamber still stood proudly in the Milky Way. This was an undeniable truth. Since that battle, all forces in the Milky Way also acquiesced to the meteor chamber's existence. No one had ever proposed to destroy this entity ever again. Knock, knock, knock. David's seduction with the meteor chamber only stopped when he heard knocking on his door. He stood up and looked at the time. One night had passed without him knowing. David looked at the system panel. Host, David Lydell. Balance, 9,999,905,368,000,000 galaxy dollars. Body, Cosmos level 10. Mind, Cosmos level 10. Combat, partial Cosmos rank. Combat skills, Void Punch, entry level plus. Air Crushing Slap, entry level plus. Evil Splitting Sword Technique, entry level plus. Skills, Ancient Traditional Medicine, Expert plus. Lavish points, 610. After a whole night of hard work, it had finally paid off. David spent 59 billion galaxy dollars and got 590 lavish points. Although it was not enough to raise his physique to celestial rank, it was not that far off. He should be there after another night of hard work. Moreover, he also learned a lot about the inner workings of the Milky Way, especially about the Tuffin family. David knew almost everything he could think of about different generations of the Tuffin family, including their ancestors. However, he already knew almost everything he needed to know. So what should he ask tonight? The meteor chamber was pretty bad *SS, but at the same time, it was strange. David had to ask specific questions, and then they would set a price based on the importance of the message and then answer it after payment. They would not answer at all if David asked them a broad question. For example, David had to ask one question about the Tuffin family at a time. He could not say that he wanted to know everything about the Tuffin family as this was considered unacceptable. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on his door again. David went into the courtyard and opened the door. Mia was standing prettily outside the door. "What's wrong, Mia?" David asked. "What? Can't I chat with you because I'm bored?" Mia said with a smile. If she had just met David, she would never have dared to talk to David like that. She had been with David every day for half a month, so Mia still had a certain understanding of David. In reality, after getting acquainted, David became pretty easygoing, and he was not as unapproachable as he seemed in the beginning. "You're hilarious, Mia. Come in." David moved to the side and invited Mia inside. After Mia entered the courtyard, she went into the living room to sit down with David. After that, David poured a cup of tea for Mia. "Thank you," Mia said after taking the cup. David also poured some for himself. Then, he sat down and started drinking. Back then, he did not like tea. However, he gradually learned to like it. Drinking tea would calm him down. "Master David, I came here to talk to you about some worldly wisdom," Mia said. "Huh? Worldly wisdom? What do you mean?" David asked curiously. Mia rephrased her sentence and said indirectly, How should I say this? You don't need to fight Master Fergus and Burke the moment you meet them, making the situation difficult for everyone. It won't be good for everybody." Immediately, David understood why Mia was here. "Mia, you want to tell me that I shouldn't disrespect them as soon as I meet them, right? After all, this is someone else's territory, and I will be the one losing out in the end," David said with a smile. Mia was stunned for a moment and said a little embarrassedly, "So you understand, Master David. Why would I not know? Mia, do you really think I was out of touch with society after spending many years exploring outside? Then why did you do that? Do you know who Master Fergus is?" "Who is he?" "His last name is Callisto, and everyone calls him Master Fergus. I told you about 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire, right? You should be able to guess who he is." "You mean the Callisto family that's ranked second among the 8 prominent families of the Milky Way Empire?" "Exactly. And he's very outstanding among the direct descendants of the Callisto family, and he will have the opportunity to compete for the position of the Callisto family's head in the future. Is he that amazing? So, Master David, offending him won't do you any good. If you think it through, I can help you to mediate with him. I have a pretty good relationship with him." Mia looked at David expectantly. David was speechless. Did I offend him? It was him who displayed the murderous intent when we first met and wanted to kill me, okay? And it's all because of you that Fergus wants to kill me. As for what Mia said about taking him to reconcile with Fergus, she better not. If they did that, Fergus might directly try to kill David out of anger. By then, David would surely kill Fergus due to him being unable to hold himself back. Great, I haven't settled the matter with the Tuffin family, and now here comes the Callisto family, David thought. Gosh, please stop making trouble for me. Mia was the only one who did not know the reason behind all this. "Mia, forget it," David rejected. "Why? Master David, Master Fergus's background is not weak, and you just returned to the core. This will be detrimental to your future development. Even if you're not scared of him, it's better to have a friend than an enemy, right?" Mia advised. She was truly considerate of David. She did not want David to offend such a big shot. If Fergus were lucky enough to become the Callisto family's head, he would be a formidable force even toward the Milky Way Empire. There was no advantage to offending this kind of person with great potential. Also, Mia did not think that the force behind David could fight with the Callisto family. After all, the Callisto family was ranked second among the 8 prominent families. Plus, they were miles apart compared to the Tuffin family, a family that was about to lose their position among the 8 prominent families. Well, because I don't like Fergus. Even though he looks like a noble on the surface, he's sinister and petty on the inside. Don't ask me how I know. Anyway, I just don't want to reconcile with him, and I don't want anything to do with him, David said casually. Even though he said this to make Mia forget about this, what he said went straight to Mia's heart. Fergus had been pursuing her publicly and secretly, but she had never responded to him. This was because she felt Fergus was too possessive, and she often felt oppressed when she was with him. This was a woman's intuition, and it was usually very accurate. She believed him now that David had hit the nail on the head. Master David, do you genuinely think Master Fergus is someone like that? Mia asked. Yeah, but this is just my gut feeling. You can choose not to believe me, but I will trust my gut, David answered. I believe you, Master David, but you must go with me even if it's just to apologize to him. If not, Master Fergus will never forgive you once he gets the authority. Mia, you're too naive. Even if I kneel in front of Fergus, a person like him will never forgive me. Plus, I'm not scared of him, so why would I go and seek forgiveness? No matter what he does, I'll just accept it, David said nonchalantly. Mia stopped insisting when she heard David say that. The main thing was that Mia felt David was very reasonable. Perhaps this was what the quote, "Love me, love my dog" meant. The news that Mia went looking for David early in the morning was immediately passed on to Fergus. Smash. Fergus directly smashed the cup in his hand. David is seriously pushing his luck. How dare he touch my woman? Does he want to die? Fergus roared. He had been eyeing Mia for a long time and had already regarded Mia as his own. Now, this punk who appeared out of nowhere was going to steal from him? Plus, he was the one who indirectly caused this. How would he not feel mad? If he had not arranged for the space pirates to intercept Mia, how would David get the chance to save her? The two would not even get a chance to know each other at all. Master Fergus, please calm down. Until we find out who David is, we should hold back. Now is the most critical moment for you to compete for the head of the younger generation of the Callisto family. There cannot be any accidents, Heathcliff persuaded him. Heathcliff, what kind of identity do you think David has? Burke has always been stubborn and intractable, so there are not many people who can make him restrain himself publicly. I can't figure this out either. I haven't heard of a big shot named Lydell in the Milky Way's vicinity. Of course, it's not impossible that they are hiding in the dark. After all, the Milky Way is too large. Master Fergus, you can go to Burke to find out. He should know something about this. Fergus thought for a while and decided to listen to Heathcliff's advice and go to Burke. He was at a critical period right now. Fergus still knew how to prioritize between a woman and being the head of the younger generation of the Callisto family. The most important thing for him now was to get the position of the head of the younger generation of the Callisto family. After he married the daughter of the Milky Way Empire's minister, his odds of success would be much greater with the latter's support. Fergus took Heathcliff to the palace where Burke lived and found Burke. I wonder why you're looking for me, Master Fergus, Burke said, holding a beautiful and enchanting woman in each arm. Burke, I won't beat around the bush with you. Who is David? Please tell me, Fergus said, going straight to the point. How would I know? This is the first time I have met this David person. If you want to know David's identity, you should ask the dance fairy. Why did you come here? Burke, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Everyone knows your temperament. If you act soft toward David in front of so many people, you must know something, so don't hide it anymore. Master Fergus, you misunderstood. I didn't know anything. Instead, I'm just doing that for the sake of the dance fairy. After all, I invited Dance Fairy, and David saved her life. If I fight with David, the dance fairy will definitely get implicated. Tell me, what should I do then? I told everyone that the dance fairy will be dancing at my banquet a few days later. I don't want to be the laughing stock of the galaxy, so I just endured it for the time being, Burke explained. Of course, he would not tell Fergus the truth. He even wished the two of them would fight because of Mia so he could see who was the more powerful one. It would sure be a sight to behold. Fergus did not speak. Instead, he stared at Burke for a long time. He was judging whether Burke was telling the truth. A brat who appeared all of a sudden dared to disrespect you, Burke Lutkin, and he's even doing it on your planet Boundless. Can you genuinely swallow this grievance? Fergus asked. How is that possible? I'm only doing it for the time being. After the banquet, I'll show that kid the consequences of offending me. However, you also seem to be at odds with him, right? Everyone knows you fancy the dance fairy, so David is slapping you in the face by doing this, Burke ruminated. Since you know David is our common enemy, why don't we work together? Fergus asked. No. You said David is a brat that appeared out of nowhere. If others find to your acting against someone like this, and even asked for my help, wouldn't I look very bad? If you can endure this and not do anything, I'll naturally take action against him after the banquet, Burke rejected. He said this not because he wanted to take action against David. Instead, he wanted Fergus to think that he would do something as long as Fergus stayed put. Burke knew that despite looking like a nobleman, Fergus was actually very narrow-minded.